Topics. Indian culture will cover the salient aspects of art forms, literature and architecture from ancient to modern times. 1. Ayodhya's Ram Temple, Nagara style of temple architecture. Context. The Nagara style of temple architecture, observed in Ayodhya's Ram Temple construction, emerged in the 5th century CE during the late Gupta period in northern India. Key features of the Ram Janmabhoomi Mandir in Ayodhya. 1. Constructed in the traditional Nagara style with a length of 380 feet, width of 250 feet, and height of 161 feet. 2. Houses the childhood form of Bhagwan Sri Ram Lalla in the main sanctum sanctorum and a Sri Ram Darbar on the first floor. 3. Includes 5 mandaps: halls Naritya Mandap, Rang Mandap, Sabha Mandap, Prathana Mandap, and Kirtan Mandap. 4. The compound has 4 mandirs dedicated to Surya Dev, Devi Bhagwati, Ganesh Bhagwan, and Bhagwan Shiv, along with mandirs for Ma Annapurna and Hanuman Ji. 5. Surrounded by a Pakota rectangular compound wall with a length of 732 meters and a width of 14 feet. 6. Features a historic well, Sita Koop, and a restored ancient mandir of Bhagwan Shiv at Kubatila. 7. Utilizes traditional construction materials, avoiding the use of steel or iron. 8. The main temple structure was built with Bansi Par Harper pink sandstone, granite stones in the plinths, and white Makrana marble and colored marble for inlay work. 9. Incorporates special bricks known as Ram Shillas with the inscription, Shri Ram, for symbolic significance. 10. Constructed entirely using traditional and indigenous technology, emphasizing environmental conservation with 70% of the area left green. www.insightsonindia.com. 6. Nagara and Dravida styles are considered the 2 great classical languages of Indian temple architecture, rather than mere styles. Nagara temples, distinguished by towering shikara mountain peaks, have a raised plinth with the Garbha Griha sanctum sanctorum as the most sacred part. The shikara represents the natural and cosmological order in Hindu tradition. Nagara architecture has 5 modes: Vallabhi, Vimsana, Latina, Shekari, and Bhumija. The Ayodhya Ram Temple exhibits a hybrid feature, lacking an elaborate gopuram but featuring a boundary wall. While the Nagara and the Dravidian styles of temple architecture belong to the northern and southern regions of India respectively and exhibit uniqueness, they also share some common features in their design and appearance. Common features of both the style. Dravidian or Chola style of temple architecture. The Dravidian style of temple architecture of South India flourished roughly from the 8th to about 13th–14th century AD. It developed under the patronage of the Chola rulers, but was a continuation of the previous Pallava architecture, with some variations. E.g., Brihadiswara Temple, Gangaikonda Ram Temple. Nagara temple architecture. The Nagara temple architecture developed as a distinct style in the northern part of India from the 5th century AD onwards. E.g., Sun Temple at Konark, Kandariya Mahadev Temple at Khajuraho. Common features. Temple plan. The Panchayatan style with a principal temple and 4 subsidiary shrines is a common feature. Decorative features. Decoration of the walls and vimanas through sculptures and engravings is an important feature of both styles. Halls. There are assembly halls or mandaps in current affairs 30. Front of the principal shrine for cultural and spiritual events in both styles of temples. Also, the other aspects such as the sanctum sanctorum, vimana and shikara are present in both styles. Distinctive features of the Dravidian and the Nagara styles. Features Dravidian style Nagara style boundary temples Asur. Walls and rounded by high. It did not have gateways. Elaborate boundary. The front wall has a walls or gateways. Boundary walls. High entrance gateway known as a gopuram. Crowning La. Ment shaped in the form shaped in spherical. of an octagon and form is known as the shikara. Spire, Vi. The Kalash. Manis present in the form the Vimana rises in. Of a stepped pyra. Mid that rises up a curved form. Linearly. Number of Vi. Manis there is only one besides the main Vimana, and that is temple, the sub on top of the main Siddhiri shrines also temple. The subsid. Iri shrines do not have Vimanas. Have Vimanas. Conclusion: the Nagara and Dravidian styles of temple architecture largely resemble the common structures such as the plan, towers, spires, etc. However, they also differ in their approach to the minute features of expression that these structures carry, thereby preserving their uniqueness. A hybrid of these two is the Vesara style found mostly in the Deccan regions, e.g., the Virupaksha temple in Patadakal, and the Durga temple in Aihole. Other styles of temple architectures. Topic: key points. Temple architecture, summary. Distinct architectural styles: Nagara, North Dravida, South, and Vesara, mix of Nagara and Dravida. Basic features: sanctum, entrance, freestanding spire, vahan, and mithan sculptures. Nagara or built on the stone platform, multiple toe North Indian Urs Shikaras, Latina, Vimsana, Vallabhi style. Subtypes. Mainly found in North India, e.g., Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan. Central India temples, Panchayatana style, e.g., Diog. Temples sandstone construction, Gupta period. Western India. Arh temple. And temples Gujarat, Rajasthan, Western Madhya Pradesh. Varied stone types, exuberant sculptures. Eastern Indian style sculptures, distinctive Vanga style. Temples terracotta construction in Bengal. Pala. Odisha Tem. Please Rekapada, Pidadale, Kakra Architect. Tural orders. Square ground plan, lavishly carved exteriors. Hill temples Kashmir, Kumaon, Garhwal. Wooden architecture, pagoda shapes, Karkota period significance. Dravida or enclosed within a compound wall, Gopu South Indian Ram entrance, stepped pyramid Vimana. Style. Deccanarchy. Main temple towns, Kanchipuram, Thanjavur, Madurai, Kumbakonam. Texture Ellora's grand rock-cut structures. Rashta. Buddhistar. Akuta's Kailashnath Temple, Vesara architecture in Karnataka. Architectural Mahabodhi Temple in Bodhgaya, Nalan. Developed Ars Mahavihara, Nagapattinam's Buddhist center. Tours the presence of a generally, their men's water far. Water tank inside and no water tanks. The temple enclosure is a unique far tour here. www.insightsonindia.com. 7. Or reservoirs present on the temple premises. Jain architectural developments. Jain pilgrimage sites in Bihar, Ellora, Aihole, Mount Abu, Shravanabelagola, Palitana. Current Affairs 30. Mains links, Q. How will you explain that medieval Indian temple sculptures represent the social life of those days? UPSC 2022. Prelims links, Q. The Prime Minister recently inaugurated the new CIR Koot House near Somnath Temple, Verival. Which of the following statements are correct regarding Somnath Temple? UPSC 2022. 1. Somnath Temple is one of the Jyotirlinga shrines. 2. A description of Somnath Temple was given by Al. Baruni. 3. Pran Pratishtha of Somnath Temple, installation of the present-day temple, was done by President S. Radhakrishnan. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 and 2 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3 answer, A. Q. With reference to Chorsath Yogini Temple situated near Morena, consider the following statements, UPSC. 2021. 1. It is a circular temple built during the reign of the Kachapagata dynasty. 2. It is the only circular temple built in India. 3. It was meant to promote the Vaishnava cult in the region. 4. Its design has given rise to a popular belief that it was the inspiration behind the Indian Parliament building. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 2. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 4. D. 2, 3 and 4. Answer C. Topics: the freedom struggle, its various stages and important contributions from different parts of the country. 2. Role of the Indian National Army (INA) in India's freedom. Context: Subhas Chandra Bose's Indian National Army (INA) emerged as a pivotal force in India's quest for independence during World War II. What was INA? The INA, a military organization, was established to encourage the growth of armed Indian nationalism. It was also conceived to undermine the British Indian Army and finally work to secure the independence of India. www.insightsonindia.com. 8. Initially founded by Mohan Singh and later led by Subhas Chandra Bose, the INA aimed to secure Indian independence from British rule and fought under the command of the Japanese military in Southeast Asia. The first INA, formed in 1942, collapsed due to disagreements with the Japanese military and was later revived under Bose's leadership in 1943. Through a strategic public relations campaign, Bose garnered widespread support, expanding the INA's strength to over 40,000 personnel. INA activities. 1. The INA in a few months' time had 3 fighting brigades named after Gandhi, Azad and Nehru. Soon other brigades were raised, namely the Subhash Brigade and the Rani Jhansi Brigade, an exclusive women's force. 2. The most important operation the INA was a part of, was undoubtedly its operations in the Indian theatre in the Second World War. The Japanese were initially reluctant to take INA troops with them, but Bose convinced them to take a small INA force which was used, much to the frustration of Bose, for secondary operations by the Japanese. 3. Creation of the Provisional Government. On October 21, 1943, Subhash Bose formed the Provisional Government for Free India in Singapore with H.C. Chatterjee, Finance Portfolio, M.A. Iyer, Broadcasting, Lakshmi Swaminathan, Women Department, etc. A. This provisional government declared war on Britain and the United States and was recognized by the Axis powers. B. Recruits were trained and funds were collected for the INA. C. The famous slogan, "Give me blood, I will give you freedom," was given in Malaya. 4. Battle of Kohima. The Azad Hind Force crossed the Burma border and stood on Indian soil on March 18, 1944. The INA units subsequently advanced up to Kohima and Impel. A. The tricolour was hosted on Indian soil. B. However, the INA failed to capture Impel due to 2 reasons. I. The Japanese failed to supply the necessary material and air cover to the INA. E. The monsoon prevented their advance. 5. INA trials. The Indian National Army trials, also known as the INA trials and the Red Fort trials, was the British Indian trial by court-martial of a number of officers of the Indian National Army (INA) between November 1945 and May 1946, on various charges of treason, torture, murder and abetment to murder, during the Second World War. A. In November 1945, a British move to put the INA men on trial immediately sparked massive demonstrations all over the country. Significance of INA. The INA had failed to achieve its goal, but it made a significant impact on the freedom struggle in the following ways. Current Affairs 30. 1. Awakening sense of nationalism. INA also generated patriotic feelings in the hearts of many national leaders and the masses and caused uprisings in Bombay and Calcutta. The Red Fort trials of INA members managed to unite masses of Indians against British rule. 2. Demonstration of communal unity. The struggles of the INA demonstrated that those who waged an armed struggle against the British were not at all affected by communal division, as there were Hindus, Muslims and Sikhs in the INA who had fought as Indians. 3. Empowerment of women. The actions of the Rani Jhansi Brigade, an exclusive women's force, demonstrated the capabilities of Indian women waging armed struggle against the British. 4. Fighting against injustice, it became clear to the British that they could no longer depend on the loyalty of Indian soldiers and treat them as mercenaries. 5. Igniting unity among various political groups. All the political groups came together to protect the prisoners of INA, which showed the united political unity against British rule. Conclusion. Gandhiji, addressing the INA officers, said, "Your objective, as I have been told, was only to free India, never to help the Japanese. You failed in your direct objective, i.e. to defeat the British. But you have the satisfaction that the whole country has been roused into a new political consciousness and have begun to think in terms of independence." Thus, activities of INA did hasten the process of the British leaving India. About Subhas Chandra Bose. Aspect details. Full name Subhas Chandra Bose. Nicknames Netaji. Birth date and place January 23, 1897, Cuttack, Odisha, India. Education. Studied at the University of Calcutta and Lat. at the University of Cambridge. Political ca. Ria joined Indian National Congress, elected to Congress Working Committee in 1923, appointed Secretary of Bengal Provincial Congress Committee in 1924, resigned from Congress in 1939 due to differences. Advocated more militant action for independence, organized the All India Forward Bloc, a faction within the Congress in Bengal. Inspiration. He was highly influenced by Vivekananda's teachings and considered him as his spiritual guru. His political mentor was Chittaranjan Das. www.insightsonindia.com. 9. Formation. Mohan Singh in 1942 later handed over to INA. Indian National Army (INA) was founded by Subhas Chandra Bose, renamed Azad Hind Fauj by Bose. Role in INA. Led the INA against the British in Southeast Asia during World War II. Goal: secure India's independence from British rule. Named brigades regiments after Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, Maulana Azad, and himself. Contribute. Tians rallying Indians to the cause of independence. Gaining international support for the INA, significant impact on the independence movement despite INA's military setbacks. Famous Dunga, give me blood, and I will give you. Quotes: Tum mujhe kunda, main tum hai azadi. Freedom. Freedom is not given, it is taken. Soldiers who always remain faithful to their nation, who are always prepared to sacrifice their lives, are invincible. Death: August 18, 1945, died in a plane crash under mysterious circumstances. Legacy and India's highest civilian award, Ramem. Recognition: posthumously awarded the Bharat Ratna. Buried as a hero of the Indian independence movement, inspires those fighting for freedom and justice. His Jayanti is celebrated as Parakram Diwas on the 23rd of January. The Subhas Chandra Bose AAPDA Prabandhan Puraskar is an annual award established to acknowledge and honor outstanding contributions to disaster management by individuals and organizations in India. Announced on January 23 each year, the award includes a cash prize of Rs. 51 lakh with a certificate for institutions and 5 lakh rupees with a certificate for individuals. Insta links. Azad Hind Fauj. Topics: salient features of Indian society, diversity of India. 3. Role of slums in Indian society. Context. The article explores the evolving narratives and definitions of slums in the context of Indian parliamentary debates. Current affairs. 30. Evolution of the discourse on slums. Era conceptualization steps. Slums are viewed as the introduction, a result of partition of the slum areas and population in First Era 1950s–1960s. Flux into Cramped Act of 1956 made areas considered government into an epidemic to be vention possible. Slums became annexed to spatial legal entity. Eradicated. Con. constraints and health issues, ignoring socio-economic factors. Second, shifted to viewing town planning era early slums as something emerged as a 1970s mid to be developed. Governance tool, 1980s. The narrative included providing pushing slums to basic amenities peripheries instead of destruction. 1980s late cities and slums are broader housing. Third era, mid 1990s. Seen as assets for policies were in economic growth. Economic reasoning traduced, address land, finance, and infrastructure. The National Slum Development Program was launched in 1996. Fourth era, based on data from urban housing. Replaced social concerns. 2000s-2014 understanding deficit became the 2001 census. Focus of housing, the causes of slum policies. Defini formation are linked TNs broadened to urban planning, with the census, population growth, leading to target urbanization, land-ed schemes. Pressure and price rise. Upliftment associated with property rights. Formation evolution from continual trans. Overall trans. Viewing slums as a formation of slum socio-political is. Sue to a technical, definitions, adapt. Economic object. Into data-driven increasing reliance and technocratic approaches. On technological solutions for urban problems. What are slums? Slums have been defined as those areas where buildings 10 www.insightsonindia.com are unfit for human habitation, or are by dilapidation, overcrowding, design of buildings, narrowness of streets, lack of ventilation, light or sanitary facilities, or any combination of these factors, are detrimental to safety, health or moral. Slum Area Improvement and Clearance Act 1956. Status. An all-India average where the cities with 10 lakh and above population have over 29% population living in slums. The percentage of slum population in the 4 megacities is: Bombay over 34%, Calcutta 32%, Madras 32% and Delhi 31%. As much as 65% of Indian cities have adjoining slums where people live in small houses adjacent to each other. The role played by slums in Indian cities. Filled circle economically, slums are often vibrant centers of economic activity as slum workers provide essential services to the city. Hollow circle informal economy. Slums are home to a large number of people who work in the informal sector, such as rickshaw drivers, street vendors, and construction workers. Hollow circle contribution to urban workforce. Many slum residents form an integral part of the urban workforce, providing essential services in construction, domestic work, transportation, and other sectors. Their contributions are critical to the functioning of the city. Filled circle socially. Slums are also home to a diverse range of people. This diversity can lead to a vibrant community life, with people from different cultures coming together to support each other. Hollow circle social networks and solidarity. These communities develop strong social networks and a sense of solidarity. Residents support each other through mutual assistance, shared resources, and collective problem solving. Hollow circle. These informal support systems are vital in the absence of formal social services, creating a sense of belonging and resilience within the community. Filled circle culturally. Slums are characterized by the diverse population with people from different regions, religions, and cultural backgrounds. This diversity fosters cultural exchange, tolerance, and understanding among residents. Slums can be dynamic spaces where diverse traditions, languages, and cuisines coexist, enriching the social fabric of the city. Common problems faced by slum dwellers. Current affairs 30. Government initiatives for slum dwellers, urban poor. Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana. Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, Self-Reliant India. PM Awas Yojana Urban. Recommendations for improving conditions of slum dwellers in India. Filled circle efforts should focus on addressing the underlying issues, such as poverty, housing, and infrastructure, while also recognizing the strengths and resilience of slum communities. Filled circle. By implementing inclusive urban policies and improving living conditions, it is possible to harness the positive aspects of slums while ensuring better opportunities and quality of life for all residents. Hollow circle. For e.g., Dharavi redevelopment project is the makeover of Mumbai's slum cluster, Dharavi. It entails resettling 68,000 people, including slum dwellers and those with commercial establishments. Filled circle. Local authorities need to be empowered with financial and human resources to deliver services and infrastructure to the slum dwellers in India. Filled circle. State governments have to develop strategies to prevent the formation of new slums. Hollow circle. These should include access to affordable land, reasonably priced materials, employment opportunities, and basic infrastructure and social services. Filled circle. Public investments must focus on providing access to basic services and infrastructure. The cities need to invest in housing, water, sanitation, energy, and urban services, such as garbage disposal. Hollow circle. These services and infrastructure must reach the poor living in informal settlements. Filled circle. Building codes and regulations should be realistic and enforceable and reflect the local community's lifestyle and needs. Conclusion. By addressing the challenges faced by slum dwellers, the governments can help to improve the lives of millions of people and make India a more inclusive society. Human well-being is broadly considered to include the consumption of goods and services and the access to basic necessities for a productive and socially meaningful life to all sections of the population, especially the deprived slum dwellers in India. Insta links. Government initiatives to manage slums. Mains links. Q. Why slums are considered as problems in urban regions. Topics: women and women-related issues. 11. www.insightsonindia.com. 4. Contributions of women and women's movement. Context. The article highlights the often underappreciated role of women in India's journey towards becoming a republic, focusing on their efforts in securing national freedom and women's rights, particularly the right to vote. Women's contribution to freedom struggle. Throughout India's struggle for independence, women emerged as stalwart contributors, playing diverse and pivotal roles that shaped the trajectory of the freedom movement. Their involvement spanned various spheres, encompassing leadership, activism, revolutionary endeavors, and community mobilization. Women played a multifaceted role in India's freedom struggle. Mass mobilization. Women took part in protest marches, boycott campaigns and mass agitations. For example, Kamaladevi Chattopadhyay led the Salt Satyagraha in Bombay by mobilizing thousands of women. Women picketers in Bengal protested the Simon Commerce Sion wearing black saris. Women students joined the Quit India movement by going on strikes and process scions. This challenged the conservative social norms that restricted women's public presence. Underground activism. Women undertook underground and revolutionary activities against British rule. For example, Bikaji Karma unfurled the Indian flag in Stuttgart, Germany in 1907 as part of expatriate revolutionary activities. Kalpana Dutt transported bombs and weapons for revolutionary groups in Bengal. Aruna Asaf Ali went underground during the Quit India movement and carried out sabotage attacks. By directly attacking British institutions, women shed the conventional non-violent image. Social reforms. Many women connected the national struggle to social reform causes. For example, Sarojini Naidu, Annie Besant and Vijayalakshmi Pandit demanded women's political representation and suffrage rights. Pandita Ramabai campaigned for widows' rights and reform of Brahminical traditions that suppressed women. Tarabai Shinde wrote a landmark feminist critique of patriarchy in her 1882 text Stree Purush Tulna. Leadership role. Beyond these three dimensions, women like Lakshmi Sahgal, Aruna Asaf Ali, Suchita Kripalani and Rajkumari Amrit Kaur held leading organizational positions in the freedom struggle. Current Affairs 30. Feminist movements in pre-independent India, they played a crucial role in ensuring women's rights were guaranteed in the constitution. 1. 1917 Memorandum of Demands. Women activists presented a memorandum of demands to Montagu and Lord Chelmsford, urging enfranchisement. 2. 1917 Formation of IWA, the Women's Indian Association WIA, was established to address women's socio-economic challenges, becoming the first national body advocating for female suffrage. 3. 1918 Travel for Support. WIA and others traveled to Britain in 1918 to garner international support for their causes. 4. Congress resolutions. Sarojini Naidu championed women's rights within the Congress Party, moving resolutions for women's enfranchisement in Bijapur and Bombay. 5. 1921 First Victory. The Government of India Act, 1919 allowed provincial legislatures to enfranchise women, with Madras becoming the first province to grant women the right to vote in 1921. 6. 1925 Bengal campaigns. The enfranchisement bill faced defeat in the Bengal Legislative Council. Suffragists, led by the Bangiya Nari Samaj, organized extensive awareness campaigns, resulting in the bill's passage in 1925. 7. Formation of All India Women's Conference AIWC in 1927. Women-led organizations formed the AIWC. Initially focused on women's education, AIWC later advocated against child marriage, raised the age of consent, and opposed polygamy. 8. Nehru Report and Beyond on Right to Vote. The Nehru Report of 1929 called for equal civic rights, but Britain resisted the expansion of this right. 9. Government of India Act 1935. This act expanded voting rights, enabling women to participate in public offices. In the 1936–37 elections, women leaders advocated for universal adult franchise. 10. Adoption of Indian Women's Charter. In 1945–46, AIWC adopted this charter, demanding equality, women's economic empowerment, and reforms in personal laws. 11. Post-partition issue. After partition, reservation of seats on religious grounds emerged as a key issue. Gender equality and women's rights' role in post-independent India. Constitutional, institutional and legal FR Right to Equality Art 14, 15–16, Right to Life Art 21. ODPSP Article 39 requires the state to direct its policy towards securing for men and women equally the right to an adequate means of livelihood, and equal pay for equal work. O Right to Property Art. 300A, Universal. Adult Franchise Art 326. O National Commission for Women Review. 12 www.insightsonindia.com. The constitutional and legal safeguards for women, recommend remedial legislative measures, facilitate redressal of grievances and advise the government on all policy matters affecting women. O Laws Equal Remuneration Act, 1976, Special Marriage Act 1954, Hindu Succession Act 1956, Dowry Prohibition Act 1961, Domestic Violence Act 2005, etc. Economic women have played a pivotal role in helping the growth of the Indian economy. Women contribute approximately 17–18% of the total GDP. Although they are strong in the farming and dairy sector, India's rapid urbanization has not yet encouraged more women to join the labor force. Entrepreneurs. Many women have broken the societally imposed glass ceiling to reach the top positions in organizational ladders. Many have started their own company, creating jobs for thousands. E.g. Kiran Mazumdar Shaw, founder of Biocon Limited, Falguni Nair associated with Nikar. Security. They constitute 12% of the police force, 0.56% of the army, 1.08% of the air force, and 6.5% of the navy. Women have become fighter pilots for the air force. Thus their role in the security domain is gradually increasing and becoming more significant. Employment: women now make up 34% of the IT workforce in India, and the country is now almost at a 50-50 gender parity rate in STEM graduates. Grassroots democracy: the 73rd and 74th CAA made provisions for 33% reservation for women in the institutions of local self-government. Participation is crucial in policy formulation and regulation, acting as role models for women's empowerment of women, less corruption and improved efficiency. Education: AISHE, All India Survey on Higher Education 2019-20 report, according to which women in India now hold a 49% share in total enrollment in higher education. Social contributions. Anti-dowry movements. In the 1980s, several women's and other progressive organizations formed a joint front in Delhi called Dare Virodi Chetna Manch. Chipko movement. In this movement, the women symbolically tied sacred threads around the trees, faced police firing in February 1978, and later courted arrest. This movement continued under the leadership of Sri Sundarlal Bahuguna in various villages. Narmada Bachao Andolan is one of its kind of a social movement led by Medha Patkar. It is the active and huge participation and engagement of women that have led to the huge success of the movement. Current affairs 30. Conclusion: thus, from mass activism to underground attacks to spearheading social reforms, women played a multifaceted and pivotal role in expanding the scope, presence and impact of India's national movement and in post-independent India development. Insta links. Women's Liberation Movement. Mains links Q. Discuss the significance of contributions made by women freedom fighters during the second half of the 20th century. Prelims links. In the context of Indian history, the Rakhmabai case of 1884 revolved around UPSC 2021. Women's right to gain education. 2. Age of consent. 3. Restitution of conjugal rights. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 and 2 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3. Answer B. Topics. Distribution of key natural resources across the world, including South Asia and the Indian subcontinent. 5. Iron ore and steel sector in India. Context. The Competition Commission of India (CCI) conducted a study on iron ore pricing and exports, highlighting concerns about varied pricing and recommending discouraging iron ore exports in the country. What did CCI say? Aspect details. Concerns raised: low value compared to finished prod. By CCI, the recent increase in iron ore exports. Acts like steel, allocation of captive mines to certain players creates entry barriers for others and is against competition. Differential pricing of iron ore for different end users raises competition concerns. 13. www.insightsonindia.com. Key recommendations by CCI. CCI discourages iron ore exports due to its non-renewable nature and importance to various industries. Prioritize export of higher value-added products like finished steel to promote self-reliant India. Upgrade iron ore quality using cutting-edge technologies to enhance grade. What is iron ore? Iron ore refers to rocks and minerals from which metallic iron can be extracted economically. It typically contains iron oxides, and the primary types include hematite, magnetite, and taconite. Status. India is self-sufficient in iron ore production. It contributes 7% to global production. India ranks as the fourth largest producer globally. India is the second largest producer of steel in the world after China. Distribution of iron ore. India is endowed with abundant resources of iron ore, with the largest reserve of iron ore in Asia. The iron ore mines occur in close proximity to the coal fields in the northeastern plateau region, which adds to their advantage. States. About 95% of total the reserves of iron ore are located in the states of Odisha, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka, Goa, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil. Mines. Nadu. O. In Odisha, iron ore occurs in a series of hill ranges in Sundargarh, Mayurbanj and Jar. The important mines here include Badampahar, Mayurbhanj, Kirubaru, Kendu, and Bonai, Sundargarh. O. Jharkhand has some of the oldest iron ore mines and most of the iron and steel plants are located around them. Important mines include Noamand and Gwar in Purbi and Paschimi Singhvam districts, further extending to Durg, Dantewara and other regions. Baladila. O. Karnataka, Sandur Hospet area of Ballari district, Baba Budan Hills and Kudremikh in Chikamagaluru district and parts of Shivamogga, Chitradurg and Tumakuru districts. O. Chandrapur, Bandara and Ratnagiri districts of Maharashtra, Karimnagar and Warangal districts of Telangana, Kurnool, Kuddapur and Anantapur districts of Andhra. Current Affairs 30. Pradesh, Salem and Nilgiris districts of Tamil Nadu. O. Goa has also emerged as an important producer of iron ore. Significance of iron ore. International trade. O. The two main types of iron ore found in India are hematite and magnetite. It has great demand in the international market due to its superior quality. Industrial use and applications. O. Iron ore is the source of primary iron for the world's iron and steel industries. O. It is therefore essential for the production of steel, which in turn is essential to maintain a strong industrial base. Almost all, 98% iron ore is used in steelmaking. Larger significance. O. Most part of the economy in the above regions, especially the four states of Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha and Chhattisgarh revolves around these raw materials, iron and manganese. Steel sector in India. The state of the steel sector in India is key to its economy, AC counting for 2% of the GDP in FY 21-22. The major steel-producing states include Odisha, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Gujarat, and West Bengal, with Odisha leading in production. 14 www.insightsonindia.com. Challenges faced by the steel sector. Challenges details. Barriers to setting significant investment is required for modern steel modern plants, reliance on debt-fi plants. Financing and high domestic financing costs impact competitiveness. Cyclical demand is influenced by factors like monsoons, low demand periods. Challenges lead to financial strain and plant closures. Low per capita compared to other developed consumption. Low per capita steel consumption. Tries. Low investment in research increases costs, and outdated R&D dependence on international technologies hamper competitiveness. Environmental dioxide producer, and many of the concerns. The steel industry is a major carbon. Plants don't adhere to green and air guidelines. Impact of EU's mechanism, CBAM, from January 1. CBAM, EU's Carbon Border Adjustment. 2026. Adverse impact on India's exports of metals like iron, steel, and aluminium products to the EU due to additional environmental scrutiny. Government initiatives for the steel sector in India. Initiative description. Current Affairs 30. Inclusion of Specialty steel in the government allocated 6,322 rupees. The PLI scheme. Crore for a 5-year period to promote specialty steel manufacturing, attract investments, and foster technological advancements. Green Steel forces to discuss and recommend Making Ministry of Steel constituted 13 task carbonization strategies, and the sector is part of the National Green Mission for green hydrogen production. TIATIV facilitates the establishment of green Purvodaya INI. Prelims links Q. Which of the following are some important pollutants released by the steel industry in India? UPSC 2014-1. Oxides of sulfur 2. Oxides of nitrogen 3. Carbon monoxide 4. Carbon dioxide. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1, 3 and 4 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 4 only. D. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Field steel clusters in the eastern states of Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, West Ands, D. Bengal, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh. Cycling policy notified in 2019, facilitating the SDAB. Steel scrap Lishment of metal scrapping centers for scientific processing and recycling of ferrous scrap, including end-of-life vehicles. National steel growth for the Indian steel industry by Policy 2017 formulated to encourage long-term 2030-31, aligning with infrastructure development, the Make in India initiative, and other government schemes. Steel and steel introduced to ban substandard defect products qual ITY control, or DARE. TIVE steel products, ensuring available ITY of quality steel conforming to real Vand BIS standards. Safety in the formulated 25 common minimum iron and steel sector. Safety guidelines in consultation with stakeholders and academia, and in compliance with global standards and the ILO Code of Practice. National Metal. Largest award, a prestigious award recognizing outstanding contributions of metallurgists in the iron and steel sector, presented by the Ministry of Steel. Conclusion. Engaging with policymakers and international bodies is crucial to advocate for fair CBAM policies. Collaborative efforts with other industries and countries can address unique challenges in the Indian steel sector. Insta links. Steel sector in India. Mains links Q1. Account for the present location of iron and steel industries away from the source of raw material, by giving examples. UPSC 2020. Q2. Account for the change in the spatial pattern of the iron and steel industry in the world. UPSC 2014. 15 www.insightsindia.com. Topics. Important geophysical phenomena such as earthquakes, tsunami, volcanic activity, cyclone etc., geographical features and their location changes in critical geographical features, including water bodies and ice caps, and in flora and fauna and the effects of such changes. 6. India's first high-resolution landslide susceptibility map. Context. IIT Delhi's Hydroscience Lab has created India's first high-resolution landslide susceptibility map. What is landslide susceptibility mapping? Landslide susceptibility mapping involves creating maps that depict areas prone to landslides based on certain factors. For example, using data on past landslide events and factors like slope steepness, soil type, and vegetation cover, a computer model can analyze these variables to predict REs at high risk. Features of National Landslide Susceptibility Map. Features details. Data sources. The map incorporates 1.5 lakh known landslide events from sources like the Geological Survey of India (GSI). It also considers 16 landslide conditioning factors, including soil cover, tree density, proximity to roads or mountains, etc. ING analysis ensemble machine learning methods. Machine learn were employed to analyze the data. This involves using multiple machine learning models together to mitigate the impact of any single model's limitations. TN mapping. The map provides a high resolution. High Resolu overview with a detailed resolution of 100 SQM, offering insights into landslide susceptibility across India. Current affairs. 30. Identification of such as the Himalayan foothills, as new risk zones. Familiar areas with high susceptibility. Sam Meghalaya region, and Western Ghats, were identified. New risk zones, previously unrecognized, were also revealed, including parts of the Eastern Ghats north of Andhra Pradesh and Odisha. Online accessibility. The map is available online and accessible to the public. It allows anyone to interact with the data without requiring technical expertise. Future use. The map aims to assist policymakers and organizations in landslide investigation and mitigation, and the team plans to develop a landslide early warning system for India. About landslide. A landslide is a movement of a mass of rock, earth or debris down a slope. Types of flows. 1. Debris flows. It is a form of rapid mass movement in which a combination of loose soil, rock, organic matter, and slurry that flows downslope. They are commonly caused by intense precipitation or rapid snowmelt. 2. Earth flow. It is a downslope viscous flow of fine grained material saturated with water. 3. Mud flow. A mud flow is a wet or viscous fluid mass. 16 www.insightsonindia.com. Of fine and coarse-grained material that flows rapid lie along drainage channels. 4. Creep. Creep is the slow, steady, downward movement of material under gravity that occurs in a large area. India's vulnerability to landslides as per ISRO's Landslide Atlas of India. 1. Global ranking. India ranks among the top 5 countries globally prone to landslides, witnessing at least one death per 100 square kilometers annually due to such events. 2. Primary cause. Rainfall variability, particularly in the Himalayas and Western Ghats, stands as the predominant cause of landslides in India. 3. Geographical vulnerability. Excluding snow-covered areas, over 12% of the country's geographical land area is susceptible to landslides. 4. Regional breakdown. A. Over 66% of landslides occur in the northwestern Himalayas. I. Rudraprayag and Terry Garhwal districts of Uttarakhand have the highest landslide density and landslide risk exposure in the country. B. About 19% are reported in the northeast Himalayas. C. The Western Ghats contribute to over 14% of landslide events. 5. Impact in the Western Ghats. Despite fewer occurrences, landslides in the Western Ghats pose significant risks, especially in Kerala, making inhabitants vulnerable to fatalities. Causes of landslides. Causes of land slides details. Heavy rainfall. Excessive rainfall saturates the soil, increasing its weight and reducing cohesion. This weakens slopes, particularly during heavy rain, making them more susceptible to landslides. Steep slopes. Areas with steep terrain face greater landslide risk as gravitational forces act more intensely on sloping surfaces, especially during heavy rainfall or seismic activity. Earthquakes. Seismic activity can disrupt slope balance, triggering landslides. Volcanic eruptions, such as pyroclastic flows, displacing soil and rock, also contribute to landslide occurrences. Current affairs. 30. Human activity. Ties. Deforestation, mining, construction, and excavation alter landscapes, remove vegetation, and disturb slope balance. These activities weaken terrain stability, escalating the risk of landslides. Ology. The type of rock and soil beneath an underlying GE area influences landslide susceptibility. Loose, unconsolidated soil is more prone to landslides, while stable bedrock, typical in the Himalayan landscape, is less likely to experience such events. Effects of landslides. Loss of life. According to the International Disaster Database (MDAT), landslides have caused over 50,000 fatalities worldwide between 2000 and 2020. In the state of Uttarakhand, India, the 2013 Kedarnath disaster resulted in approximately 6,000 deaths. Environmental impact. Soil erosion caused by landslides can lead to sedimentation in rivers and streams, affecting water quality and aquatic life. The 2014 landslide in Nassau, Washington, resulted in significant damage to the Stillaguamish River ecosystem. Infrastructure disruption. Landslides can block critical transportation routes. In February 2021, the Chamoli disaster led to the blockage of the Rishi Ganga River and the destruction of various infrastructure in the region. Property damage. The cost of repairing or rebuilding homes, infrastructure, and farmlands can be substantial. Displacement. The United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction (UNDRR) reports that landslides triggered by heavy rainfall in Nepal in 2020 displaced more than 9,000 households, leaving many families without shelter. Recent examples of landslide disasters in the past year. Joshimath sinking in Uttarakhand. June 2023. A landslide in the Noni district of Manipur, India, killed at least 58 people. May 2023. A landslide in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, killed at least 232 people. March 2023. A landslide in Putumayo, Colombia, killed at least 323 people. Government measures for landslide impact mitigation. The National Landslide Susceptibility Mapping (NLSM) program, initiated by the Geological Survey of India in 2014, aims to map the 0.42 million square kilometer landslide-prone areas across India at a macro scale, 50,000. Create a dynamic national landslide susceptibility geodatabase for India. 17 www.insightsonindia.com. Establish a nationwide repository on GIS-based landslide inventory. The goal is to enhance understanding, assessment, and management of landslide-prone regions in the country through comprehensive mapping and geospatial analysis. National Remote Sensing Center (NRSC) under the Indian Space Research Organisation (ISRO) has released the Landslide Atlas of India, a detailed guide identifying landslide hotspots in the country. NDMA Guidelines, National Disaster Management Guideline on Management of Landslides and Snow Avalanches. A. Hazard, Vulnerability and Risk Assessment. Identify areas prone to landslide hazards and assess resources at risk. B. Early warning systems, continuous monitoring of movements, stress development, and timely data transmission. C. Investigations for risk assessment, multidisciplinary investigations for comprehensive risk assessment leading to the formulation of standards to effectively mitigate the impact of landslides. Way forward for landslide management in India. Way forward details landslide monitoring involves deploying sensors, satellite imagery, and ground-based instruments for detecting ground movement and potential landslide precursors. NHAI's Landslip, the National Highways Authority of India detection system. NHAI plans to install a landslip detection system on the Kochi-Dhanushkodi National Highway in Manur. The system, developed by IIT Mandi, the Indian Army, and DRDO, aims to provide early warnings about landslips. Landslide HARS. Maps generation of reliable landslide hazard. Maps using advanced tools like UAVs, terrestrial laser scanners, and high-resolution Earth observation data. International Landslide Early Warning System (LUS). Best practices learning from Brazil's snake system, to incorporate digital monitoring, forecasting, and alert mechanisms. Special pose vehicle formation of an expert professional group at the national level to study and decide on risk mitigation strategies to recommend permanent fixes for identified landslide hotspots. SPV for landslide management awareness, alertness and preparedness. Programs initiatives aimed at creating a culture of among the public. Current Affairs 30. Monitoring implementing strict monitoring of construction and developmental activity and development ties, such as roads and dams, in landslide-prone areas. Limiting agriculture and restricting agriculture to valleys and settlements. Areas with moderate slopes, controlling large settlements in high vulnerability zones. Afforestation promoting large-scale afforestation and water grams and constructing bunds to reduce flow control. Water flow. Encouraging terrace farming, especially terrace farming in northeastern hill states where jumping, slash and burn shifting cultivation is prevalent. Conclusion. Understanding the causes and effects of landslides is essential for disaster preparedness and mitigation efforts. Implementing early warning systems, land use planning, and sustainable land management practices can help reduce the vulnerability of communities to landslide hazards. Moreover, international cooperation and sharing of knowledge and best practices are crucial in addressing the challenges posed. Insta links. Landslide Atlas of India Mains link. Q. Disaster preparedness is the first step in any disaster management process. Explain how hazard zonation mapping will help disaster mitigation in the case of landslides. UPSC 2019. Tools for fiscal federalism. Q. Differentiate the causes of landslides in the Himalayan region and Western Ghats. UPSC 2021. General Studies 2. Topics: Functions and responsibilities of the Union and the States, issues and challenges pertaining to the federal structure, devolution of powers and finances up to local levels and challenges therein. 1. Fiscal federalism, distribution of funds from center to states. Context: the recent disagreement between the central and Tamil Nadu governments over flood relief following heavy rainfall sparked a debate on the criteria for awarding central grants to states. Also, Uttar Pradesh, UP, has received the highest allocation of funds under the Scheme for Special Assistance to States for Capital Expenditure, Investment, while some other states such as Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Manipur, and Punjab have received no allocation in 2023-24. What is fiscal federalism? Fiscal federalism deals with the division of financial powers as well as the functions between multiple levels of the government in a country. It has within its ambit the imposition of taxes as well as the division of different taxes between the center and the constituent units. Tools description constitutional as assignment of powers. The Constitution of India delineates taxation and expenditure powers for different government levels, ensuring clear demarcation between the central and state governments. Finance Commission, a constitutional body, Art. 280, is responsible for recommending tax revenue distribution, suggesting ways to enhance state financial resources, and promoting fiscal discipline. Goods and services ministered by a GST council with representatives from the central and state governments. Tax GST, a comprehensive indirect tax replacing multiple central and state taxes on goods and services, add. Grants in aid Sis. TEM involves the discretionary transfer of funds Art. 275 from the central government to state governments for specific purposes or schemes, addressing regional disparities and developmental gaps. Issues in the fiscal federalism in India. Issues details central assistance for disasters. The Tamil Nadu government requested 21,692 crore rupees in relief funds from the union government due to the disaster caused by cyclone Mikong. The central government allocated only 450 crore rupees to the State Disaster Response Fund (SDRF) and 500 crore rupees for a Chennai flood mitigation project. 18 www.insightsonindia.com. Current Affairs 30. Scheme for SPE. SEAL assistance UP and Bihar led in meeting criteria for capital expenditure, securing the highest allocation in the to states for last 4 years. However, Uttarakhand, Haryana, Kerala, and Punjab receive 1–2% of the total released amount. Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Manipur, and Punjab have not received any allocation in 2023-24, as they didn't meet the criteria. The Scheme for Special Assistance to States for Capital Expenditure, initiated in FY 2020-21 during the COVID-19 pandemic, is extended as the Scheme for Special Assistance to States for Capital Investment 2023-24, with an allocation of over 1 lakh rupees crore. Capital Expenditure Investment. FRBM Act Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management FRBM Act 2003 is applicable to all states. However, many of the states have missed its targets. Issues TGST Financial autonomy of the state. The GST has taken away much of the autonomy available to states, making the country's indirect tax regime unitary in nature. GST compensation, the center missed the compensation amount, becoming a major point of contention. GST Council, the GST Council's voting structure gives a virtual veto to the central government, sidelining the principle of consensus. Role of the 15th Finance Commission in fostering fiscal federalism. 1. Increased tax devolution to states from 32% to 41%. This enhances states' fiscal capacity and autonomy on spending, allocating more resources to states for economic development and governance roles. States' fiscal buffer has widened. 2. Emphasis on sector-specific purpose-based grants. The Commission has provisioned 4.36 lakh rupees crore performance-based grants to states in areas like health, education, rural connectivity, and water conservation that address development gaps. 3. Boosts local government finance. The Commission mandates a 4.31% share of the divisible pool for local governments. Over 2 lakh rupees crore, grants to urban and rural local bodies strengthen decentralization. Shortcomings. 1. Center retains larger revenue-raising powers and control over citizens' vital personal finances and expenditures through GST, corporate taxes, etc. Constraining states' capacity. RBI's monetary powers also lie with the central government. This severely skews fiscal imbalance against states. 2. Rigid fiscal consolidation goals overlook economic constraints. Mandating 4% fiscal deficit limits for states could curb their capital spending abilities and reduce fiscal legroom, posing risks amid the economic revival phase. 3. Limited sectoral grants in a few specialized domains. The absence of performance incentives for states in many areas like environmental management, digital governance, and social security benefits leaves critical sectors underfunded, hampering states' capacity to uplift them. Key principles that guided 15th Finance Commission recommendations. 1. Equity. Balanced distribution of resources between the center and states based on sound criteria like demograph, ICS, development levels, etc. To bridge inequality. 2. Efficiency. Results-based incentives were introduced for the first time across sectors like agriculture, education, and health to boost effective governance. 3. Conditionality. Certain sector grants are tied to state-level reforms to enable the realization of national priorities like power sector viability and ease of doing business. 4. Inclusiveness. Enhanced funds allocation to deprived groups and backward regions to ensure even development. Also empowered local governments by allotting them a share of central taxes. 5. Responsiveness. Sector-specific grants responsive to emerging priorities like improving air quality, water conservation, and metro connectivity made growth more sustainable. 6. Cooperative federalism. Constant consultation between the center and states throughout the Commission's 5-year award period to better reconcile national and sub-national priorities. Suggested measures for improving center-state fiscal relations. Suggestions, proposed solutions equity-oriented in intergovernmental transfers, like funds from the central government to states, should be designed. Transfers. To promote equity. 19 www.insightsonindia.com. Current Affairs 30. Horizontal and vertical fiscal imbalances. Addressing both horizontal imbalances, disparities among states, and vertical imbalances between central and state governments, is crucial. The devolution formula should be designed to account for both sets of imbalances to ensure that resources are allocated fairly. Constitutional reforms revisit Articles 246 and the 7th Schedule to redefine the division of powers and responsibilities between the central and state governments. This can help clarify which functions should be carried out at each level, reducing confusion and enhancing efficiency. Empowering local and autonomy. Governments strengthen the third tier of government by providing them with adequate resources, functions, Fiscal responsibility align the FRBM Act provisions for both central and state governments to maintain fiscal discipline and budget management FRBM while accommodating the unique fiscal situations. Act. Promote the implementation of FRBM acts at the state level, as suggested by the 14th Finance Commission. Devolving tax power. Provide states with more flexibility and control over taxation, enabling them to generate revenue according to their local economic conditions and priorities. Cooperative federalism foster a spirit of cooperative federalism where the central and state governments collaborate to design and implement policies that benefit the nation as a whole. Regularization of Commission's appointment should be regularized to ensure its autonomy and periodic review. Appointments of FC implement the recommendations of the Punchy Commission, which suggested that the finance clear guidelines for restoration works from SDRF/NDRF funding. Disaster relief. There is a need for clear guidelines for disaster relief and debates about the exclusion of long-term scheme funds for the allocated 25% Flexi Fund of centrally sponsored schemes for post-disaster restoration. Disaster relief. A parliamentary committee recommended in 2021 that states should be allowed to use more than. Conclusion. A careful re-evaluation of fiscal arrangements, prioritization of central expenditure, and discussions on a new grant framework are crucial for fostering effective fiscal federalism in India. The government has given the terms of reference of the 16th Finance Commission in order to better prioritize government finances. Insta links. Rethink the dynamics of India's fiscal federalism. The poor state of India's fiscal federalism. Prelims links. Q. Which of the following are included in the capital budget of the Government of India? UPSC 2016-1. Expenditure on acquisition of assets like roads, buildings, machinery, etc. 2. Loans received from foreign governments. 3. Loans and advances granted to the states and union territories. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3 ands. D. Topics. Comparison of the Indian constitutional scheme with that of other countries. 2. Comparison of the Indian and French constitutions. Context. Gabriel Attal is the new Prime Minister of France, succeeding Elizabeth Borne. He is known for banning abayas, proposing mandatory school uniforms, and addressing bullying. Attal is France's first openly gay Prime Minister and left the socialist. 20 www.insightsonindia.com. Current Affairs. 30. Party in 2016 to support Emmanuel Macron's presidential bid. Similarities and differences between the Indian Constitution and the French Constitution. Aspects. Similarities. Differences. Preamble. And both constitutions have a preamble M fundamental emphasizing fundamental principles. Rights. India's preamble emphasizes justice, lib. French constitution emphasizes secularism, negative secularism, complete separation between state and religion. India adopts a more positive approach accommodating equality, and fraternity, mirroring verse religious practices. State promotes all religions. France's commitment to liberty, equality, and fraternity. Fundamental rights are enshrined in both constitutions. Parliamentary of government with a president or head of the Indian president holds a more ceremonial role with system. Both countries have a parliamentary form limited powers, while the French president possesses state and a prime minister as the head of more substantial executive authority. This reflects the government. Both constitutions include directive principles and social justice. Semi-presidential system in France. Pleas of state policy, India, and objectives. India's directive principles are more detailed and compris. Of the Republic, France guiding the state. Hensive, France focuses on broad principles without detailed specificity. In matters of social and economic welfare. Federal struck. 2. Both constitutions provide for the division. India has a federal system, while France has a unitary system of powers between the centre and the 10 states, India, or regions, France. Amendment accommodates societal needs. India follows a rigid amendment procedure requiring a procedures. Both constitutions allow amendments to special majority. France has a more flexible approach. Al. Influence drive. B.R. Ambedkar and other constitutional lowing amendments through a joint session of the Parliament. Makers Montesquieu's influence. Conclusion. Thus, the Indian constitution is longer and more elaborate and aims to bring about social change. The French constitution is more open to interpretation and focuses on upholding republican ideals. Comparison of the Indian constitution with other countries. Feature India, UK, USA, Russia, Japan, France, Germany. Written, written, unwritten, written. Flexible, Brig. It both flexible, rigid, unitary, fed. Errol, federal with unitary bias, unitary, federal, unitary, federal. Parliamentary presidental sovereignty, parliament, supremacy of parliamentary, presidential, semi-president. Teal, parliamentary, quasi-pre. Idential, parliament. Of parliament, supremacy of constitution, supremacy of with limited constitution, parliament. Powers, constitution, supremacy of constitution, supremacy of parliament, supremacy of www.insightsonindia.com. 21. Tree. Constitution. Current affairs. 30. Republic. Monarch, republic, constitutional. Monarchy, republic, constitutional. Monarchy, republic. President, ceremonial, executive, ceremonial, fundamental. Rights, yes, no, yes. Insta links. Comparison of the Indian constitutional scheme with that of other countries. Topics. Appointment to various constitutional posts, powers, functions and responsibilities of various constitutional bodies. 3. SC decision in Delhi's Chief Secretary's case. Context. The Supreme Court has permitted a 6-month extension to Delhi's Chief Secretary Naresh Kumar, despite serious charges of corruption and favoritism against him. What is the issue? The ongoing issue involves a constitutional and political debate over the distribution of powers between the elected government of Delhi and the Lieutenant Governor, LG. It particularly revolves around the extension of the Chief Secretary's tenure, with conflicts arising from notifications, judicial decisions, and legislative actions. More on the issue. Aspect information. Unique status of National Capital Territory of Delhi. Constitutional head. The Lieutenant Governor, LG, is the constitutional head, representing the President in the NCT. NCT of Delhi is unique, serving as the seat of both the central and Delhi governments. Special provisions ensure cooperation and coordination between them. Of Delhi. Jurisdiction of LG. Certain subjects like police, public order, and landfall are under LG's jurisdiction, not the elected government of Delhi. Powers distribution and political debate. Debate powers and responsibilities between the elected government and LG have been a constitutional ongoing tussle. The conflict involves the extension of the Chief Secretary's tenure. 2015 notification. In 2015, the central government added Entry 41 to Article 239AA3, granting the Delhi LG authority over services, public order, police, and land. The notification specified that the Delhi government couldn't legislate on Entry 41. SC invalidation. 2023. In the 2023 case of the Government of NCT of Delhi v. Union of India, the Supreme Court affirmed Delhi's legislative and executive power over administrative services, except for public order, police, and land. The judgment emphasized the triple chain of accountability in representative democracy, stressing civil servants' accountability to the cabinet, the cabinet's accountability to the legislature, and the legislature's periodic accountability to the electorate. Severing this chain undermines the core constitutional principle of representative government. Central government's annulment of NCT of Delhi Amendment Ordinance to overturn the verdict. The Delhi Govern. Response. Following the Supreme Court's decision, the central government responded by issuing the Gov. Men challenged the ordinance in the Supreme Court, leading to the matter being referred to a constitution bench. Meanwhile, the Parliament enacted the Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi Amendment Act, 2023, granting overriding powers to the centre in Delhi's administration. SC Judgment 2024. The judgment to extend the Chief Secretary's tenure by 6 months reflects this central government authority. 22 www.insightsonindia.com. Current Affairs 30. Issues with the Gov. Annulment of NCT of the Government of NCT of Delhi Act, 2023, raises critical issues centered on undermining DMIC. Delhi Act, 2023. Racy and violating constitutional principles. It erodes the foundations of representative democracy by diminishing the elected Delhi government's authority over services and rendering the roles of the Chief Minister and Council of Ministers symbolic, as they can be overruled by bureaucrats ultimately accountable to the Lieutenant Governor and the centre. This act contradicts a Supreme Court judgment affirming the Delhi government's legislative and executive powers, excluding public order, police, and land matters, and contravenes Article 239AA, which envisions a harmonious relationship between the centre and the Delhi government. Act infringes upon the constitutional principle of federalism, a fundamental feature, by encroaching upon the domain of the states. Concerns regarding the recent SC judgment. 1. Firstly, it deviates from constitutional logic and past wisdom, questioning the court's evolving stance on constitutional matters. 2. The selective application of rules for the Chief Secretary, exempting him from the government's recommendation, raises doubts about the court's consistency. 3. Conflict of interest allegations against the Chief Secretary and the criteria for tenure extension are not adequately addressed, casting uncertainty on the extension's legitimacy. 4. The court's failure to recognize the breakdown in accountability and neglect of the Chief Secretary's involvement in multiple subjects under the Delhi government's competence are significant oversights. The way forward: cooperative federalism. Proper power balance required. A diverse and large country like India requires a proper balance between the pillars of federalism, i.e., the autonomy of states, national integration, centralization, decentralization, nationalization, and regionalization. Basic structure. The federal nature of the Constitution is its basic feature and cannot be altered, thus, the stakeholders wielding power intend to protect the federal feature of our Constitution. Distribution of powers. The Constitution provides states with the power to function independently within the area transcribed by the Constitution. The Union and the states are meant to operate within their assigned legislative domains. The states are not subservient to the Union. Though the legislative domain of the states is exclusive, and cannot be interfered with by the Union. Intergovernmental institutions. Various intergovernmental institutions facilitate cooperation and coordination between the Union and the states. The Interstate Council, Niti Aayog, and Finance Commission are examples of such institutions that provide a platform for dialogue, consultation, and resolution of disputes. 23 www.insightsonindia.com. Balancing national and regional interests. By operating within constitutional boundaries, the Union ensures a delicate balance between national and regional aspirations. Though it prevents the domination of the central government and safeguards the rights and interests of states, contributing to a more inclusive and equitable governance structure. Role of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court of India plays a crucial role in interpreting the Constitution, resolving disputes between the Union and states, and maintaining the balance of power. It acts as a neutral arbiter, ensuring that both the Union and states operate within the constitutional boundaries and adhere to the principles of cooperative federalism. Conclusion. The way forward involves the formation of an expert committee comprising legal, constitutional, and administrative experts. This committee should thoroughly analyze legal and administrative aspects, review precedents, and propose practical solutions to uphold democratic principles and maintain the delicate balance of power. Insta links. Delhi government case versus LG. Mains links. Q. Discuss the constitutional intricacies surrounding the Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi Amendment Act, 2023, and its implications on the relationship between the elected government of Delhi and the central government. 15M. 4. Competition Commission of India (CCI) role. Context. The Competition Commission of India (CCI) plays a crucial role in ensuring fair competition amidst India's rapid technological and economic changes. Current Affairs 30. What is CCI? The Competition Commission of India (CCI) is a statutory and quasi-judicial body working under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. It was established under the Competition Act, 2002 for the administration, implementation and enforcement of the Act, and was duly constituted in March 2009. Objectives. 1. Ensure markets benefit consumers. 2. Implement competition policies for efficient resource utilization. 3. Foster fair and healthy competition for inclusive economic growth. 4. Ensure alignment of sectoral regulatory laws with competition law. Functions. 1. Investigate negative effects on competition. 2. Regulate mergers to prevent market capture. 3. Eliminate anti-competitive practices and regulate combinations. 4. Undertake competition advocacy, create public awareness, and provide training. 5. Provide opinions on competition issues referred by statutory authorities. The role of the Competition Commission to regulate and achieve the policy goals of competition. It guarantees that no enterprise abuses the dominant position through the control of supply, manipulating purchase prices, or adopting practices that deny market access to other competing firms. For example, it imposed penalties on the BCCI for the abuse of dominant position. CCI imposed a penalty of $522 million, $7.6 million United States dollars on the BCCI in 2013 for misusing its dominant position. Secure the interest of consumers and ensure that their welfare is not compromised. For example, it played active role in preventing cartelization in the telecom sector. CCI ordered a probe into the functioning of Cellular Operators Association of India (COAI) following a complaint filed by Reliance Jio against the cartelization by its rivals Bharti Airtel, Vodafone India and Idea Cellular. Ensures that foreign companies abide by the country's competition laws. For example, it ordered for an antitrust probe against Google for abusing its dominant position with Android to block market rivals. Prevent cartelization. For example, it has prevented the cartelization of cement companies. CCI imposed a fine of $63.07 billion, $910 million United States dollars on 11 cement companies for cartelization in June 2012. Undertake competition advocacy, create public awareness and impart training on competition issues. Ensure smooth alignment of sectoral regulatory laws and competition laws. 24 www.insightsonindia.com. It has ensured that there is proactive engagement with all stakeholders, including consumers, industry, government and international jurisdictions. The recent Competition Amendment Bill, 2022 and its increased efficiency. It has been introduced to improve regulatory setup by increasing the CCI's accountability, giving it flexibility and enforcement efficiency. Key changes made in the bill increasing transparency and strengthening the accountability. A board with part-time members to supervise CCI activities. CCI to mandatorily issue penalty guidelines and give reasons in case of any divergence. Enforcement efficiency. CCI could engage in structured negotiations with parties and arrive at mutually workable solutions without having to go through lengthy formal proceedings. Limitations. The bill does little to address competition concerns in digital markets. E.g., mergers concern in digital markets between entities that do not have significant assets or turnover, but are still very significant, such as Facebook, WhatsApp. No effective clause for regulating anti-competitive conduct by digital platform. For more on the bill, click here. Initiatives taken by CCI to address new age challenges. Initiatives description. Current affairs 30. Streamlining litigation and decision-making processes. CCI has enhanced the efficiency of INVIs, resulting in reduced times for investigations and decisions, ultimately improving overall market efficiency. Addressing CCI is concentrating on scrutinizing digital economy. My challenges tices such as predatory pricing and data monopolization employed by tech giants in the digital economy to ensure fair competition and prevent market distortions. Regulatory CCI is continuously updating its regulatory framework RI framework to remain robust and flex evolution. IBL, aligning with emerging market dynamics and preparing for potential future challenges. International TITIs, engaging in knowledge sharing. Cooperation CCI actively collaborates with Global N initiatives and working towards harmonizing regulations to ensure effective enforcement in the international context. Conclusion. Competition Commission of India should enhance its efforts and reach to the technological nuances of the new digital era and ensure whether these markets are being fairly, effectively, and transparently used for the benefit of consumers. Insta links. Competition law amendments, of penalties and misses. Topics: statutory, regulatory and various quasi-judicial bodies. 5. National Human Rights Commission NHRC, and IDATE Commission Report. Context. The National Human Rights Commission NHRC emphasized the need to implement the IDATE Commission Report, which recommends establishing a permanent commission for nomadic, semi-nomadic, and denotified tribes NTs, saints, and DNTs in India. The NHRC called for repealing the Habitual Offenders Act, 1952, and suggested appointing a representative of the denotified tribe community as per the Act's stipulations. Additionally, it proposed the non-inclusion of DNTs, NTs, saints under SC, Street, OBC categories, formulation of specific policies for them, and addressing challenges in obtaining basic facilities and rights, especially for women and children. 25 www.insightsonindia.com. Among these communities, the discussion highlighted the importance of changing colonial mindsets and ensuring human rights for these tribes. What are nomadic tribes, NTs, semi-nomadic tribes, saints, and denotified tribes, DNTs? 1. Nomadic tribes, NTs. These are communities that migrate from one place to another in search of livelihood. They often do not have a permanent settlement. Examples include the Banjara tribe and the Gujar tribe. 2. Semi-nomadic tribes, saints. Similar to nomadic tribes, saints partially practice a nomadic lifestyle. They may have some settled areas but also engage in a nomadic way of life. The Van Gujars in northern India are an example. 3. Denotified tribes, DNTs. These tribes were originally labeled as criminal tribes during the British colonial period under the Criminal Tribes Act, 1872. After independence, this label was officially removed, but the stigma persists. The term denotified refers to the removal of this classification. The Kanjar and Nat communities are examples of denotified tribes. About the IDATE Commission, officially known as the National Commission for Denotified, Nomadic, and Semi-Nomadic Tribes, it was formed in 2014 with Bhikkhu Ramji IDATE as its head. Its primary objectives included creating a comprehensive statewide catalogue of denotified, nomadic, and semi-nomadic tribes DNTs, identifying those not listed under SCs, STs or OBC categories, and proposing welfare measures for their benefit. Major recommendations of the IDATE Commission. 1. Establish a permanent commission for the DNTs, saints, and NTs with statutory status. 2. Establish a separate department for their welfare in States with their sizable populations. 3. Conduct a detailed survey of the families of DNTs to work out their estimated population and their concentration. 4. Enable legal and constitutional protection by including a third schedule in the Prevention of Atrocities Act, 1989. 5. DNTs not included in the SCs, STs, OBCs list should be listed as OBCs. About the challenges faced by denotified, nomadic, and semi-nomadic tribes. DNTs, they encounter various challenges as they lack a centralized list and recognition as a distinct group under the Constitution, similar to scheduled castes SC, or scheduled tribes Street. These communities often fall outside the scope of government welfare initiatives, facing issues such as limited current affairs. 30. Education and inadequate access to essential infrastructure like drinking water, shelter, and healthcare. Steps taken by the government. 1. Development and Welfare Board for DNTs established in 2019 based on the recommendations of the ADATE Commission, for a period of 3 years extendable to 5 years. 2. Scheme for Economic Empowerment of DNTs, Seed for Educational Empowerment, Health Insurance, Livelihoods and Housing. 3. A committee has also been set up by the Niti Aayog to complete the process of identification of the denotified, nomadic and semi-nomadic communities DNCs. About NHRC. The National Human Rights Commission (NHRC) is a statutory body established in India to safeguard and promote human rights in the country. It was established under the Protection of Human Rights Act, 1993, with a mandate to address human rights violations, provide remedies to victims, and create awareness about human rights principles among the public. The mandate of the National Human Rights Commission (NHRC). Mandate of NHRC description. Investigate. The NHRC is responsible for investigating human and inquiring into complaints of human rights violations. Recommend. After investigation, the NHRC has the remedial authority to recommend remedial measures. Rights violations, covering civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights. To the concerned authorities for the protection and promotion of human rights. This includes suggestions for compensation, rehabilitation, and legal action against the perpetrators. Spread. The NHRC is tasked with spreading awareness about human rights, promoting WHO and educating man rights education, and conducting research on various issues related to human rights in India. Monitor. The NHRC monitors the actions of both state and central government authorities. Central government ACTs provide as to ensure compliance with human rights standards and principles. Assistance. And the NHRC provides assistance and advice. Advice to individuals, groups, and organizations on human rights issues, offering guidance and support in addressing violations or concerns. 26 www.insightsonindia.com. Promote WHO. Man rights. The NHRC aims to promote a culture of WHO culture. Man rights by organizing seminars, workshops, and campaigns on various human rights issues. It collaborates with civil society organizations, academia, and other stakeholders to create awareness and advocacy for human rights. Cooperation. The NHRC collaborates with international national organizations, including the United bodies, TIANs and its agencies, to exchange information, expertise, and best practices in the field of human rights. This fosters cooperation on a global scale to address and advance human rights concerns. Evaluation of its success in achieving its objectives. Positives. Investigation of human rights violations. The NHRC has been successful in investigating numerous cases of human rights violations in India. As of September 2021, the NHRC had registered over 17,000 cases and completed inquiries in more than 13,000 cases. Recommendations for remedial measures. The NHRC's recommendations have led to positive changes and accountability in some cases. One notable example is the NHRC's intervention in the encounter killings in Manipur, where it recommended the registration of furs, compensation to the victims' families, and disciplinary action against the involved security personnel. From 1993 to 2021, the NHRC awarded monetary relief amounting to over 200 crore rupees in cases of custodial deaths. Awareness and education. The NHRC has played a crucial role in spreading awareness about human rights through its campaigns, workshops, and publications. As of 2020, the NHRC had organized more than 5,000 human rights awareness programs across the country. Monitoring of prisons and jails. The NHRC has the authority to visit and inspect prisons, jails, and detention centers to ensure the protection of the human rights of inmates. It conducts regular inspections and takes appropriate actions to address issues such as overcrowding, torture, and other forms of ill treatment. International engagement. The NHRC actively participates in international human rights forums and collaborates with international organizations. It engages in dialogue with various countries and shares best practices in the promotion and protection of human rights. Negatives. Implementation and enforcement. Despite its recommendations, the implementation of NHRC's DI. Current Affairs 30. Directives by the concerned authorities has been a challenge. In some cases, the authorities have failed to take adequate action, leading to a lack of accountability and justice. Limited jurisdiction. It does not have jurisdiction over human rights violations by non-state actors, such as private companies. NHRC is also limited by temporal jurisdiction of cases violation limited to the past 1 year. Delayed justice. For instance, the NHRC's recommendations in cases of extrajudicial killings and custodial deaths have not always led to prompt action and redress for the victims and their families. Limited resources and staffing. The NHRC has often faced resource constraints, including limited budget reallocations and understaffing. This hampers its ability to effectively handle a large number of complaints and conduct comprehensive investigations in a timely manner. Conclusion. The National Human Rights Commission (NHRC) plays a crucial role in promoting and protecting human rights in India. The Supreme Court has emphasized the need to provide the NHRC with greater autonomy, independence, and financial resources to enhance its effectiveness in addressing human rights issues. Insta links. National Human Rights Commission. Prelims links. Q. Other than the fundamental rights, which of the following parts of the Constitution of India reflects the principles and provisions of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights 1948? UPSC 2021. Preamble. 2. Directive Principles of State Policy 3. Fundamental duties. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 and 2 only. B. 2 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3 ands. D. Q. Consider the following. UPSC 2011 1. Right to education. 2. Right to equal access to public service. 3. Right to food. Which of the above is a human right? Human rights under Universal Declaration of Human Rights. A. 1 only. B. 1 and 2 only. C. 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3 ands. D. 27 www.insightsonindia.com. Topics: Government policies and interventions for development in various sectors and issues arising out of the design and implementation. 6. Performance of Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment GUARANTACT MGNREGA. Context. The Centre has mandated the payment of all wages under the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act (MGNREGA) through an Aadhaar-based payment system (ABPS) starting from January 1, 2024. Exceptions. The government may consider exemptions for Gram Panchayats facing technical or AADHR related issues. Aim of the move aims to curb corruption, ensure prompt payments, and reduce rejections, affecting more than 1,100 government schemes and programs. What is MGNREGA? The Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act (MGNREGA) is a rural employment program in India that aims to provide guaranteed wage employment to rural households. The scheme has been implemented in India since 2005 and has been credited with providing a safety net for rural households, particularly during times of economic hardship. What is ABPS? Aadhaar-based payment system ABPS. It has been in use since 2017. ABPS utilizes the worker's 12-digit Aadhaar number as their financial address, requiring linkage to job cards, bank accounts, and the National Payments Corpo. Current Affairs 30. Ration of India NCPI database. Some notable programs where ABPS is mandatory include Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, and Atal Pension Yojana. The situation of stagnant growth in rural India. Stagnant rural wage growth has posed a challenge to the recovery because it has been the result of unemployment among the rural population, resulting in significant demand reduction in the rural area. FIG rural wage growth and economic recovery. Performance of MGNREGA in alleviating rural poverty, providing a safety net for rural households, Pro. Viding 100 days of guaranteed work, has ensured a minimum level of income for rural households, particularly during periods of hardship. COVID wages earned under the Act help compensate somewhere between 20% and 80% of the income loss incurred because of the lockdown. Study by Ajam Premji Institute. Providing food security, MGNREGA was used for the construction of community kitchens and food storage facilities in rural areas. This helped to ensure that rural households had access to food during the pandemic. Reducing migration, MGNREGA has helped to reduce migration from rural to urban areas by providing employment opportunities in rural areas. This has helped to keep families together. According to the National Council of Applied Economic Research (NCAER), MGNREGA has played a vital role in reducing poverty among the poor as well as the socially weaker sections such as Dalits, tribals and marginal farmers. Issues with MGNREGA. 1. Limited coverage not in the urban areas. 2. Lack of adequate funding, bureaucratic delays, corruption. 3. Low wages. 4. Lack of skilled jobs. 5. Limited impact on poverty reduction, workers not receiving timely payment and the quality of work is subpar. 6. Despite multiple deadline extensions, over 34% of registered job card holders and over 12% of active workers remain ineligible for ABPS as of December 27, 2023. 7. The push for ABPS eligibility has led to the deletion of over 7 crore job cards in the past 21 months, causing concerns about denial of the right to work. 8. Activists call for the revocation of mandatory ABPS implementation and the reinstatement of deleted workers with due compensation. The government argues that ABPS will enhance efficiency and reduce payment rejections. Improving rural livelihoods. The program has measures needed to improve the performance of MGNRE, help provide a source of additional income. This has helped to increase the overall standard of living in rural areas. Creating employment opportunities. MGNREGA has helped reduce unemployment and underemployment in rural areas. 113.7 million households were employed under MGNREGS, while a total of 2.89 billion person days of employment were generated in 2022. Ministry of Rural Development. Development of agriculture activities such as the construction of bunds, terracing, and the improvement of irrigation systems have helped increase agricultural income. Improving rural infrastructure. MGNREGA has been used to finance a wide range of public works activities, including the creation of rural roads, water bodies, and rural housing. Supporting rural health systems, MGNREGA has led to the construction of health facilities and sanitation systems in rural areas. Construction of toilets. www.insightsonindia.com. 28. GAR increased allocation of funds to fully realize the potential of MGNREGA. It is important to allocate sufficient funds to the scheme. In the 2023-24 budget, 60,000 rupees was allocated towards MGNREGA, which after payment of existing liabilities can provide only 17 days of work study by PAEG. Better targeting of beneficiaries. The current targeting mechanism for MGNREGA beneficiaries needs to be improved to ensure that the benefits of the scheme reach the most vulnerable and marginalized groups in society, including women, Dalits, and Adivasis. Improved monitoring and evaluation, through social audits to enforce greater accountability. Increase MGNREGA wage rates to at least the state minimum wage or 375 rupees per day as recommended by the Anup Sattpathy Committee and index with CPIR. Current Affairs 30. Strengthening the role of Gram Panchayats, they should be provided with adequate resources, advanced funds, powers, and responsibilities to sanction works, provide work on demand, and authorize wage payments to ensure there are no delays in payments. Increased participation of women. The participation of women in MGNREGA needs to be increased to ensure that the scheme provides equal opportunities for both men and women and that women are able to access the benefits of the scheme. Linking with other development programs, to ensure that the scheme contributes to the overall development of rural areas. National Bamboo Mission, Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana. Awareness generation displaying a Know Your Rights KYR concerning MGNREGA in public places, usage of Ombudsman app for grievance redressal. Conclusion. MGNREGA was regarded as a stellar example of rural development by the World Development Report of 2014. While the MNREGA has noble goals and has provided some employment opportunities to rural workers, it has faced several limitations that have prevented it from achieving its full potential as a poverty reduction program. Insta links. MGNREGS Social Audit. MGNREGS 7. Regulating India's online gaming industry. Context. The article emphasizes the need for robust regulation in India's online gaming industry due to emerging market failures, including concerns about addiction, mental health, financial fraud, and national security issues. What is online gaming? It refers to video games, mobile games that are played over the internet through various devices, e.g., multiplayer online. Issues with online gaming. Issues description. Addiction. Online gaming addiction can lead to physical and psychological harm, as well as interfere with daily life activities. Gambling addiction. Online gambling games can lead to addiction and financial problems. Cyberbullying. Online gaming can involve communicating with other players through chat or voice features, which can lead to cyberbullying and harassment. Security risks. Online gaming platforms are at risk of cyber attacks and data breaches, which can result in compromised personal and financial information. Inappropriate content that is not suit. Content. It can contain violent, sexual, or other. Able for all ages. Ethical concerns. It can perpetuate negative stereotypes and biases, particularly towards marginalized groups. In-game purchases can lead to overspending or exploiting vulnerable individuals. Cheating and ing, which can ruin the gameplay XP. Hacking. It can be prone to cheating and hack. Rents for others. Physical and screen can cause physical health health issues. Long periods of sitting and staring at a limbs such as eye strain, back pain, and carpal tunnel syndrome. Social isolation. Excessive online gaming can lead to social isolation and a lack of face-to-face communication with others. Loss of tax rev. The growth of illegal offshore gambling markets is identified as a major challenge, leading to potential harm to users and substantial losses in tax revenue. Ministry of Electronics and IT (MIT) has released the draft rules for online gaming as an amendment to the Information and Technology Intermediary Guidelines and Digital Me. Battle Arena MOBA games, first-person shooter FPS games, massively multiplayer online role-playing games Dear Ethics Code Rules 2021. MMORPGs and many others. Types of online gaming. 1. Esports, well-organized electronic sports which include professional players. 2. Fantasy sports. 3. Casual games, these can be either skill-based mental skill or chance-based based on a random activity like a roll of a dice online games. 29 www.insightsindia.com. Provisions description self-regulato. Body online gaming companies must register with a self-regulatory body. The body must have a board of directors with 5 members from diverse fields, including online gaming, public policy, psychology, and medicine. Current affairs. 30. Due diligence. Online gaming companies must undertake additional due diligence, including KYC of users, transparent withdrawal and refund of money, and a fair distribution of winnings. Gaming companies must secure a random number generation certificate, typically used for card games, to ensure that game outputs are statistically random and unpredictable. Random number generation certificate. Restrictions load to engage in betting on the out. On betting, online gaming companies will not be come of games. Compliance. Online gaming platforms must appoint a compliance officer, a nodal officer, and a grievance officer. Gaming industry in India. Conclusion. The online gaming industry in India can continue to grow and provide entertainment and employment opportunities while also protecting players and promoting responsible gaming practices. Insta links. Online gaming. Mains links. Q. Internet gaming has turned worse than drugs. Do you agree? Critically examine the statement in light of the announcement made by the World Health Organization (WHO) to include gaming disorder as a mental health condition. 250 words. 1. State subject. Online gaming so far has been Q. How does gaming addiction impact children? Do you other regulations? A state subject, but state governments are finding it extremely difficult to enforce certain rules like geo-blocking certain apps or websites within the territory of their state. 2. Tamil Nadu Prohibition of Online Gambling and Regulation of Online Games Bill, 2022 prohibits all forms of online gambling and allows for the regulation of online games that are not considered gambling. A. The bill prohibits minors from participating in online games and prohibits the promotion of online gambling and gaming through advertising or other means. 3. Karnataka government had previously banned all forms of online gaming where the transfer of money is involved. 4. GST, a proposed 28% goods and services tax that may soon be imposed on deposits. Case study, UK model for regulation. The UK model for online gaming regulation involves a centralised government regulator that enforces strict measures to ensure player protection. Quarterly reports on regulatory effects are published, imposing significant fines on operators violating player protection requirements. This strict enforcement, coupled with harm reduction efforts, has led to a decline in disordered gaming and risky behavior. For Voluntary Code of Ethics by the Online Gaming Industry, click here. Way forward, clear and consistent regulations, responsible gaming measures, industry self-regulation, public awareness campaigns, and collaboration between industry and government can all help to create a sustainable and responsible online. 30 www.insightsindia.com. Think China's recent imposition of a 3-hour limit on gaming is a good way to tackle it. 150 words. Topics: development processes and the development industry, the role of NGOs, SHGs, various groups and associations, donors, charities, institutional and other stakeholders. 8. Civil society under siege. Context. The article highlights the threat to India's civic space, emphasizing the impact on progressive organizations. What are CSOs? These are non-state, not-for-profit, voluntary entities formed by people in the social sphere that are separate from the state and the market. They represent a wide range of interests and ties and can include community-based organizations as well as non-governmental organizations, NGOs. Today, about 1.5 million NGOs work in India, i.e., non-profit, voluntary citizens groups organized on a local, national, or international level. Current Affairs 30. Significance of CSO. Civil society organizations. CSOs play a pivotal role in democratic societies, fostering active, diverse, and critical civic engagement. In India, CSOs, including non-governmental organizations (NGOs), have been instrumental in shaping policy, public discourse, and community development. Role of civil society organizations in India. Role examples. Advocacy for social human rights. NCDHR eliminates Justice, the National Campaign for Dalit caste-based discrimination and promotes Dalit rights. Pratham focuses on grassroots education, enhancing literacy levels among underprivileged children. Association for Democratic Reforms (ADR) promotes electoral and political reforms, advocating for transparency in political funding. Sustainability. Greenpeace India campaigns for community empowerment and development, monitoring government accountable (ITY). Environmental sus. Ecological sustainability. Promotion of civ. IC Education and Association for Democratic Reforms, ADR, raises awareness about democratic values, electoral processes, and citizen rights. Humanitarian crises. Gunj works on disaster relief. Awareness. Response to WHO. Promotion of free dom of expression. Reporters Without Borders, advocates for freedom of expression and protects journalists and activists. Inclusivity. NAS Foundation works towards LGBTQIA+ rights, including anti-discrimination and HIV awareness. Mazdoor Kisan Shakti Sangathan (MKSS) advocates for the RTI Act, encouraging community participation in decision-making processes. Grassroots democracy and participatory governance. Status of CSOs in India in terms of restrictions. Degree of regular. TN's examples of organizations. Highly Regulated Citizens for Justice and Peace (CJP), Amnesty India, Oxfam, Centre for Equity Studies, Lawyers Collective, Lated Centre for Policy Research (CPR). Moderately Raghu. ANHAD, Act Now for Harmony and Democracy. Low-level regulate. Ed Navsarjan, Save the Children. Instruments being used to restrict civil society. www.insightsindia.com. 31. Instruments. Used laws and acts. Examples. Legal charges. Prevention of charges of money law. Money Laundering Act, 2002. Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, 2010. Central Bureau empowered to investigation gate NGOs with lethal CBI. Deering, Ed attacks NGOs. FCRA made stringent in 2010 and 2020. Impact. Restrictions on domestic funding. Income Tax. Income Tax Act, mandatory renewals of 2020 amendments. 12A and 80G certificates. Surveys collecting data for filing more cases. Various instruments, including legal charges, specific laws and acts, and restrictions on domestic funding, are being used to regulate civil society organizations in India. These regulations include charges of money laundering, amendments to laws governing foreign funding, and mandatory renewals impacting tax exemptions. Impact of these restrictions on CSOs. 1. Existential threats are faced by civil society actors as the constitutional and civic freedoms are curtailed. 2. Migrate to safer avenues. Limit the scope of their work. Realign with the government. A. This is a grave threat to the system's integrity because civil society is an indispensable safety valve fixing accountability for 10 scions in a polity. 3. Unable to speak truth, amplify the voices of the most vulnerable, enrich policies, legislation through constructive feedback. 4. Unable to further the collective good, not in the national interest. 5. Young activists could be inducted into political parties. Right-pointing arrow could create an institutionalized moral force within the parties. Right-pointing arrow balance electoral compulsions with ethical, human rights considerations. Way forward for progressive civil society in India. 1. For government, the government should recognize the importance of a strong civil society for the effectiveness of key laws such as the Right to Information Act, Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, and National Food Security Act. 2. For NGOs. A. Alternate funding. NGOs are exploring local resource mobilization (LRM) and corporate funding through CSR post-new FCRA laws. B. Charitable funding. Encouraging collective giving can pool resources for a more signify. Current affairs 30. Can't impact. C. Technology utilization. Increased use of about pre. Data and digital technology can enhance the effectiveness of charitable organizations. 3. For young activists, there is a potential for young activists to join political parties, providing an institutionalized moral force to balance electoral and ethical considerations within party organizations. 4. The National Policy on Voluntary Sector 2007 aims to encourage, enable, and empower an independent and effective voluntary sector in India. It recognizes the sector's significant contributions to addressing issues like poverty, discrimination, and exclusion through various means such as awareness, mobilization, service delivery, training, research, and advocacy. 5. Learning from the Gandhian constructive movement, which complemented the Congress system, an electoral and governance machine. 6. CSOs will need to urgently collaborate with other progressive stakeholders. 7. Private philanthropies and companies need to realize that they are the only lifeline for progressive CSOs today. Conclusion. The inaction today will directly contribute to the extinction of civil society, the fifth pillar of Indian democracy. Therefore, by devising new methods of principled coalition, we can safeguard and eventually further the constitutional idea of India. Insta links. Role of civil society organizations. India's civil society organizations. Mains links. Q. Can civil society and non-governmental organizations present an alternative model of public service delivery to benefit the common citizen? Discuss the challenges of this alternative method. UPSC 2021. Topics. Important aspects of governance, transparency and accountability, e-governance applications, models, successes, limitations, and potential. Citizens' charters, transparency and accountability and institutional and other measures. 9. RBI report on PANCHAYATI Raj INSTITUTIONS PRE. Context. The Reserve Bank of India (RBI) report highlights financial challenges faced by Panchayati Raj institutions (PRI), with 95% of their revenues coming from grants, limiting their spending capacity. 32 www.insightsonindia.com. The 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act 1992 institutionalized Panchayati Raj institutions (PRI) with a three-tier structure. Gram Panchayat at the village level, Panchayat Samiti at the intermediate block level, and Zilla Parishad at the district level. PRI operate under 29 subjects outlined in the 11th schedule of the Constitution. Source of finance for PRI. Local government revenue sources include 1. Central Finance Commission grants tax devalue. TIAN and other grants from the central government. 2. Tolls, taxes, duties, and fees collected by the state government on behalf of local bodies, state finance commissions, transfer grants in aid, etc. 3. PRI have the authority, as per Article 243H, to impose, collect, and allocate taxes, duties, tolls, and fees. Key point of the RBI report. Aspect overview. Own revenue property taxes, fees, and fines, consti. Sources panchayats rely on limited sources like tooting a minor share of their revenue. Own revenues, generated through local taxes, contribute only about 1.1% to the total revenue in 2022-23. Low expendi. Tour revenue expenditure of panchayats is less than 0.6% of the gross state domestic product for all states. Grant deepen. Densi approximately 95% of panchayats rev. NUs come in the form of grants from higher government levels, limiting their financial autonomy. Significant variations exist in the devolution of powers and functions to panchayats across states. States with higher devolution levels show improved socio-economic outcomes. Inconsistency in Panchayati Raj institutions is hindered. Interstate variations in devolution. Data. The assessment of the fiscal health of by inconsistent data on their finances. Challenges in panchayats. Face challenges in generate local tax revenue generation. In local tax revenue due to a limited tax base, administrative infrastructure shortages, lack of trained staff, and unclear guidelines. Improve the fiscal position of PRI by 1. Boosting revenue generating capabilities to enhance financial autonomy. 2. Effectively implementing Article 243I for fair revenue sharing through established finance commerce science. Current Affairs 30. 3. Strengthening local administrative skills for better financial management and ensuring consistent funding for effective planning and execution. 4. Drawing insights from global models, like Finland and Switzerland, where local governments manage substantial tax revenue. 5. Promoting decentralization to empower local leaders in making community-specific decisions based on needs and circumstances. Other limitations of Panchayati Raj institutions. Capacity and skill gap. A survey conducted by the World Bank in 2018 revealed significant variations in the capacity and resources of Panchayati Raj institutions, lacking even the most basic staff and infrastructure. Political interference. The Asian Development Bank, in its report on PRI, highlighted instances of political interference in the functioning of PRI. Inadequate representation of marginalized sections. While reserved seats for SCs, STs, and women have enhanced their representation, the overall representation of marginalized sections in PRI may still be inadequate. In some cases, these reserved seats are occupied by proxy candidates like Panchayat Pati. Limited awareness and participation. The Center for the Study of Developing Societies (CSDS) conducted a survey that revealed that awareness about Panchayati Raj institutions among rural citizens is relatively low, with only 45% of respondents having heard of their local panchayat. Successes of Panchayati Raj institutions. Empowering communities. As of 2021, there are over 2.5 lakh Panchayati Raj institutions in India, comprising approximately 30 lakh elected representatives at the village, intermediate, and district levels. Strengthening inclusivity. As of 2021, approximately 24% of seats in PRI are reserved for SCs, about 17% for STs, and around 44% of the total seats in PRI are reserved for women. Grassroots democracy. They have created opportunities for direct participation and involvement in local decision-making, enabling citizens to shape the development agenda according to their needs and aspirations. Local development initiatives. For instance, village development plans (VDPs) prepared by PRI involve the participation of community members. Accountability and transparency. Through regular meetings, audits, and social audits, PRI ensure that public funds are utilized efficiently and that the decision-making process is transparent and accountable to the community. Social harmony and conflict resolution. The inclusive nature of these institutions and their emphasis on participatory decision making have created platforms for dialogue and consensus building, leading to the resolution of various social and community issues. 33 www.insightsindia.com. Way forward. Strengthen financial autonomy, explore innovative financing mechanisms, such as participatory budgeting and community-led fundraising, to enhance the financial autonomy of PRI. Capacity building and training. The Ministry of Panchayati Raj has also initiated various capacity building programs, such as the Panchayat Empowerment and Accountability Incentive Scheme (PEAIS). Enhance representation of marginalized sections, ensure the effective implementation of reservation policies to increase the representation of women, SCs, STs, and other marginalized communities in PRI. Embrace technology and digital platforms. Digital platforms such as ePanchayat, Panchayat Enterprise Suite Pays, and Priyasoft have been implemented for this. Conclusion. These measures can contribute to the continuous improvement of Panchayati Raj institutions, empowering community ties, fostering inclusivity, and shaping a stronger democracy from the ground up. List of various committees for PRI. Committee focus. Balwant Rai Mehta Panchayati Raj System, Compris. Committee, 1957 recommended the three-tier. In Gram Panchayats village level, Panchayat Samitis block level, and Zilla Parishads district level. Ashik Mehta Commit. T. 1977 focused on strengthening financial resources and functional autonomy of panchayats. GVK. Rao Committee elections and greater participation. 1985 emphasized the need for regular tion of women and marginalized communities. LM. Singhvi Commit. T. 1986 recommended measures to address financial constraints and improve administrative efficiency of panchayats. PK. Thungan Commit. T. 1989 proposed electoral reforms and devolution of more power and functions to panchayats. Halal Singh Khara elections and strengthening AC. Committee, 1990 focused on ensuring timely accountability mechanisms. Natarajan Committee, the 73rd Amendment and Rec. 1996 assessed the implementation of amended further devolution of power and resources. Current Affairs 30. Vikram Singh Malik corruption and promote trans. Committee, 2001 proposed measures to address Parancy in Panchayati Raj institutions. Saka Committee representation and empower. 2006 highlighted the need for greater ment of women in panchayats. T. 2017 reviewed the functioning of MV Rajwade Commit. Gram Savas and recommended steps to enhance their participation and effectiveness. Topics: bilateral, regional and global groupings and agreements involving India and/or affecting India's interests. 10. Global Nuclear Order (GNO) is under strain. Context: the Global Nuclear Order (GNO), established during the Cold War, faces significant challenges. What is the Global Nuclear Order (GNO)? The Global Nuclear Order (GNO) refers to the established framework, rules, and agreements governing the use and proliferation of nuclear weapons on a global scale. E.g., the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty (NPT) aims to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons and promote disarmament. Key components of the Global Nuclear Order. Key components description: non-proliferation efforts to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons to additional states. Disarmament initiatives aimed at reducing and ultimately eliminating nuclear arsenals globally. Nuclear material riles, facilities, and technologies from security measures to safeguard nuclear mate theft, sabotage, or unauthorized access. Peaceful use of peaceful purposes such as electricity. Nuclear energy promotion of nuclear technology for Thai generation, medicine, agriculture, and industry. 34 www.insightsindia.com International frameworks like the Nuclear Non-Pro Agreements and Proliferation Treaty (NPT) comprehend treaties. CIV Nuclear Test Ban Treaty (CTBT) and others establish norms, regulations, and obligations related to nuclear activities. International organizations and bodies like the International Atomic Agencies. Energy Agency (IAEA) oversee nuclear activities and inspections and promote nuclear safety and security worldwide. Out of these, 3 important treaties for GNO are: Global Nuclear Order (GNO) significance. 1. Preventing proliferation, preventing widespread possession. 2. Ensuring stability. Arms control negotiations achieved strategic parity, fostering stability in the arms race and crisis management since 1945. Current status of GNO, as per the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute SIPRI. 1. 9 nuclear armed states, including prominent players like the United States, Russia, and China, are actively engaged in the modernization and expansion. Current affairs 30. Scion of their nuclear arsenals. 2. Total global inventory, it is approximately 12,512 warheads, with a significant portion, around 9,576, held in military stockpiles for potential use. 3. Dominance in nuclear capabilities, it remains concentrated in Russia and the United States, which collectively possess nearly 90% of all nuclear weapons. Issues concerns with current GNO. Concerns description shift from bipolarity to multipolarity, changes in the withdrawals from key treaties like ABM US Russia and INF, along with uncertainties sur treaties. The rise of China introduces a new dynamic in nuclear relations, shifting from the previous bipolar order. Rounding the New START Treaty. New nuclear, Russia and China, with added UNSA. Peer rivals the US. Facing 2 nuclear peer rivals. Tainties arising from the Ukraine war. Knowledge evolving nuclear technology and in. Shifts in tech. Stances of biased dealings, such as the UK-US deal with Australia, raise concerns in the NPT community. Changing perspective shifts in the nuclear perspectives of NA. Tians like South Korea and Japan, with considerations for national nuclear deterrence. Arms control challenges in implementing existing agreements like NPT and lack of progress in disarmament efforts. Modernization NALs, including advanced and potentially. And technology ongoing modernization of nuclear arsenals. Destabilizing technologies. Emerging risks associated with non-state actors' threats and ACTORs. Or rogue states acquiring nuclear materials or technology. India's position on the global nuclear order. 1. Nuclear disarmament. India supports complete disarmament within a specified timeframe. 2. The doctrine of no first use, NFU, of nuclear weapons. The doctrine was formally adopted in January 2003, and says that nuclear weapons will only be used in retaliation against a nuclear attack on Indian territory or on Indian forces anywhere. Last year, the Indian Defence Minister said that the no first use nuclear policy of India may change in the future. 3. Advocate for global disarmament. India advocates for global nuclear disarmament while seeking recognition as a responsible nuclear power. 4. Non-signatory to NPT and CTBT, India distinguishes itself by not being a signatory to the nuclear. 35 www.insightsonindia.com. Non-Proliferation Treaty (NPT) and CTBT, as it deems them discriminatory. India's non-signatory status to the NPT presents complexities in its relationship with the global nuclear order, having developed its nuclear program independently. 5. Nuclear arsenal expansion. India's ongoing expansion and modernization of its nuclear arsenal raise concerns about regional stability, especially given tensions with Pakistan and the strategic rivalry with China. 6. Relations with Pakistan, the nuclear dynamics b. Between India and Pakistan pose challenges. 7. China factor. India's nuclear policy is influenced by its relations with China, and as China modernizes its nuclear capabilities, India might feel compelled to bolster its arsenal. Way forward. Creating a just, safe, and improved global nuclear order requires a comprehensive approach integrating diplomacy, technology, governance, and international cooperation. Key steps include: A. Encouraging disarmament through significant and verifiable reductions in nuclear arsenals. B. Strengthening non-proliferation efforts. C. Fostering inclusive dialogue among all stakeholders. D. Monitoring emerging technologies for potential risks. E. Supporting new treaties like the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons (TPNW) while engaging nuclear armed states in discussions for a nuclear-free world. F. India. India must focus on maintaining stability in its region, engaging in dialogue with Pakistan and China, and ensuring the safe and responsible management of its nuclear arsenal. Conclusion. The legitimacy of any global nuclear order hinges on two vital conditions: achieving convergence among major powers and effectively portraying the outcomes as a global public good for the rest of the world. These conditions underscore the necessity for collaboration, transparency, and shared responsibility in shaping a stable and just global nuclear order. Insta links. Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Evolution of India's nuclear policy. Current Affairs 30. Prelims links. Q. Consider the following countries: UPSC 2015 1. China 2. France 3. India 4. Israel 5. Pakistan, which among the above are nuclear weapons states, is recognized by the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, commonly known as the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty (NPT). A 1 and 2 only. B 1, 3, 4 and 5 only. C 2, 4 and 5 only. D 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 ands. General Studies 3. Topics: Indian economy and issues relating to planning, mobilization of resources, growth, development and employment. 1. Appraisal of IBC. Context. The article assesses the effectiveness of India's Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code (IBC), enacted in 2016, in resolving financial distress and enhancing economic well-being. The IBC aims to address non-performing assets (NPAs) and debt defaults. What is IBC? The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code (IBC), enacted in 2016, is a comprehensive legal framework in India that replaced existing laws related to insolvency and bankruptcy. It provides a uniform procedure for resolving financial distress, addressing non-performing assets (NPAs), and managing debt defaults. The primary goal of the IBC is to streamline and expedite the resolution of insolvency and bankruptcy disputes in a time-bound manner. IBC and its performance. 1. Initiated cultural shift. The IBC has initiated a cultural shift in the dynamics between lender and borrower, promoter and creditor. It played a critical role in reshaping the behavior of borrowers. A. Before the enactment of the IBC, the recovery mechanisms available to lenders were through Lok Adalat, the Debt Recovery Tribunal and the SARFAESI Act. B. While the earlier mechanisms resulted in a low average recovery of 23%, the recoveries have risen to 43% under the IBC regime. 36 www.insightsonindia.com. 2. Reduction in NPAs. IBC significantly reduced banks' NPA rate, dropping from 14.8% September 2018 to 3.2% September 2023. 3. Increase in bank profits. Banks experienced a turnaround, achieving a historic profit of €2.63 trillion in 2022-23, compared to a loss in 2017-18. 4. Improvement in corporate balance sheets. Post-IBC, firms demonstrated enhanced performance with robust balance sheets, improved leverage management, and an interest coverage ratio exceeding 3.5. 5. Enhancement in corporate governance. IBC led to improved corporate governance, evidenced by a reduction in related party transactions, as highlighted in a post-IBC study. 6. Global ranking improvement. India's global insolvency resolution ranking improved significantly, moving from 136th to 52nd within the first 3 years of IBC implementation. A. India won the Global Restructuring Review Award for the most improved jurisdiction in 2018. B. An IMF World Bank study in January 2018 observed that India is moving towards a new state-of-the-art bankruptcy regime. 7. Stability in financial systems. Recovery through the IBC was about 70,000 crore rupees in fiscal 2019, twice the amount recovered through other resolution mechanisms in fiscal year 2018. A. The recovery rate is also twice the liquidation value for these 94 cases, which underscores the value maximization possible through the IBC process. Issues with the IBC. 1. Overburden NCLT benches. The number of NCLT benches is 16 and the total number of bench members is only 20. 2. Inefficient time management. IBC's resolution processes are prolonged, averaging 867 days, far beyond the intended 180 days. 3. Gap in asset value maximization. Resolutions achieve only 86% of fair company value, indicating a shortfall in desired value maximization. 4. High incidence of liquidation. IBC results in more liquidations than rescues, especially impacting already sick or defunct companies. Many liquidated firms had assets valued at about 5% of their claims. 5. Methodological issues in appraisal. Some appraisals of IBC's performance use flawed methodologies, focusing solely on recovery rates and overlooking factors like realizations from equity holdings or guarantor resolution. 6. The low approval rate of resolution plans. According to the data from the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India (IBBI), of the 2,542 corporate insol. Current affairs 30. Vency cases filed between December 1, 2016, and September 30, 2019, about 156 have ended in approval of resolution plans, a mere 15%. Way forward. The insolvency litigation process should focus on minimizing duration and case volumes to alleviate uncertainties. In France, reforms in 2021 extended the process to ensure full judicial resolution of specific disputes before confirming a restructuring plan. Empowering the insolvency professional or assigning a supervisory judge, as done in France, can grant exclusive authority for vital settlements with insolvent companies, some requiring court ratification. Conclusion. The IBC is a crucial structural reform, which if implemented effectively and in a time-bound manner can produce major gains for the corporate sector and the economy as a whole. Prelims links. Q. Which of the following statements best describes the term, scheme for sustainable structuring of stressed assets S4A recently seen in the news? UPSC 2017. It is a procedure for considering the ecological costs of developmental schemes formulated by the government. B. It is a scheme of RBI for reworking the financial structure of big corporate entities facing genuine difficulties. C. It is a disinvestment plan of the government regarding central public sector undertakings. D. It is an important provision in the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, recently implemented by the government. ANS. B. Topics: inclusive growth and issues arising from it. 2. Economic growth and inequality. Context. The article warns against the obsessive pursuit of economic growth in India, emphasizing that despite ambitious projections, the associated rising inequality poses significant challenges. Current status of India's growth. India's recent economic growth has been robust, with an estimated 6.9% expansion in FY 2022-23, driven by strong domestic demand, increased infrastructure investment, and robust private consumption. For FY 2023-24, a growth of 7.3% is projected, maintaining India's fifth position in the global GDP rankings. The economy has surged to $3.70 trillion. Future prospects indicate an ambitious target of reaching a $10 trillion economy by 2035, aligning with the government's vision to transform India into a developed country by 2047. 37 www.insightsonindia.com. Status of inequality in India. Inequality aspect statistics. Recent SBI research. According to a recent SBI research report, income inequality in India has decreased, indicating a positive trend of upward mobility and the growth of the middle class. Gini coefficient decreased from 0.472 in A 2014-15 to 0.402 in A 2022-23. Income inequality. The top 10% holds 57% of total income. The top 1% holds 22% of total income. Bottom 50% share reduced to 13% tax burden on poor. The bottom 50% contributes 64% to GST. The top 10% contributes only 4%. Healthcare accessibility. 63 million pushed into poverty annually due to healthcare costs, food security, and a healthy diet. 39% lack a nutrition. 74% of the population can't afford an adequate diet. Global Hunger Index 2023. The 2023 Global Hunger Index gives India a rank of 111 out of 125 countries. Highest child wasting rate. Gender inequality. India ranked 127 out of 146 countries in the Global Gender Gap Report, 2023. Faces issues of missing women. Causes of increasing inequality in India. Causes. Factors contributing to inequality. Concentration. Wealth. The richest 1% owns 53%, while of wealth the top 10% holds 77% of national. The poorer half has only 4.1%. Inadequate land reforms leading to landlessness and economic vulnerability. Crony capitalism fosters wealth accumulation in a select group, contributing to inequality. Policy issues. Skewed distribution of economic gains, favoring specific sectors or income groups. Regressive taxation policies that benefit the wealthy, contribute to income inequality. Wage gaps between skilled and unskilled workers, and informal labor markets widening income disparities. The absence of minimum wage regulations and limited collective bargaining rights lead to income disparities. Current affairs. 30. Social exclusion. And caste discrimination. Marginalizing groups and limiting their access to opportunities, resources, and benefits. Gender inequality results in unequal access to employment opportunities and wage disparities. Unequal access to quality education, limiting upward mobility and reinforcing existing disparities. Technological advancements lead to job displacement and wage stagnation, exacerbating income inequality. Alternatives to GDP. 1. Explore the use of green GDP to account for environmental factors. 2. Explore alternatives to GDP such as OECD's GDP alternatives that adjust for leisure and other factors. 3. Consider the Index of Sustainable Economic Welfare that accounts for pollution costs and income distribution. 4. Explore the Genuine Progress Indicator that adjusts for income distribution, household work, and more. 5. Explore well-being measures like the Happy Planet Index, Gross National Happiness, and National Well-being Accounts. Way forward. Ways description. Focus on labor-intensive. Prioritize labor-intensive manufacturing. Even for domestic consumption, to boost job creation. Develop diversified growth strategies. Growth strategies. that emphasize not just GDP growth but also the creation of high-quality jobs and addressing employment elasticity. National employment policy. Implement a national employment policy to address both labor supply and demand, enhancing the quantity and quality of employment opportunities. Explore green factoring to reshape India's industrial manufacturing. Explore opportunities in green development in a sustainable manner. Sectoral issues. Tackle structural issues in the economy. Address related to caste, gender, and religion to ensure equitable distribution of growth benefits. 38 www.insightsonindia.com. Universal access. Ensuring universal access to quality to public services. Public services, including healthcare, education, social security, and employment guarantee schemes, significantly reduces inequality. Insta links. Whose GDP is it anyway? Mains links. Q. What is gross domestic product (GDP)? Examine the limitations pertaining to GDP as an economic performance measurement framework of the country. 250 words. Prelims links. Q. Consider the following statements. 1. Nominal GDP is calculated in a way such that the goods and services are evaluated at some constant set of prices. 2. If the real GDP changes, it implies that the volume of production is undergoing changes. 3. The ratio of nominal GDP to real GDP gives us an idea of how the prices have moved from the base year to the current year. Which of the above statements is correct? A. 1, 2. B. 1, 3. C. 2, 3. D. 1, 2, 3. Solution. C. Topics. Major crops. Cropping patterns in various parts of the country, different types of irrigation and irrigation systems. Storage, transport and marketing of agricultural produce and issues and related constraints. E-technology in the aid of farmers. 3. Production of pulses in India. Context. India is poised to become the world's largest producer of lentils masoor in the 2023-24 crop year due to increased acreage. Recent facts. 1. India's pulse imports have significantly decreased from about 6 million tons in 2016-17 to about 2 million tons in 2022-23. The decline is attributed to reduced imports of yellow peas and chickpeas over the past decade, primarily influenced by high import duties and procurement policies. 2. The government's incentives to boost pulse cultivation have led to a higher lentil crop area, reaching over 19 lakh hectares by January 2024. 3. The government has increased the minimum sup. Current affairs. 30. Port price (MSP) to further support farmers. 4. The government recently stated its objective of achieving self-sufficiency in pulses by the end of 2027. 5. Despite the current increase in production, the past 3 decades have seen stagnation in acreage, production, and productivity of pulses across the country. Importance of pulse production for India. Pulses are rich in proteins and found to be the main source of protein to vegetarian people of India, so it is the second important constituent of the Indian diet after cereals. Pulses, being legumes, fix atmospheric nitrogen into the soil. Being leguminous crops, all these crops except arha help in restoring soil fertility. These are mostly grown in rotation with other crops. They add organic matter into the soil in the form of leaf mold. They supply additional fodder for cattle. Some pulse crops like gram, lobia, urad bean and moong bean are fed to animals as green fodder. They provide raw materials to various industries. X. Dal industry, roasted grain industry, papad industry, etc. Fig. Shows the stagnation of pulses in area, production, and productivity. 39 www.insightsonindia.com. The major factors responsible for the stagnation in pulses are policy factors. Introduction of Green Revolution, a report. Pulses in India, Retrospect and Prospects 2017, a report published by the Agriculture Ministry, says farmers in the Gangetic Plains quit pulses for other crops around 1990 because of the improvement in irrigation facilities. The breakthrough via HYVs in cereals has been accompanied by a loss of acreage under pulse to cereals, and consequently a sharp decline in the total production of pulses. Skewed implementation of agriculture reforms. Due to a number of economic and political compulsions, the strategies for agricultural growth remained anxious with the aim of achieving rapid increases in food grain production by concentrating the resources and efforts on the relatively better endowed areas and strata of cultivators. Demand factor. Cobweb phenomenon. Shrinking demand due to a surge in prices leads to farmers diverting to other crops in the next agriculture seasons, thereby reducing production further, which leads to a vicious cycle of high price, low demand, and low production. Infrastructure factors. Lack of infrastructure, inadequate warehousing facilities and collateral finance. Uncertain monsoons and insufficient irrigation amenities. Other factors. Pest attack. Pulses are highly prone to damage by insect pests, diseases, nematodes, and weeds. Damage to pulses by nilgai and other stray animals is a big factor in Uttar Pradesh for farmers moving to other crops. Low seed rate resulting in poor crop stands. Imbalance of use of fertilizers. Unstable use of fertilizers is one of the important reasons for low productivity and depleting soil fertility. The average N/P/K ratio in the past 2 decades has been 7:3:1 against the recommended 4:2:1. Inadequate MSP by the government for pulses compared to cereals. Government initiatives. 1. Providing minimum support prices (MSP) to farmers through a. National Agricultural Cooperative Marketing Federation of India (NAFED). B. Small Farmers Agri Consortium (SFAC) 2. National Food Security Mission (NFSM) pulses. 3. ICAR's role in research and variety development. 4. Pradhan Mantri Annadata Aay Sanrakshan Abhiyan PMAASHA scheme. Current Affairs 30. Measures that can be taken to improve pulse production, short-term strategies. Strengthening seed delivery system. Availability of quality seeds of already developed improved varieties would increase the pulse production by at least 15 to 20%. In addition to public seed corporations, seed societies and private companies should be involved in seed production. Ensuring remunerative prices. The MSP for pulses should be fixed considering not only the cost of its cultivation and parity with the competing crops but also considering the yield variability in pulses and externalities it brings to the system in terms of nitrogen saving and subsidy saved on fertilizer and irrigation. Effective procurement. Bring the procurement kentres to the doorstep of the growers, particularly during harvest season. Skilling of pulse growers. India's 600-plus Krishi Vigyan Kendras (KVKs) can be used for skilling pulse growers on modern production practices, from sowing to harvesting. Efficient crop insurance mechanism. Only 20% of farmers subscribe to crop insurance. Providing efficient crop insurance would give sufficient confidence to these farmers to combat the situation of crop failure. Medium-term strategies. Expansion of area under pulses. Fallow lands or reclaimed wastelands can be identified and targeted in each state to bring it under pulse crops. Farmers Producer Organization (FPO) on pulses. It will integrate the backward and forward linkages and will help the farmers in reducing the cost of production substantially. Customization and development of farm equipment. Developing small-size multi-crop harvesting farm machines and other farm equipment for plant protection. New age app-based custom hiring services for farm equipment can be quite useful, particularly for smallholders in doing the basic farm operations timely and economically. Case study. Private tractor company, like Mahindra & Mahindra, has started on a pilot basis, on-demand farm equipment rental startup, Tringo in Karnataka state, through which farmers can book tractors by the hour via a phone call. Setting up of storage and warehousing in rural REs. Foresight for international trade. Develop a predictive tool to determine the demand and supply of pulses in forthcoming seasons to plan in advance to import or export pulses in the international market. Long-term strategies. Developing short-duration and pest and disease-resistant cultivars. Infestation of pests and diseases such as pod borer, wilt, and so on, and variation in rainfall and temperature bring huge risks too. www.insightsindia.com. 40. Pulses cultivation. The development of suitable cultivars specific to production regions will be very important to break the yield barrier, as has happened in the southern region, particularly in the case of chickpeas. Integrating pulses into the public distribution system. Compulsory inclusion of pulses in the existing schemes such as the midday meal scheme or public distribution system (PDS) shall be ensured so that the minimum pulses consumption by poor households is maintained even during the scarcity in pulses production. Conclusion. Thus there is a need for a holistic approach to enhance the production and productivity of pulses crops. Prominently good agronomic practices with the different components for excelling production under changing climatic scenarios are the need of the hour for the protein security of the NAT and especially for the poor. Insta links. Pulses in India. Mains link. Q mention the advantages of the cultivation of pulses because of which the year 2016 was declared as the International Year of Pulses by United Nations. UPSC 2017. Prelims links. Q. With reference to pulse production in India, consider the following statements. UPSC 2020. 1. Black gram can be cultivated as both Kharif and Rabi crop. 2. Green gram alone accounts for nearly half of pulse production. 3. In the last 3 decades, while the production of Kharif pulses has increased, the production of Rabi pulses has decreased. Which of the statements given above is correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 2 only. D. 1, 2 and 3 ands. 4. Adoption of climate-smart agriculture, CSA. Context. The adoption of climate-smart agriculture, CSA, faces challenges in South Asia, as sustainable practices and technologies struggle to gain widespread acceptance. Current Affairs 30. What is CSA? CSA, or climate-smart agriculture, is an approach that incorporates a set of agricultural practices and technologies. Its goals are to boost productivity, e.g., precision farming, smart crops, enhance resilience, e.g., zero-budget natural farming, agroforestry, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, e.g., zero-tillage, permaculture, organic farming. Examples of climate-smart agriculture practices. 1. Cultivating climate-resilient crop varieties, growing crops resistant to temperature changes, pests, and diseases. Example: drought-tolerant maize in sub-Saharan Africa benefits smallholder farmers. 2. Conservation agriculture, no-till and reduced-till. Age cultivation for soil coverage. 3. Agroforestry, integrating trees and shrubs with crops and livestock. 4. Precision irrigation, e.g., drip and sprinkler irrigation maximize water use efficiency. Challenges faced in CSA. Challenges in CSA details weak organization. AL capacities difficulty reaching farmers due to a large rural population with limited integration with CSA promoting markets. Limited government resources impact the number of field schools, demonstration plots, and training programs in rural areas. Inadequately staffed and poorly trained government agricultural extension departments for CSA information dissemination. 41 www.insightsindia.com. Inadequate target. Ed incentives chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and electricity and diesel-based irrigation are largely subsidized, while CSA practices lack adequate incentives. Conflicting subsidies, such as those for zero-tillage as well as for conventional tillage machinery, hinder the adoption of CSA technologies. Zero tillage is considered a CSA practice that involves minimal disturbance of the soil, promoting conservation and sustainability. On the other hand, conventional tillage involves more intensive soil disturbance. Limited post-adop. T and follow-up emphasis on adoption initiation, with less attention to post-adop T and follow-up. Monitoring and evaluating CSA adoption over time is crucial for identifying challenges faced by farmers. Inequities in information dissemination. Inequitable dissemination of CSA information, prioritizing wealthier farmers with greater social networks. Gender inequality persists, with little involvement of women in CSA dissemination processes, despite increasing female participation in farming. Benefits of climate-smart agriculture, CSA. Benefits details. 1. Increased agricultural farming for climate variable. Productivity addresses resource-efficient. ITY. Counters climate-induced crop yield decline in India, contributing to adaptation, mitigation, and food security. Various climate-smart techniques enhance production, sustainability, and reliability, while reducing GHG emissions. Site-specific no-tillage in the Indo-Gangetic Plain boosts wheat production, nutrient efficiency, and profitability, and lowers GHG emissions. Current Affairs 30. 2. GHG emission reduction crucial for lowering the agricultural sector's 17% share in GHG emissions. 2018 enhances farmland carbon storage. 3. Support for small and profits for the majority of marginal farmers. Significant role in increasing Indian small and marginal farmers. 4. Biodiversity conserver. T an ecosystem-based approach. And diverse crop varieties promote the coexistence of cropland and wild animals, safeguards native plant species, stabilizes pollinator populations and mitigates habitat degradation effects. Mate change promotes crop diversification. 5. Reduced impact of cli. Tian, and water efficiency, and integrates drought-resistant crop types. It lessens the disruptive effects of climate change and increases resilience to longer-term stressor. Promoting CSA. 1. Capacity building, raise awareness and provide training for officials, extension workers, and farmers. 2. Incentives to farmers, support eco-friendly practices e.g., mulching, crop rotation, and sustainable indigenous technologies. 3. Collaborative approach, form international, regional partnerships, such as the Youth for Green and Climate Resilient Agriculture Program (YCRA) by the Food and Agriculture Organization. 4. Other measures, encourage private capital investment, implement micro-level policies, and explore additional avenues for CSA promotion. Climate-smart agriculture initiatives. Government initiatives in India, National Adapter Tian Fund for Climate Change, National Innovation on Climate Resilient Agriculture, Soil Health Mission, Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, Parampara Gat Krishi Vikas Yojana, Biotech Kisan, and Climate Smart Village. Public and private sector involvement, farmer producer organizations, NGOs, and various entities are actively contributing to CSA adoption. Research programs. The CGIAR Research Program on Climate Change, Agriculture and Food Security (CCAFS) addresses challenges of food security (POVRT) and climate change on a global scale. National Innovations in Climate Resilient Agriculture (NICRA). 42 www.insightsindia.com. World Bank Group provides financial support and technical assistance for CSA projects in developing countries. Global Alliance for Climate Smart Agriculture (GAC-SA), a voluntary platform fostering collaboration among governments, civil society, farmers, research institutions, and the private sector to promote knowledge sharing, policy dialogue, and investment in CSA. Climate Smart Agriculture Youth Network (CSAYN) comprises young individuals from various countries dedicated to raising awareness and taking action on CSA among youth and other stakeholders. National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture, NMSA, one of the missions under the National ACTN Plan on Climate Change, NAPCC. To learn about climate-resilient agriculture, click here. Insta links. Climate Smart Agriculture mains links. Q. Elaborate on the impact of the National Watershed Project in increasing agricultural production from water-stressed areas. UPSC 2019. Prelims links. Q1. With reference to the circumstances in Indian agriculture, the concept of conservation agriculture assumes significance. Which of the following fall under the conservation agriculture? UPSC 2018. 1. Avoiding the monoculture practices. 2. Adopting minimum tillage. 3. Avoiding the cultivation of plantation crops. 4. Using crop residues to cover soil surface. 5. Adopting spatial and temporal crop sequencing. Crop rotations. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1, 3 and 4. B. 2, 3, 4 and 5. C. 2, 4 and 5. D. 1, 2, 3 and 5 ands. C. Q2. With reference to the Global Alliance for Climate Smart Agriculture, GACSA, which of the following statements is correct? UPSC 2018. 1. GACSA is an outcome of the climate summit held in Paris in 2015. 2. Membership of GACSA does not create any binding obligations. 3. India was instrumental in the creation of GACSA. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 and 3 only. B. 2 only. Current Affairs 30. C. 2 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3 ands. B. Q3. In the context of India's preparation for climate-smart agriculture, consider the following statements. UPSC 2021. 1. The Climate Smart Village approach in India is a part of a project led by the Climate Change, Agriculture and Food Security (CCAFS), an international research program. 2. The project of CCAFS is carried out under Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research (CGIAR), headquartered in France. 3. The International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics (ICRISAT) in India is one of the CGIAR's research centers. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 2 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3 ands. D. Topics: Food processing and related industries in India. Scope and significance, location, upstream and downstream requirements, supply chain management. 5. Indian food processing sector and export. Context: Indian processed food exports have witnessed a remarkable 150% growth over the past 9 years. Significant achievements of the Indian food processing sector. 1. Investment in the processed food sector. India's food processing sector emerged as the sunrise sector and attracted FDI investments of about 50,000 crore rupees in the past 9 years. 2. Agricultural exports. India's agricultural exports have reached an aggregate of about $53 billion during this period. 3. Geographical indications. GIs. India boasts 158 food and agri-geographical indications (GIs), emphasizing the unique and region-specific nature of its food products. 4. One District One Product (ODOP) initiative. Under the ODOP initiative, 708 unique food items have been identified across districts, promoting local specialties. 5. Global demand for Indian foods. There is a burgeoning demand for Indian foods globally. 43 www.insightsindia.com. 6. Potential. India's food processing market is estimated to reach $535 billion by 2025. Status. India's food processing sector, a shining pillar of the Indian economy, has been booming in recent years. Holding a place among the largest food processing industries in the world, it is responsible for a significant portion, about 32%, of India's overall food market. It employs 13 million people directly and about 35 million people indirectly. Challenges faced by the FPI. While the food processing industry in India has been on an impressive growth trajectory in recent years, there are certain issues that are holding it back. 1. Gaps in supply chain infrastructure, i.e., lack of pre-mary processing, storage and distribution facilities, OEG. More than 30% of the produce from farm gates is lost due to inadequate cold chain infrastructure. 2. Fragmented supply chains, high intermediation and lack of direct linkage between farmers and processing companies increase sourcing costs and quality issues. Also hampers traceability and adoption of global safety standards. 3. Infrastructure bottlenecks, insufficient cold storage, refrigerated facilities, and testing laboratories close to production centers result in 30–40% food losses and raised transport costs for processes. Constraints scale up and agility. 4. Backward regulatory systems, complex registration, licensing norms, high compliance requirements, and differential state policies limit new investments. Outdated systems are unable to ensure food safety in the wake of more chemical usage. Digitalization lacking. 5. Low processing levels. Of the total agriculture and horticulture produce in India, merely around 10% undergoes processing, versus 60–80% for developed nations. Skill gaps limit product diversification and value addition. 6. Inadequate link between production and processing. Severe underpenetration of formal post-harvest infrastructure leads to farmers opting for quick spot sales rather than supplying processing companies under contracts. Hampers visibility and ability to invest in processing equipment. 7. Seasonality of operations and low capacity utilization. Seasonal gluts of F&V production cause price volatility for farmers, pressing disposal to avoid losses. In contrast, processes work under low gear. In lean periods with high idle capacity as raw material supply tapers. 8. Institutional gaps in the supply chain, dependence on APMCs, reliance on fragmented APMC mandi. Current affairs 30. Intermediaries to aggregate produce adds 3 to 4 steps, wastage and commission fee burdens before linking to bulk processes. Holds up modernization efforts. Measures taken by the government to promote the growth of the FPI. 1. Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana (PMKSY). It aims to modernize and upgrade the food processing sector in India, including the supply chain. Under this scheme, the government provides financial assistance for the development of food processing infrastructure, including cold storage facilities, processing centers, and logistics support. 2. National Cold Chain Grid (NCCG), launched by MoVP. It is aimed at creating a seamless network of cold storage facilities across the country. This network can help to reduce post-harvest losses and improve the quality and shelf life of food products. 3. Scheme for creation of backward and forward linkage to perishable horticulture and non-horticulture produce by plugging the gaps in the supply chain in terms of availability of raw material and linkages with the market. 4. National Agriculture Market (ENAM). The ENAM platform is a pan-India electronic trading portal for agricultural commodities. It provides a common platform for buyers and sellers to trade in agricultural products, including fruits and vegetables. This platform can help to reduce supply chain inefficiencies and improve price transparency for farmers and other stakeholders. 5. Also, the logistics challenge of the supply chain is being taken care of by leveraging the existing PM Gram Sadak Yojana, BHARATMALA, and SAGARMALA schemes. Transformative approach needed for sustainable development of FPI. Approach key initiatives. 1. Dedicated warehouses, packaging units. Shared SIR. Food parks, integrated infrastructure, cold chain. Vices for collective use by food processing companies at one site. 2. Ensure minimum support prices MSPs and for crops. Facilitate contract farming contract tie-ups between farmer collectives and farming processing companies for mutual demand supply assurance. 3. Modernize implement the One Nation One Standard certification policy. Revise limits for additives and PAYS systems. Decide residues based on updated scientific research. 4. Skill Devil. Augment and impart processing skills via Pradhan Man. Innovation. Trikaushal Vikas Yojana. Provide tech financial assistance for small entrepreneurs. Partner with universities on R&D for innovation. 44 www.insightsindia.com. 5. Incentivize provide concessional financing schemes export FO. Accused value like champions and revamped EPCGS. Add. Addition. Dress trade deficit through value addition in exports. 6. Smart establish hubs with IoT, AI, and blockchain. Food Pro. Assessing hubs monitor the entire food supply chain for quality, traceability, and efficiency. Develop functional foods for specific health needs. Fortify foods with essential nutrients, probiotics, and bioactive compounds. 7. Nutraceutical innovation. 8. Say. Row waste implement techniques to utilize every part. Processing of the raw material. Convert food waste into biofuels, create bioplastics, or animal feed from byproducts. 9. Camus. Niti-based establish centers in rural areas for local processing farmers. Reduce post-harvest losses and create rural employment opportunities. Centers. Conclusion: food processing has a promising future, provided adequate government support is there. It has the capacity to lift mill lions out of undernutrition. The government has its work cut out to develop industry in a way which takes care of small-scale industry along with attracting big-ticket domestic and foreign investments. Insta links. Food processing and related industries in India. Mains links. Q. What are the reasons for the poor acceptance of a cost-effective small processing unit? How can the food processing unit be helpful to uplift the socio-economic status of poor farmers? UPSC 2017 Q. Elaborate on the policy taken by the Government of India to meet the challenges of the food processing sector. UPSC 2019. Prelims links. Q. With what purpose is the Government of India promoting the concept of mega food parks? UPSC 2011 1. To provide good infrastructure facilities for the food processing industry. 2. To increase the processing of perishable items and reduce wastage. 3. To provide emerging and eco-friendly food processing technologies to entrepreneurs. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 only. B. 1 and 2 only. C. 2 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3 ands. B. Current Affairs 30. Topics: Science and technology developments and their applications and effects in everyday life. Achievements of Indians in science and technology, indigenization of technology and developing new technology. 6. Scientific communication in India. Context. The article discusses the importance of effective science communication in India, citing examples like the Chandrayaan-3 mission and COVID-19 information dissemination. What is scientific communication? Science communication involves conveying scientific information to diverse audiences in an understandable and engaging manner. It encompasses various forms, including journalism, public talks, social media, and educational outreach. The goal is to bridge the gap between scientists and the public, promoting understanding of scientific concepts and their relevance. Example: the communication of Chandrayaan-3, India's lunar exploration mission, serves as an example of effective science communication. Through live broadcasts and updates, people across India were informed and engaged in the progress and scientific findings of the mission, contributing to widespread understanding and discourse. Role of science communication for society in India. Role example: increasing scientific IC awareness, publicizing achievements like India's Mars orbiter mission to enhance understanding of space exploration. Addressing public during the COVID-19 pandemic too. Health issues, disseminating accurate information. Combat misinformation and promote vaccination. Campaigns explaining the importance of conservation and sustainable living for a cleaner environment. Fostering environmental consciousness. Bridging the gap shops, or online forums where science with researchers, organizing public lectures, work-tists interact with the community. IC Temper, educational programs, science festi. Promoting scientific vals, and initiatives promoting scientific inquiry among students. Advocacy for policies based on scientific research in areas like healthcare, environment, and technology. Publicizing breakthroughs in research to garner support and funding for further scientific exploration. Government policies and decision making, encouraging innovation and research. Building trust in regularly sharing updates, findings, scientific institutions, and insights from scientific institutions to build credibility. 45 www.insightsindia.com. Empowering Science making, initiatives explaining the science behind everyday choices, from healthcare to technology use. Crisis management, timely and accurate communication and risk communication during natural disasters or health emergencies to guide the public on safety measures. Government efforts, government-led efforts details. Publications and information directorate established in 1951 under CSIR. Published national science magazines, including Vigyan Pragati, Hindi, Science Reporter, English, and Science Ki Duniya, Urdu, for disseminating scientific knowledge. Birla Industrial and established in 1959 with a focus on technological news 1959. PID. Defining India's scientific heritage and promoting science education. 42nd Amendment introduced Article 51A(h) in 1976, to the Constitution emphasizing the duty of every city. 1976. Zen to develop a scientific temper, humanism, and the spirit of inquiry and reform. National Council formed during the 6th Five-Year Science and Technology Communication (NCSTC) Vigyan Prasar, 1989, an autonomous organization set up in 1989 by the Department of Science and Technology to popularize science. Planned 1980-1985 with a focus on the popularization of science. CSIR National Institute of Science established in 2021, merging two communication previous institutions, to continue and policy research the promotion of science communication. CSIR NIS CPR, 2021. Active engagement. Ongoing efforts by agencies and by national science organizations to actively engage in funding agencies' science communication through and research organizations. Press releases, social media campaigns, exhibitions, and lectures. Other initiatives. Project description: Indian Sign Lan Gauge Astrolabe equipped with 65 pieces of equipment, including a large telescope and audio-visual aids. The Astrolabe provides virtual access to educational videos in Hindi and Sign Language, promoting inclusivity and accessibility. Current Affairs 30. CSIR NPL Cown Kill of Scientific conducts multidisciplinary R&D for and industrial quantum standards and technology. development, and provides training under Tional Physical, Make in India, and Skill India, Pro. Research. NA. Laboratory. Grams. 1 week, 1 NES about technologies and services. Lab campaign, a program by CSIR-NPL to create aware. Provide solutions to societal problems and develop scientific temperament among students. Over 180 schools in Delhi NCR have been exposed to NPL labs, and more schools will be included in future interactions. Science, and this initiative can potentially increase heritage research initiative demand for the traditional art of Shri National Initiative for the Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu. An end-to-end plan for startups aimed developing and at doubling the number of incubators. Harnessing and startups in 5 years. Innovations NIDHI, National Start Up Awards recognizes and rewards outstanding startups and ecosystem enablers contributing to economic dynamism by stimulating innovation and competition. To enhance science communication in India, key measures include 1. Formal education and training. Introduce master's and doctoral programs in science communication to cultivate skilled communicators attuned to India's diverse contexts. 2. Integration with scientific process. Encourage scientists to actively participate in science communication, incorporating it into research and rewarding their efforts. 3. Large-scale strategy. Establish a professional organization collaborating with government departments, stakeholders, and experts to create comprehensive science communication frameworks spanning various disciplines, media formats, and demographic groups. Conclusion. Science communication is crucial for advancing scientific literacy, public engagement, and informed decision-making in India. Addressing current gaps and adopting a forward-looking approach can build a robust science communication ecosystem, bridging the gap between science and society and propelling scientific progress. 46 www.insightsindia.com. Insta links. Science and technology. Mains links, Q. What is India's plan to have its own space station and how will it benefit our space program? UPSC 2019 prelims links. Q. Consider the following statements. UPSC 2016, the Mangalyaan launch by ISRO. 1. Is also called the Mars Orbiter mission. 2. Made India the second country to have a spacecraft orbit the Mars after USA. 3. Made India the only country to be successful in making its spacecraft orbit Mars in its very first attempt. Which of the statements given above is a correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3 ands. C. Topics: conservation-related issues, environmental pollution and degradation, environmental impact assessment. 7. NCAP completes 5 years. Context: the National Clean Air Programme (NCAP) completing 5 years, faces scrutiny on fund utilization and air quality improvements in the 131 funded cities. Over the past 5 years, the National Clean Air Programme (NCAP) has shown a mixed performance. Studies reveal that out of 49 cities assessed for PM2.5 levels, 27 witnessed improvements, while for PM10, 24 out of 46 cities saw positive changes. Notably, cities like Varanasi, Agra, and Jodhpur stood out for achieving significant reductions in both PM2.5 and PM10 levels. About NCAP, the launch. In January 2019, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change (MoFCC) launched the National Clean Air Programme (NCAP) to prepare clean air action plans. The mandate of the National Clean Air Programme (NCAP). 1. Aim. It aims to improve air quality in 131 cities, non-attainment cities (NAC), and million-plus cities in 24 states by engaging all stakeholders. 2. The cities which are exceeding the National Ambient Air Quality Standards (NAAQS) for 5 consecutive years are identified as NAC by the Central Pollution Control Board (CPCB). 3. Objective: to achieve reductions up to 40% of particulate matter PM10 and PM2.5 concentrations by 2025-26, base year 2017. Current Affairs 30. 4. Under NCAP, 132 non-attainment cities have been identified across the country based on the air quality data from 2014-2018. 5. Preparation of the city-specific action plans including measures to strengthen the monitoring network, reduce vehicular, industrial emissions, and increase public awareness. 6. Implementation of the city-specific action plans to be regularly monitored by committees at the central and state level, namely Steering Committee, Monitoring Committee and Implementation Committee. Objectives of NCAP. 1. To augment and evolve effective and proficient ambient air quality monitoring networks across the country to ensure a comprehensive and reliable database. 2. To have efficient data dissemination and public outreach mechanisms for timely measures for the prevention and mitigation of air pollution. 3. To have a feasible management plan for the prevention, control and abatement of air pollution. Performance of National Clean Air Program. Positive. B. Mumbai witnessed over 38% increase in PM2.5 and about 37% in PM10 levels since 2019. 2. Funding issue. For disbursing funds, the Central Pollution Control Board, which coordinates the program, only considers levels of PM10, the relatively larger, coarser particles. However, PM2.5, the smaller, more dangerous particles, aren't monitored as robustly in all cities, mostly due to the lack of equipment. 3. Compartmentalizing rural-urban areas. The scheme focuses on air pollution mitigation within cities while ignoring rural air pollution, thus compartmentalizing both. 4. Sluggish improvement. The progress is even more sluggish in equipping all manual stations with PM2.5 monitoring, where only 261 stations have PM2.5 monitoring facilities. 5. No carrying capacity studies. None of the 132 non-attainment cities has completed the carrying capacity studies. 1. Monitoring station. Out of the targeted 1,500 conclusion manual monitoring stations to be installed across the country, 818 have been installed. 2. Region-specific program. A city-specific action plan has been developed for all the major cities of India. For instance, Delhi, Mumbai, etc. A. 131 cities of the country have developed city action plans and micro-action plans. 3. Prana Web Portal, the portal for regulation of air pollution in non-attainment cities, which provides all information related to various policies, programs, schemes, activities of the stakeholders along with the progress made towards improvement in air quality across the country. 4. Improvement. There has been an overall improvement in particulate matter concentration in 95 cities, including 20 cities conforming to the National Ambient Air Quality Standards in the year 2021-22 compared to 2017. The issue facing NCAP. 1. Unsatisfactory performance. The CSE in its national analysis of PM2.5 levels in cities for which data is available found that between 2019 and 2021, only 14 of 43 NCAP cities registered a 10% or more reduction in their PM2.5 level between 2019 and 2021. A. On the other hand, out of 46 non-NCAP CIT IEs, 21 recorded significant improvement in their annual PM2.5 value with a 5% or more decline between 2019 and 2021. www.insightsindia.com. 47. A. Carrying capacity is the region's ability to accumulate and disperse emissions while maintaining breathable air quality. It is important that NCAP be made legally binding on responsible authorities while setting interim WHO interim targets and long-term targets to achieve breathable air equivalent to WHO guideline levels over the next decade. Further, enhancing transparency in the allocation and utilization of finances and tracking the indicators through publicly available information under the Prana web portal developed by CPCB can be a way forward. Other initiatives for reducing air pollution. 1. National Ambient Air Quality Program (NAMP). 2. Graded Response Action Plan (GRAP). 3. Switch to Bharat Stage 6 BSVI emission standards. 4. Faster adoption and manufacturing of hybrid electric vehicles (FAME) scheme. Insta links. National Clean Air Program. Mains links. Q. Highlighting the major mandate and objectives of the National Clean Air Program (NCAP), evaluate its performance in mitigating pollution in Indian cities. 15M prelims links. Consider the following statements. 1. The National Clean Air Program aims for a reduction in particulate matter concentrations in cities that don't meet the National Ambient Air Quality Standards (NAAQS). Current Affairs 30. 2. India's National Ambient Air Quality Standards (NAAQS) meet the WHO's existing standards. Which of the above statements is correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 nor 2 solution. Topics: security challenges and their management in border areas, linkages of organized crime with terrorism. 8. Border Security Force (BSF) and issues of operational jurisdiction. Context: Punjab has filed a suit challenging the central government's decision to increase the BSF's operational jurisdiction from 15 km to 50 km, considering it a breach of federal principles and an encroachment into state law and order powers. West Bengal shares a similar view. What is the special powers of BSF? In all border states, there is a power under the BSF Act, 1968 to extend the jurisdiction of BSF so far as offences are considered. Different states have different jurisdiction limits. E.g., Gujarat had 80 kilometers, but in some states, it was less, e.g., 15 kilometers in Punjab. Now, by the central government 2021 notification, it has been made uniform 50 kms. BSF has concurrent power with state police agencies with regard to some offences under the Criminal Procedure Code, 1973, Passport Entry into India, Act, 1920 and Passport Act, 1967 etc. The procedure: the BSF conducts search and seizure for violations such as smuggling narcotics, prohibited items, illegal entry of foreigners, and offences under Central Acts. After detaining a suspect or seizing a consignment in the specified area, the BSF can only perform preliminary questioning, and must hand over the suspect to local police within 24 hours. The BSF lacks the authority to prosecute crime suspects. What is the issue? In 2021, the Punjab government moved the Supreme Court under Article 131, challenging the centre's decision that expanded the BSF's jurisdiction from 15 to 50 kilometers. It alleged a breach of federal principles and encroachment into the state's law and order powers. Note: Article 131 vests the Supreme Court with original jurisdiction over disputes occurring between states or between states and the centre. 48 www.insightsonindia.com. What has SC said? The Supreme Court clarified that the 2021 notification expanding BSF's jurisdiction in Punjab from 15 to 50 kilometers grants concurrent authority for preventing specific offences but does not diminish the investigative authority of the state police. What does the Constitution say? Under Article 355, the centre can deploy forces to protect a state from external aggression or internal disturbance, even without the state's request. If a state opposes deployment, the centre can issue directives under Article 355. If the state doesn't comply, the centre can take further action under Article 356 President's Rule. Issues with the center's extension of BSF's jurisdiction. Issues description public order versus Shay. Curity of state the responsibility for public order. And police rests with the state government. Weakening spirit government concurrence is seen as an of federalism the notification without state gov. Encroachment on state powers. The Punjab government views it as an encroachment under the guise of Shay Curity or development tioning of BSF policing in the hinterland weakens. Affecting Funk. BSF's capacity to fulfill its primary duty of guarding the international border. Issues specific to a relatively small state like Punjab. Punjab the extension covers major cities in contrast, states like Gujarat and Rajasthan have specific geographical features, marshland and desert, respectively, that may justify the extension. Arguments from the central government. 1. Enhanced border security. The increase to 50 kilometers is justified to improve border patrol effectiveness. 2. Standardizing operations. The expansion aims to unify the operational area across different states for consistency. The way forward involves 1. Desirable state consent. The union government should consult the state government before deploying armed forces, whenever possible. 2. State self-reliance. Each state government, in consultation with the union government, should develop short-term and long-term plans to strengthen its armed police. 3. Regional arrangements. Neighboring states can establish a standing arrangement, agreed upon by Current Affairs 30. Consensus, for using each other's armed police in times of need. Zonal councils provide a suitable forum for states within a zone to reach such agreements. About Border Security Force BSF. The Border Security Force BSF, established in 1965 following the India-Pakistan War, is a significant component of India's security apparatus. Operating under the administrative control of the Ministry of Home Affairs, it is one of the 7 central armed police forces. With a force strength of over 2 lakhs, it is primarily deployed along the Pakistan and Bangladesh borders, managing security on the Indo-Pakistan International Border, Indo-Bangladesh International Border, and Line of Control (LOC) in coordination with the Indian Army. Role of the Border Security Force BSF in dealing with illegal migration and cross-border crimes. Defending the porous borders. BSF has been defending Sur Creek in the Arabian Sea and Sundarbans Delta in the Bay of Bengal with its state-of-the-art fleet of watercrafts. Cooperating with local police. Most of the raids and arrests that are conducted are in close coordination and cooperation with the local police. Police do act against any smuggler or criminal if the BSF provides irrefutable evidence. The first line of defense. It has been termed the first line of defense of Indian territories because of the role played by it in dealing with illegal migration from the eastern border and tackling cross-border crimes. Comprehensive integrated border management system has vastly improved the capability of the Border Security Force BSF in detecting and controlling cross-border crimes like illegal infiltration, smuggling of contraband goods, human trafficking and cross-border terrorism, etc. BSF and internal security duties. While border protection has been the primary duty of BSF, it has also been deployed for counter-terrorism and counter-insurgency operations in troubled areas of the country like J&K, NE states and Naxal-hit areas. Trans-border crimes. BSF was given powers way back in 1969 under the Indian Passport Act, Customs Act, Arms Act, NPSD Act, and CRPC to arrest, search and seize a person, vessel or premises so it can effectively deal with trans-border crimes which have a bearing on national security in larger areas of the bordering states. For instance, the smuggling of narcotics, arms and ammunition, fake currency and other contraband items on the western and eastern borders of the country. Gathering information. The BSF does not have the responsibility only to apprehend the offenders while committing trans-border crimes at the zero line, but also to gather information to neutral. 49 www.insightsonindia.com. Eyes the network and accomplices operating from their side of the area, independently as well as with the help of local police. Challenges before BSF in dealing with illegal migration and cross-border crimes. Porous border. Along the India-Bangladesh border, from Sundarbans in the south to Malda in the north, and is the most porous stretch of India's borders in the entire eastern theatre, making it complex to manage. Challenges on both our eastern and western borders have grown many folds in the last 4 decades despite the increased presence of BSF units, the erection of a border fence and the use of modern technologies. Trans-border crimes are no longer confined to pet Thai smuggling of few eatables or locally produced consumable items, pushing in of narcotics, arms and fake currency into India, and large-scale illegal migration of Bangladeshi nationals and Rohingyas pose a serious threat to our security and economy. Increased connectivity and communication. As connectivity, communication and mobility have increased, trans-border criminals have the advantage of operating from deeper areas. Most of the time BSF operates in close coordination with the local police, but this delays the operational functioning of BSF. Wider outreach of criminals. While BSF is responsible for preventing trans-border crimes, the sphere of action of these criminals expands to the hinterlands. In places like West Bengal, the trans-border criminals were cleverly operating from REs beyond the jurisdiction of BSF. Conclusion and opinion. Thus, BSF needs to overcome these challenges and further strengthen its border domination against the threats from underground tunnels or enhanced threats by the use of drones or other methods. The added responsibility will require better coordinated efforts at every level. Insta links. Illegal immigration in India's northern and eastern borders. Mains links. Q. Analyze the multidimensional challenges posed by external state and non-state actors to the internal security of India. Also, discuss measures required to be taken to combat these threats. UPSC 2021. Current Affairs 30. Prelims links. Q. Department of Border Management is a department of which one of the following union ministries? UPSC 2008. A. Ministry of Defense. B. Ministry of Home Affairs. C. Ministry of Shipping, Road Transport and Highways. D. Ministry of Environment and Forests. ANS. B. 9. Vijay Raghavan Committee and DRDO functioning. Context. The Prime Minister has urged the armed forces, military-civilian bureaucracy, and the Defense Research and Development Organization (DRDO) to eliminate cost overruns and project delays in defense manufacturing to make Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliant India, successful. Previously, a committee led by Professor K. Vijay Raghavan was formed by the Ministry of Defense to review and restructure the functioning of the DRDO and the defense R&D ecosystem in the country. What is DRDO? DRDO, Est. 1958, HQ, New Delhi, is the R&D wing of the Ministry of Defense, which aims to equip India with advanced defense technologies, fostering self-reliance. DRDO comprises over 50 laboratories focusing on diverse defense disciplines such as aeronautics, electronics, and engineering systems. Motto: Balasya Mulam Vigyanam, the source of strength is science. Important programs of DRDO. Programs description: Integrated Grid Missile Development Program IGMDP. Initiated by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Aimed at achieving self-sufficiency in missile technology. Developed missiles: Prithvi, Agni, Trishul, Akash, Nag smart robot for handling landmines and IEDs. Assists Indian Armed Forces in disarming explosive devices from a safe distance. Can be equipped for ground digging and IED diffused. Highest terrestrial lake. Functions as a natural cold store. Mobile Autonomous Robot System, Mars. Center in Ladakh located at 17,600 feet near Pangong. Age unit for preserving natural and medicinal plants. 50 www.insightsonindia.com. Recent projects: Extreme Cold Weather Clothing System ECWCS, designed to protect military personnel in harsh cold environments. Prelay. Missiles. Controlled Aerial Delivery System, Pinaka Extended Range Pinaka, a multiple launch rocket system, Supersonic Missile Assisted Torpedo System, SMART, Akash NG and MPATGM projects, Guided Missile Technology, Drone, Detect, Deter and Destroy D4 System. 2016, it successfully tested its first indigenously developed heavy-duty drone Rustam 2. 2018, DRDO co-developed Inzari Hant, India's first nuclear ballistic missile submarine. 2019, DRDO developed India's first anti-satellite system, Mission Shakti. Issues with DRDO. Issues description inadequate Bud. Guettery support the Standing Committee on Defense. Highlighted concerns about insufficient budgetary support for ongoing DRDO projects. Inadequate manpower. DRDO faces challenges due to inadequate manpower, particularly in critical areas, and a lack of proper synergy with the armed forces. Cost escalation TECUS project, initiated in the 1980s. And delays, e.g., the Light Combat Aircraft LCA. With the aim of creating an indigenous supersonic fighter aircraft, faced significant delays and cost overruns. Big on promise, significant promises but delivering small on delivery. DRDO has been criticized for making less. Lack of accountability and repercussions for overruns have been pointed out by entities like the Comptroller and Auditor General, CAG. Meant instead of focusing on cutting-edge, obsolete equip technology, DRDO has been accused of tinkering with World War II-era equipment, leading to concerns about the relevance and effectiveness of its projects. Long-term trials. The organization has faced criticism for prolonged testing phases without clear assurances of achieving the desired end state. Current affairs. 30. Comparison with Knowledge's defense, underwater. ISRO. DRDO is focused on too many tech, space, equipment, etc., whereas ISRO's success is attributed to its sharp focus on space. While ISRO serves as the developer, launcher, and controller, ensuring cohesiveness and persistence, DRDO, being only the developer, faces challenges in maintaining a seamless transition from design to realization, necessitating a revamp. Key recommendations made by Vijay Rahavan's Committee for DRDO. Category Key Recommendations. Structural Council DTC, headed by the Prime Minis. Changes. Formation of the Defense Technology TER, with the Defense Minister and National Security Advisor as Vice Presidents. DTC to determine the country's defense technology roadmap, decide on major projects and their execution. Creation of a separate department under the Defense Ministry, i.e., Department of Defense Science, Technology, and Innovation DDSTI to promote defense R&D in the academic and startup ecosystem, serving as the secretariat for DTC. Research focus concentrate on intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance technologies. Emphasize areas in life sciences. Sources hire 100 graduates from campuses on a human contract every year. Strengthen DRDO's lateral entry program. Reduce the median age of DRDO to 35. Laboratories restructure 41 DRDO labs into 10 national labs, distributed in Delhi, Bengaluru, 2, Hyderabad, 2, Pune, Dehradun, Chennai, Visakhapatnam, and Chandigarh. Other suggestions for improving the functioning of DRDO. DRDO's restructuring, proposed by the 2007 committee led by P. Rama Rao, advocates a leaner organization with a commercial arm for profitability and project completion efficiency. Former DRDO chief V.K. Saraswat suggests the establishment of a Defense Technology Commission and a more significant role for DRDO in selecting production partners. The organization's 2021 HR policy focuses on knowledge sharing, open book management, and participative management, marking a positive step forward. Insta links. Defense Technology. 51 www.insightsindia.com. Mains links. Q. What is the significance of Indo-US defense deals over Indo-Russian defense deals? Discuss with reference to stability in the Indo-Pacific region. UPSC 2020. Topics: various security forces and agencies and their mandate. General Studies 4. 1. Mulya Pravah 2.0, Values and Ethics in Higher Education. Context: the University Grants Commission (UGC) is pushing for values and ethics in higher education through guidelines like Mulya Pravah 2.0. What is Mulya Pravah 2.0? It is a guideline issued by the University Grants Commission (UGC) in India, aiming to instill human values and professional ethics in higher education institutions. It is a modified version of the 2019 Mulya Pravah guideline. Features of the guidelines. Features details. Aim: inculcating human values and professional ethics in higher education institutions to build value-based institutions and promote constitutional values. Objectives: instill deep respect for fundamental due. Guideline ob. Ties and constitutional values. Develop a culture of integrity, accountability, transparency, and inclusiveness in higher education institutions. Emphasis on bi-institutional and public interest. Transparency: decision-making should be guided solely. Void of biases. Abolishment of discriminatory privileges, emphasis on punishing the corrupt. Core values: institutions are urged to ensure integrity, trusteeship, harmony, accountability, inclusiveness, commitment, respectfulness, belongingness, sustainability, constitutional values, and global citizenship. Administrative transparency, fairness, honesty, and the high accountability. Administration should prioritize ethical standards. Refrain from misappropriation and reject gifts that may compromise impartial duties. Current Affairs 30. Confidentiality: the guideline emphasizes maintaining and right to information. Confidentiality and conflicting with the right to information. It mandates institutions to voluntarily disclose critical information for public scrutiny. Teachers' role: teaching is a noble profession. Teachers are expected to act as role models. Stakeholder: the expectation for staff and student unions and associations. Unions to support the administration in development activities. Potential issues with guidelines. 1. Lack of definition for dignified manner may lead to suppressing dissent. 2. Associations and unions have faced bans, suspensions, and legal battles. 3. Guidelines' effectiveness hinges on sincere implementation efforts. 4. Conflicts, such as the emphasis on confidentiality, conflicting with the right to information. 5. Reservations about Union's limited role in protecting members' rights. 6. The guideline may face challenges in practical application. 52 www.insightsonindia.com. For ethical concerns regarding Indian educational institutions, click here. For reasons for prevalence of unethical practices, click here. For the implications of the prevalence of unethical practices, click here. Think of View on Values in Education, Scholar Perspective. Swami Vivekananda emphasized character building and moral education for a strong and prosperous nation. Education should focus on physical, intellectual, and spiritual development. Gandhi stressed that education without values, Mahatma, is incomplete. Advocated for values like truth, non-violence, and compassion to create a just and peaceful society. Character development is vital in education. Advocated for holistic development, emphasizing the significance of value education. Education should harmonize individuals with nature and society, fostering a sense of responsibility. Rabindranath Tagore. Best practices in the world on education. Country approach. Japan, moral education, focuses on cultivating moral responsibility and social conscience. Emphasizes values like honesty, kindness, and respect. Finland holistic education includes value education as a crucial part. Emphasis on character education and ethical development is reflected in high global rankings. Australia, the Values Education program aims at developing social and emotional intelligence. Promotes values like respect, responsibility, fairness, and compassion. Singapore, the National Education program aims at developing national identity, social responsibility, and civic consciousness. Emphasizes values like loyalty, resilience, and social harmony. Canada, emphasis on developing moral reasoning and ethical decision-making skills. The curriculum promotes values like empathy, justice, and inclusivity. Conclusion. The ultimate goal of education should be to enhance the quality and integrity of the education system while protecting individual rights and promoting a culture of accountability. Current Affairs 30. ITY and transparency. Insta links. Ethics, integrity and aptitude mains links. Q. Can ethics and morals be taught in educational institutions? If yes, make a case for introducing a course on ethics right from school. 250 words. 2. Examples of ethics. Example 1. IAS Rajat Bansal Development in Naxal Region. In addressing the challenge of Naxal violence in Chhattisgarh, the district administration of Bastar launched Think B, a startup incubator, to encourage youth entrepreneurship. Led by IAS Rajat Bansal, the initiative aims to provide employment opportunities and tackle extremism through innovative, development-focused solutions. Success. Think B has mentored batches of entrepreneurs, resulting in successful startups like Zillusion Studios and Mom's Food Services. The approach highlights the transformative power of good governance and development in addressing complex issues, even in remote Naxal areas. Example 2. IAS DVRIA Crowd Management. In 2021-22, Sabarimala faced challenges during the Mandala season due to disruptions like protests and floods. Crowd management, crucial for safety, became a priority. IAS DVRIA and the Pathanamthitta district administration successfully conducted the yatra through strategic planning, including coordination with 52 departments, a safety walk, landslide hazard mapping, and implementing the Sabarimala virtual queue system with COVID protocols. In December 2023, Sabarimala implemented the Tirupati model of a queuing system. Divya emphasizes the importance of disaster management, including prevention, mitigation, and education. She believes continuous learning is essential for civil servants facing diverse challenges daily. Usage of examples, for essays, governance, and ethics section of mains examination as case studies and example fodder for answers. Candidates will find it useful for framing replies in interviews personality tests. 3. AI effect on labor. Context. As AI, including generative AI like ChatGPT, becomes commercially widespread, concerns arise regarding its impact on the job market. Studies suggest potential automation of 60–70% of employee tasks by current AI, with projections of 50% automation. 53 www.insightsonindia.com. By 2045. Ethical aspects of AI's impact on labor, ethical as PEC's implications on labor. Job displacement. Potential ethical concerns regarding the social and economic impact of job losses due to AI automation. Wage unequal. ITY ethical questions about fair compensation. And addressing the widening gap in wages, particularly in easily automatable sectors. Retraining and effective retraining opportunities too. Opportunities ethical imperative to provide accessible. Facilitate workers' transition to new roles. Ethical considerations to address biases. Bias and fair. In AI systems that may affect hiring and employment practices, ensuring fairness. Transparency. Ethical concerns about the opacity of AI algorithms emphasize the need for clear communication and understanding of decision-making processes. Ethical responsibility to provide education that encompasses technical skills along with societal, ethical, and humanistic aspects, preparing individuals for responsible AI use. Multidisciplinary education. Governance ethical imperative for establishing GOVA and regulation. NANS and regulations, such as the harmonized rules on AI, to ensure responsible and accountable AI deployment. The evolving nature of AI prompts the need for a multidisciplinary approach in education, balancing technological advancements with ethical considerations. EU's harmonized rules on AI Archie Act 2023 aim to address socio-economic benefits and potential risks. In the face of technological change, higher educational institutes (HEIs) play a crucial role in preparing a multi-skilled workforce for the future. Insta-links. Can AI be ethical and moral? A new global standard for AI ethics. 4. Religion, ethics and the spirit of truth. Context. The article delves into the intricate connection between religion, ethics, and truth, emphasizing their significance in understanding the human experience. Meaning of the terms. Current Affairs 30. Term definition example. Vivekananda reminds us, follow truth wherever it may. Theses and values that Christianity involves lead you, carry ideas to their utmost logical conclusions. Religion, a set of beliefs, center around a high. You must have a great devotion to your ideal, devotion not worshipping Jesus of the moment, but calm, persevering, and steady devotion. A power or a divine Christ as the central being. Figure in religious practices. Ethics moral principles guide honesty and integrity behavior and decision making, distin. In business dealings. Gishing right from our ethical principles. Wrong. Like that of a chartica, a kind of bird which looks into the sky amid thunder and lightning and would drink no water but from the clouds. Conclusion. The truth is that we all are human beings and for our survival, we have to take care of each other. Religion and ethics are for human beings' benefit and this is the truth. We are. Accordance with facts determined through beyond race, religion, caste, class, regionalism. We are only truth the state of being in science, the truth is. Or reality, the actual evidence and expery state of a matter. Mentation. The connection between religion, ethics, and truth. Religion often provides a framework for ethical guidelines. The ethical principles derived from religious beliefs contribute to shaping individual and societal behaviors. Ultimate lie. These three concepts are intertwined in shaping moral conduct and guiding individuals towards what is considered truthful and virtuous within their respective belief systems. Who is God? The simple answer is, God is truth and truth is God. And when we say being ethical, we mean to bring the truth into the frame of religion. According to Gandhiji, truth is God. According to Gandhiji, truth in daily life is relative, but through relative truth, an absolute truth can be reached, and this observation is the ultimate goal of life. Its attainment is the ultimate dharma of man, and therefore he experimented with truth only. Your truth versus my truth. In today's world, truth is frequently challenged, causing conflicts in personal, professional, and societal spheres. The global response to the pandemic highlights a universal truth in vaccination. Some nations resort to propaganda and violence, suggesting a relative truth in the power of force, e.g., Russia-Ukraine war, Israel-Palestine conflict. This era witnesses widespread contestation of truth, leading to deception and denial. The ethical dilemma arises when individuals and nations harm innocents in the pursuit of their perceived truths, prompting a crucial self-reflection on the morality of such actions. Swami Vivekananda's message: the spiritual path leads to truth and peace only. Vivekananda said, "Do not care for doctrines, do not care for dogmas, or sects, or churches, or temples. They count little compared with the essence of existence in each man, which is spirituality. And the more this is developed in each man, the more powerful is he for good." 54 www.insightsindia.com human beings. Neither more nor less. And we are completely dependent on nature. Even for oxygen. It is the only universal truth. Rest is man-made. Insta links. M.K. Gandhi. Content for mains enrichment. 1. IAS Officer Sushant Gaurav. Context. IAS Officer Sushant Gaurav, the Deputy Commissioner of Gumla in Jharkhand, has been credited for transforming the poverty-stricken district into the raggi capital of India. Gaurav's innovative approach shifted locals from water-intensive paddy cultivation to a more sustainable model of raggi cultivation. The district, once plagued by extreme poverty and Naxalite insurgency, underwent a remarkable turnaround under Gaurav's leadership. For his efforts, he received the Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Public Administration. The shift to raggi cultivation brought nutritional benefits to the predominantly Adivasi population in Gumla. Usage. The example can be used to show the ethical values of leadership, innovation, empathy, social responsibility, and public service excellence. 2. Nobel Prize winner Muhammad Yunus. Context. Nobel Prize winner Muhammad Yunus was sentenced to 6 months in jail by a Bangladesh court for violating labor laws. Why is Yunus facing judicial cases? Yunus faces charges, including corruption and fund embezzlement. The court found his company, Grameen Telecom. Current Affairs 30. Guilty of labor law violations. However, supporters claim the case is politically motivated due to his strained relationship with Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, who accused him of exploiting the poor. In August last year, over 160 personalities like Barack Obama and ex-UN Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon signed a joint letter denouncing the continuous judicial harassment of Yunus. Contributions of Yunus. Muhammad Yunus, through his innovative microfinance model, particularly with the establishment of Grameen Bank, has made significant contributions to alleviating poverty. His approach of providing small, collateral-free loans to the poor, especially women, has empowered millions of entrepreneurs who wouldn't qualify for traditional bank loans. For his work, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Other famous personalities facing issues in their own country. Name details: Alexei Navalny, Russian opposition leader and anti-corrupt activist, faced imprisonment and legal challenges in Russia. Aung San 8, detained and faced charges following a Suu Kyi, former Myanmar leader and Nobel laureate. Military coup in Myanmar in 2021. Liu Xiaobo, Chinese human rights activist and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, imprisoned for advocating political reform. Raif Badawi, Saudi Arabian blogger and activist, jailed for promoting free speech and political reform in Saudi Arabia. Mahsa Amini. Nishi was a women's rights activist. Following her death in the police custody, civil unrest and protests began against the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran but were suppressed by September of 2023. 3. Neena Singh. Context. Neena Singh, a 1989 batch IPS officer of the Rajasthan Cadre, has made history as the first woman to head the Central Industrial Security Force (CISF) responsible for securing Delhi Metro and airports nationwide. Originally from Bihar, Singh, who served as a special DG with the CISF since 2021, has an impressive career. She was the first woman to hold the top police post in Rajasthan, played a key role in developing an outreach program for the State Women's Commission, collaborated with Nobel laureates Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo, and worked on Project X to enhance police accessibility. Singh, associated with high-profile cases, received the Aarti Utkrisht Seva Medal for 55 www.insightsonindia.com. Professional Excellence in 2020. Ethical values. She reflects ethical values such as pioneering leadership as the first woman to hold top police posts, dedication to public service through outreach programs, commitment to accessibility in policing, and handling high-profile cases with integrity. 4. Coexistence between Warli tribes and leopards. Context. The article discusses the peaceful coexistence between Maharashtra's Wali tribe and leopards near the Sanjay Gandhi National Park, SGNP. Unlike common fear, Walis worship leopards as Wagoba, considering them part of their environment. Despite Mumbai having a high leopard density, the Walis share space with leopards, taking precautions like keeping children indoors after 6 p.m. Encounters are common, and the Walis revere leopards, with shrines dedicated to Wagoba. Other tribes coexisting with animals are tribe animal coexistence examples: Bishnois, Rajasthan, Jarawas, Anda. Bishnois revere blackbucks, protecting them from harm. Man Islands Jarawas live in harmony with diverse wildlife on the Andaman Islands. They maintain sustainable hunting practices and have minimal impact on the environment. Van Gujars Fants in the Himalayan forests. They. Uttarakhand nomadic Van Gujars coexist with LA. Follow traditional practices, respecting wildlife habitats and minimizing conflicts. Mishing tribe Gangetic River dolphin. They consider Assam. Mishing people in Assam coexist with the dolphin sacred and have rituals that promote its conservation. Karni tribe with elephants and other wildlife. Kerala Karni tribe in the Western Ghats coexists. About Wali tribe. The Wali tribe, one of Maharashtra's largest, resides on the outskirts of Mumbai in the North Sahyadri region. Renowned for their Wali wall paintings dating back to the 10th century AD, the art depicts daily life and surroundings. Utilizing natural materials and colors, the tribe employs bamboo brushes in the distinctive paintings. Current affairs 30. 5. Henry Ford. In 1914, Henry Ford, the founder of Ford Motors, made a groundbreaking decision to more than double the minimum daily wage of his workers from $2.34 to $5. This move attracted widespread attention and varied reactions, with Ford being both praised as an inspired millionaire and accused of socialist tendencies. The motivation behind this wage increase was rooted in Ford's introduction of the moving assembly line in 1913, revolutionizing car production and reducing the time to build a Ford Model T from 12 hours to just 90 minutes. Despite concerns about costs, the wage hike proved beneficial for Ford. Total costs decreased, and the company experienced a surge in productivity, doubling profits within 2 years. This strategic move to improve worker retention and increase efficiency through higher wages was considered by Ford as one of his best cost-cutting decisions. Usage. The example can be used to showcase the values of productivity with purpose, equity and inclusion, social responsibility, employee welfare and fair compensation. 6. Initiatives at the Corbett Tiger Reserve Center. Context. The Corbett Tiger Reserve Center in India showcases a successful revival of tiger populations through wildlife conservation efforts. Initiatives taken at center. Initiatives description. Digital and adoption of electronic eye under project intensive patrolling. EI and increased foot patrols to combat poaching and monitor wildlife movement. Habitat man. Agement meticulous management of grasslands and water resources, including the development of palatable grasses and water holes for the prey base. Strategic core. Riders establishment of wildlife corridors to FA. Facilitate movement, reduce inbreeding, and contribute to healthier tiger populations. Community initiative and the Beehive Fencing Project. Initiatives introduction of the Living with Tigers. Corby Honey, to mitigate human-wildlife conflicts. The Living with Tigers initiative focuses on cultivating safe practices and behaviors amidst human-wildlife conflict scenarios. 56 www.insightsonindia.com. Cultural importance recognition of the tiger's role in India's religious and mythological iconography led to increased public and political support. About Jim Corbett National Park established in 1936 as Haley National Park, later declared a tiger reserve in 1973, Jim Corbett National Park is India's first national park and the inaugural participant in the Project ECT Tiger Initiative. Located in the Shivalik hills of the Himalayas, it spans Pauri Garhwal, Nainital, and Almora districts in Uttarakhand. Recognized for its global prominence, the reserve recorded an impressive increase in tiger density, reaching 260 in 2022 from 231 4 years earlier. 7. National Cancer Grid. Kashar Cancer Center in Assam are reducing cancer drug costs through the National Cancer Grid. This collaborative effort involves bulk buying drugs, cutting costs by over 85%, and making cancer treatments more affordable for patients, especially in smaller towns and rural areas. The initiative is led by Tata Memorial Hospital in Mumbai, covering a range of generic drugs. The success has attracted interest nationwide, with plans to expand to over 100 drugs and consider broader cancer care purchases. R. Ravi Kannan Ramon Magzine Award for 2023, leading the hospital's operations, credits the initiative to cut cancer drug prices for enabling the purchase of quality medicines and providing free treatment to more patients. Usage. The innovative example can be used to showcase how to address the financial burden on families and the challenge of accessing treatment in remote areas. About National Cancer Grid. National Cancer Grid (NCG) is a network of major cancer centers, research institutes, patient groups and Charita Blay institutions across India with the mandate of establishing uniform standards of patient care for the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of cancer, providing specialized training and education in oncology and facilitating collaborative basic, translational and clinical research in cancer. It was formed in August 2012. It has been established by the Department of Atomic Energy and with the grant support of Tata Memorial Center. 8. Japanese cultural practices and its use for disaster management. Context. A recent fire incident involving a Japan Airlines JAL Airbus. Current affairs 30. A350 and a de Havilland-8 turboprop aircraft at Haneda Airport in Tokyo. Despite the severity of the incident, most passengers on the JAL aircraft survived, highlighting several factors contributing to their safety. Factors contributing to passenger safety in JAL aircraft incident. 1. Japanese culture. The Japanese cultural practice of kiritsu emphasizes self-discipline in various aspects of life. The crew's presence of mind and disciplined evacuation procedures played a crucial role. 2. Superior aircraft technology. Modern aircraft like the Airbus A350 and Boeing 787 use advanced materials, such as carbon fiber composites, which have lower burning temperatures compared to traditional aluminium. 3. Cabin crew competence. The cabin crew's competence, guided by safety training, played a significant role. 4. Safety training and track record. Usage. The example can be used in DM ethics to show values such as discipline, quick thinking, and safety consciousness in Japanese culture. 9. Lily Gladstone. Lily Gladstone made history at the 2024 Golden Globes as the first Indigenous person to win Best Actress in a Motion Picture Drama. She began her acceptance speech in the Blackfeet language, translating to a standard greeting expressing love and identity. What is the Blackfeet language? It is the native language of the Blackfeet people, an indigenous group in North America. It is spoken by the Blackfeet Nation, primarily in the United States and Canada. Usage. Using indigenous language on such a mainstream stage will help inspire indigenous youth, and help in preserving the indigenous Blackfeet language. 10. Hannah Rafiti Maipi Clark. Hannah Rafiti Maipi Clark, at 21, became New Zealand's youngest MP in 170 years, making history during the recent national elections. In her inaugural speech, she performed the traditional Maori haka, emphasizing her commitment to her constituents and her role as a guardian of the Maori language, land, and wisdom. Maipi Clark's achievements include managing a Maori community garden and authoring a book. Her lineage includes notable figures advocating for Maori rights and cultural preservation. www.insightsonindia.com. 57. Usage. The example shows the values such as cultural pride, unity, resilience, commitment to her community, commitment to cultural preservation and ethical responsibility. 11. People's Manifesto for a Just, Equitable and Sustainable India. Context. The People's Manifesto for a Just, Equitable and Sustainable India is a response to India's crises, released by 85 movements and organizations under Vikalp Sangam. Focused on ecological sustainability, dignified livelihoods, and democratic values, the manifesto advocates policy shifts, emphasizing small manufacturing, crafts, and community-led initiatives. It addresses concerns about authoritarianism, decentralization, and societal vulnerabilities. The manifesto presents a 21-point charter, urging citizens to actively engage in shaping a just and sustainable future. Category solutions suggested by the People's Manifesto. Governance of power to local bodies, real devolution of financial and legal powers to villager and urban assemblies. B. Transparency and accountability, comprehensive laws ensuring state agency accountability, including public audits. C. Independent institutions, reviving the independence of the Election Commission and media. Environmental land and water policy emphasizing issues at sustainable policies, urging a national conservation and community-led efforts. B. Organic farming, proposing conversion to organic farming by 2040. C. Renewable energy, advocating for decentralized renewable energy and phasing out fossil fuels by 2030. Others are economic reforms, focusing on job creation in small manufacturing and crafts, extending employment guarantees to urban areas. B. Social justice, addressing interfaith conflicts, prioritizing marginalized groups' rights, and suggesting increased spending on education and health. C. Decentralization, seeking fuller implementation of Panchayat laws and a national environment commissioner role. Current Affairs 30. 12. Women commandos in Maoist region. Context. In the Dandakaranya forest near Gadchiroli district, Maharashtra, 11 women officers from the Maharashtra police, informally called commandos, stand ready at an outpost near the Maoist frontier. Trained in jungle warfare and weaponry, they are part of a 200-strong security force facing the Maoist headquarters in the unknown hills. Passionate about their role, these women commandos are safeguarding a ballistic-proof outpost established within 24 hours in November. This groundbreaking move aims to transform the region, previously labeled a liberated zone, bringing development and security to the people in surrounding villages. Values. The article shows the values of dedication and service, courage and determination, and community impact. 13. Steel Slag Road. Context. India's first national highway Steel Slag Road section on NH66, connecting Mumbai to Goa, has been inaugurated, showcasing a pioneering eco-friendly initiative. The groundbreaking technology, developed by CSIR-CRRI, transforms waste from the steel industry into a valuable resource for constructing robust and environmentally friendly national highways. The bituminous steel slag road, constructed with 28% less thickness than conventional roads, demonstrates cost efficiency and enhanced durability. Usage. The example highlights the values of sustainability, innovation, and collaboration. Key values include efficiency, cost effectiveness, and durability in road construction. 14. The Buddhist Voice of Global South. Context. The Vice President addressed the 12th General Assembly of the Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace (ABCP) in New Delhi. Emphasizing India's leadership role in the Global South, he highlighted the theme, ABCP, the Buddhist Voice of Global South. Teachings of Buddha. Teachings Current Relevance. 58 www.insightsonindia.com. Life Brings promotes a simple, virtuous life between sorrow, overcome desire, extreme austerity and luxury. Encourages a citizen-centric governance approach where the right speech, conduct, and livelihood can make administration more responsive and service-driven. 4 Noble offers a path to the end of suffering. M Truths emphasizing the right views, aspirations. 8-fold speech, action, livelihood, effort, mind path. Fullness and concentration. These principles are relevant in promoting scientific temper, mindfulness, and a spirit of inquiry in contemporary society. Middle path advocates a middle path between extreme lifestyles. Pertinent to sustainable development, it provides a solution to issues like consumerism, climate change, and corruption. Encourages a balanced approach to address societal challenges. Pursuit of a promotes eliminating discrimination just and equal. Egalitarian society against vulnerable sections, fostering interfaith harmony, and advocating for peace. Encourages a spirit of love towards all living beings and emphasizes the law of karma to curb wars, terrorism, extremism, and violence. Welfare for all. Lord Buddha taught us, Bhavatu Sabba Mangalama, which means blessings, compassion and welfare of all. 15. Bamboo composites. Context. During the India International Science Festival IISF 2023, Know-how technology on bamboo composites was transferred. What are bamboo composites? Bamboo composites are industrial products developed using an environmentally friendly technique that involves processing bamboo, a natural and versatile resource. Bamboo, declared as grass, matures in 3 to 4 years, making it a rapid and sustainable source. The technology involves cutting bamboo poles, splitting them, removing knots, treating them chemically for protection, converting them to fibrous form, and finally, creating composite materials through compaction under heat and pressure. These composites resemble teak wood, offering durability, dimensional stability, high strength, fire resistance, and a natural appearance. They can be used in various applications, including panel boards, beams, pillars, doors, and more. Current Affairs 30. Usage. Such examples can be used in essay environment questions to show sustainable solutions, which can also help improve the income of bamboo farmers. 16. Boeing SUKANYA program. Context. PM inaugurated the Boeing India Engineering and Technology Centre BIETC campus in Bengaluru, and the launch of the Boeing Sukanya program to promote the entry of girls into India's aviation sector. The program aims to empower girls and women in STEM fields, offering training for aviation jobs. It includes creating STEM labs at 150 locations to foster interest and providing scholarships for women training to be pilots. India boasts a noteworthy 15% of female pilots, 3 times the global average. While female enrollment in STEM courses has risen to over 42% in 2021-22, workforce participation remains at a modest 14% in 2021. Usage. The example can be used to show how foreign investments can help drive economic as well as social changes in India. 17. Artificial greening and plantations. Context. In India, invasive alien plant species are displacing native vegetation, posing a significant threat to wildlife by disrupting natural habitats and depleting essential food sources. A study suggests that about 66% of the country's natural systems are infested by 11 invasive species, compromising or threatening 2/3 of the available food for wild animals. The invasion is driven by human actions, including horticultural practices and land use changes. What is artificial greening and plantations? It refers to human-initiated efforts to introduce or promote specific vegetation in an area, often for ecological restoration, aesthetic purposes, or to address environmental issues. These practices involve planting selected plant species, typically non-native or commercially valuable ones, to modify or enhance the existing vegetation in a particular area. While some experts view artificial greening as a way to ecological restoration, livelihood enhancement, aesthetic landscaping, erosion control, etc. But artificial greening, if done with non-native species, can have an irreversible impact on the overall ecological landscape. www.insightsindia.com. 59. 18. National Girl Child Day (NGCD). Context: it is observed annually on January 24, and sheds light on challenges faced by girls in Indian society. Established in 2008 by the Ministry of Women and Child Development, NGCD advocates for equal opportunities in education, healthcare, and nutrition. It commemorates the inaugural anniversary of the Beti Padhao scheme launched on January 22, 2015, aiming to improve the child-sex ratio and empower girls and women. The day also holds significance as it marks the anniversary of SMT. Indira Gandhi took the oath as the first woman Prime Minister of India on January 24, 1966. NGCD promotes equal opportunities for the girl child while raising awareness about the injustices they face. Activities this year: the government urged states and union territories to conduct a 5-day campaign at the grassroots level to raise awareness about the importance of the girl child. The campaign includes various activities, such as Gram Sabha or Mahila Sabha, oath-taking ceremonies, workshops on menstrual hygiene, and celebrating local champions in education, sports, social welfare, and community mobilization. Quotes on Girl Child. 1. Empower a girl, empower a nation. The strength of our future lies in the hands of every girl child. 2. Girls are not just a part of the story, they are the storytellers, shaping the narrative of a better tomorrow. 3. Girls are not liabilities, they are assets that enrich the fabric of society with their intelligence and compassion. Usage: the examples can be used in essays, ethics, value of gender equality, case studies, etc. 19. Screen time for children. Context: during the 7th edition of Pariksha Pe Charcha, the Prime Minister emphasized the importance of quality sleep for students, sharing a personal insight that he falls asleep within 30 seconds of going to bed. He cautioned against excessive screen time, noting its potential to disrupt sleep patterns, and advocated for a balanced lifestyle. The message serves as a timely reminder for students, parents, and teachers to prioritize restful sleep as a crucial component of overall well-being. Current Affairs 30. Excessive screen time among children has been associated with a range of negative impacts on their physical and mental well-being. The prolonged use of screens, particularly for activities such as gaming or social media, has been linked to health issues like obesity, sleep disorders, depression, and anxiety. Moreover, it negatively influences the cognitive development, reducing essential social skills such as empathy by limiting face-to-face interactions. To address these concerns, WHO guidelines recommend no screen time for babies under 2 years old, with limited screen time for those aged 2 to 4. Additionally, implementing parental controls and filters can help block access to unsuitable content and products, ensuring a healthier screen time experience for children. Facts for prelims. GS1. 1. Surya Namaskar. Context: Gujarat set a Guinness World Record with over 50,000 people performing Surya Namaskar simultaneously at 108 venues. The main event took place at Modhera Sun Temple in Mehsana district. About Surya Namaskar, also known as sun salutation, is a yogic practice that involves a series of 12 postures or asana. The practice is said to pay respect to the sun. About the Sun Temple, built in 1026-27 CE during Bhima I's rule in the Solanki dynasty, the Modhera Sun Temple is a protected monument managed by the Archaeological Survey of India. Divided into Gudamandapa, Savamandapa, and Kunda, it's believed to commemorate the defense of Modhera against Mahmud. 60 www.insightsonindia.com. Of Ghazni. The Maru Gurjara or Solanki-style architecture showcases exquisite craftsmanship from the Golden Age of Gujarat. Recognized as a monument of national importance, it was listed on the UNESCO World Heritage Tentative List in December 2022. The annual Uttarada Mahotsav Dance Festival is organized at the temple by the Tourism Corporation of Gujarat. Notable sun temples in India include Konark, Martand, Katamal, Dakshinarkar, Brahmanya, Suryaprahar, Suryana Koval, and Suryanarayana temples. 2. The Kharsawan massacre of 1948. Context. On January 1, 1948, Kharsawan in present-day Jharkhand witnessed a massacre similar to the Jallianwala Bagh incident. During a protest against the merger of Kharsawan with Orissa, police opened fire on a gathering of Adivasis, killing hundreds or possibly thousands. Background. The demand for a separate tribal state had been ongoing since 1912, gaining momentum over the years. Kharsawan's merger with Orissa triggered the protest, with over 50,000 tribals assembling, expecting leader Jaipal Munda. However, his absence led to unrest, and police fired on the crowd, resulting in numerous casualties. A memorial now stands at Kharsawan, and the day is observed as a day of mourning and remembrance in the Kolhan region of Jharkhand. The Jallianwala Bagh massacre, also known as the Amritsar massacre, occurred on April 13, 1919. British troops opened fire on a peaceful crowd of unarmed Indians who had gathered to protest the Rowlatt Act and the arrest of pro-independence activists. 3. Divya Kala Mela 2023. Context. The Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities Divyangjan is set to inaugurate the Divya Kala Mela 2023 in Bengaluru. Divya Kala Melas organized across India is part of the initiative to empower persons with disabilities PWD during the year 2023-2024. About Divya Kala Mela. Around 100 Divyang artisans from 20 states, UTs. Current Affairs 30. Will display their products in categories such as home decor, clothing, stationery, eco-friendly items, packaged food, organic products, toys, gifts, and personal accessories. The Mela will also feature cultural activities and performances by Divyangjan artists, providing a platform for marketing and showcasing their skills. 4. Maharishi Valmiki International Airport. Context. The Prime Minister inaugurated the newly constructed Ayodhya Airport, naming it Maharishi Valmiki International Airport. Maharishi Valmiki is a legendary poet and the traditional author of the epic Ramayana. He is known as the Adikavi, or first poet, because he is credited with discovering the first sloka, or verse, which defined the form of Sanskrit poetry. Maharishi Valmiki is highly respected in Hindu culture for his contribution to literature and his role in preserving the story of Lord Rama. The Valmiki Ramayana is one of the foundational texts of Hindu philosophy, morality, and spirituality, and it continues to be a source of inspiration for millions of people. 5. Bab el Mandeb Strait. Context. Explosions were reported near a cargo ship in the Bab el Mandeb Strait on January 2, according to the UK Maritime Trade Operations (UKMTO). The ship was traveling between the coasts of Eritrea and Yemen. What is a strait? A strait is a narrow, naturally formed waterway that connects two larger bodies of water, typically seas or oceans. They can be formed by a variety of geological processes, such as tectonic activity, erosion, or the submersion of land. The Strait of Bab el Mandeb is a crucial maritime choke point, connecting the Red Sea with the Gulf of Aden and the Indian Ocean. Important straits of the world are: Strait connecting water bodies: Strait of Gibraltar, Mediterranean Sea and Atlantic Ocean. Bosporus Strait, Black Sea and Sea of Marmara, Strait of Hormuz, Persian Gulf and Gulf of Oman. 61 www.insightsonindia.com. Malacca Strait, the Andaman Sea and South China Sea. Bab el Mandeb Strait, Red Sea and Gulf of Aden, English Channel, North Sea and English Channel, Taiwan Strait, East China Sea and South China Sea. Cook Strait, Tasman Sea and Pacific Ocean, Torres Strait, Coral Sea and Arafura Sea, Davis Strait, Baffin Bay and Labrador Sea, Palk Strait, Bay of Bengal and Gulf of Mannar. GI tag products. Context. 17 products have been awarded the Geographical Indications GI tag. State UT short description. Odisha Langia Sora paintings, wall mural art with spiritual importance. Dongaria Kond shawl, unique and ancient knitted shawls reflecting culture and beliefs. Kajuri Gouda, natural sweetener made from date palm juice. Denkarnal Maggi, milk product. Similipal Kai chutney, chutney is made from indigenous Kai fruit. Nayagar Kantimandi brinjal, vegetable crop with prickly thorns. Koraput Kalajira rice, rice variety from Koraput. Arunachal pets. Pradesh handmade carpets, artisan crafted car. Wanko wooden craft, ethnic art practiced by Wanko tribes. Adi Kekir, ginger variety. West Bengal Tangail sari, Garad sari, Korial sari, traditional saris. Kolonunia rice, rice variety. Sundarban honey, honey from the Sundarbans. J&K Anadana, pomegranate product from Ramban. Gujarat Kachi Karek, local product from Gujarat. About GI tags, a geographical indication. GI is a designation used on products with a specific geographical origin, indicating qualities or reputation linked to that origin. Internationally recognized under the Paris Convention, GI is part of intellectual property rights (IPRs) covered by the WTO's TRIPS agreement. Current Affairs 30. Madrid Agreement and Lisbon Agreement. In India, GI registration is governed by the Geographical Indications of Goods Registration and Protection Act of 1999. Administered by the Registrar of Geographical Indications (RGI), it identifies agricultural, natural, or manufactured goods, providing legal protection for 10 years, renewable. The Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, oversees GI registration, offering protection against unauthorized use, promoting exports, and ensuring quality and distinctiveness. 6. Kadamba dynasty. Context. An inscription believed to be from the 10th century AD. Kadamba period, written in Kannada and Sanskrit, has been discovered in the Mahadeva temple at Kakoda in southern Goa. The inscription commemorates the death of Gun Daya, son of Talara Nevaya, who fought and died fulfilling his father's desire to capture a Gopura of the port of Goa. About Kadambas of Goa. The Kadambas of Goa were originally subordinates of the Chalukyas of Kalyana, a powerful dynasty in medieval India. Kadamba Sheshadeva, a prominent figure among the Kadambas, was appointed as the Mahaman Daleshwara of Goa by Chalukyan Emperor Tailapa. 2. Kadamba Sheshadeva, in alliance with the Chalukyas, achieved military success by overthrowing the Rashtrakutas. He conquered the city of Chandavara in 960 AD. And later expanded his conquests to the port of Gopakapatana, which is the present-day Goa. 7. Chandubi Festival. Context. The Chandubi Festival is a vibrant event held near Chandubi Lake in Assam's Kamrup district. Celebrated for the past 14 years, the festival showcases Assamese culture with activities such as folk music performances, traditional dance shows, local handicraft exhibitions, and Assamese cuisine stalls. The festival has been providing an opportunity to generate livelihood for different tribes: Ravas, Garos, Gorkhas, and T tribes. Chandubi Lake. It was created during a massive earthquake in the year 1897. It is a very prosperous wetland of the state that houses numerous species of aquatic flora and fauna. 62 www.insightsonindia.com. 8. Harvest Festival, Makar Sankranti, Pongal, Lohri and more. Context. January 14 marks the significance and celebration of festivals such as Makar Sankranti, Pongal, and Lohri, which are observed across India. The festivals mark the transition of seasons, symbolizing the end of winter and the onset of warmer months. Makar Sankranti and Pongal are associated with the northward journey of the sun, Uttarayan, signifying longer days and the shift towards the Capricorn zodiac sign. Features. The festivals follow the solar cycle and are celebrated on almost the same day each year. Rituals include bathing in sacred rivers, offering Naivya to the sun god, charity, Shraddha rituals, and breaking fast during Punyakal, with variations across regions. In Tamil Nadu, the 4-day Pongal festival involves cleaning houses, decorating entrances, and celebrating the toil of bulls on the third day. Special dishes like Pongal rice mixed with boiled milk and sugar, lemon and tamarind rice, vadas, and payasam are prepared. Various regional customs include door-to-door exchanges of plates containing sugarcane, sesame seeds, and jaggery, symbolizing sharing and spreading happiness. Kite flying occurs in Rajasthan and Gujarat, and sky lanterns are flown in the evening. 9. Shankaracharya. Context. The 4 Shankaracharyas, leaders of Hindu Mathas monasteries in Dwarka, Joshimath, Puri, and Sringeri, have decided not to attend the inauguration of the Ram temple in Ayodhya. The Shankaracharyas are heads of the Mathas believed to be founded by the 8th century scholar Adi Shankara. The Mathas, considered centers of knowledge, trace their lineage to Adi Shankara, fostering Hindu traditions and philosophy. Current Affairs 30. 10. VADNAGAR. Context. A joint study led by the Indian Institute of Technology Kharagpur has uncovered evidence of a human settlement in Vadnagar, dating back to 800 BCE. The study indicates cultural continuity in Vadnagar after the Harappan collapse. The research spans 3,000 years, revealing the rise and fall of different kingdoms and recurrent inverse science linked to changes in climate, such as rainfall or droughts. The findings challenge the notion of a dark age and suggest a cultural continuity in India for the last 5,500 years. The excavation at Vadnagar unveiled artifacts, potteries, copper, gold, silver, iron objects, intricately designed bangles, and a Buddhist monastery. About Vadnagar. Vadnagar is a town and municipality in the Mehsana district of Gujarat, India. Vadnagar's ancient names include Anantapura and Anandapura. Vadnagar is home to many popular places, including Hatkeshwar Temple, Kirti Toran, and Shamishta Talav. Vadnagar and Modhera's Sun Temple were recently added to the UNESCO World Heritage Sites tentative list. 11. Kachchhikarek. Context. Kachi Karek, the indigenous variety of dates from Kutch, Gujarat, has been granted a geographical indication (GI) tag by the Controller General of Patents, Designs and 63 www.insightsonindia.com. Trademarks CGPDT of India. This makes Kachi Karek the second fruit from Gujarat to receive a GI tag, following Gir Kesar mango in 2011. 12. India Meteorological Department. Context. The India Meteorological Department (IMD) celebrated its 150th year of establishment and service to the nation. About India Meteorological Department. The India Meteorological Department (IMD) is the primary government agency for meteorology and related topics. It is responsible for weather forecasting, seismology and meteorological observations. The IMD was established in 1875 by the Government of India. Its parent organization is the Ministry of Earth Sciences. The IMD's subsidiaries include the Regional Meteorological Centre, Chennai, and the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology. 13. Verabhadra Temple in Lepakshi. Context. The Prime Minister visited the Veerabhadra Temple in Lepakshi, Andhra Pradesh, during his 11-day special ritual for the consecration of Lord Ram's idol at the Ayodhya Ram Temple. Lepakshi holds significance in the Ramayana, and its name, meaning, rise, O bird, in Telugu, is a tribute to Jatayu, the mythical bird who fought Ravan. According to the Ramayana, Jatayu fell wounded in Lepakshi after battling Ravan, and it is here that he informed Lord Ram about Sita's kidnapping. The temple is believed to have preserved the footprints of goddess Sita. Current Affairs 30. About Lepakshi Temple, the Veerabhadra Temple, also known as the Lepakshi Temple, is located in the Anantapur district of Andhra Pradesh. The temple was built in 1533 by the Vijayanagara rulers. It is known for its architecture, which includes hanging pillars and cave chambers. The temple is dedicated to Veerabhadra, a fierce incarnation of Lord Shiva. The temple's architectural features are in the Vijayanagara style, with carvings and paintings on almost every exposed surface. The main shrine is of Lord Shiva, and there are also shrines to Ganesha and Durga. 14. Chittorgarh Fort. Context. The Supreme Court of India has banned the mining of limestone by blasting or using explosives within a 5-kilometer radius of the compound wall of Chittorgarh Fort in Rajasthan. It emphasized the threat to the fort's existence due to unscientific mineral exploitation and directed a multidisciplinary study of environmental pollution and its impact on structures. 64 www.insightsonindia.com. About Chittorgarh Fort. Chittorgarh Fort, also known as Chitted Fort, is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's located in the city of Chittorgarh, Rajasthan. The fort was built in the 7th century by various Maurya rulers and is the largest fort in India. 15. Guruvayur Temple. Context. The Prime Minister visited the Sri Krishna Temple in Guruvayur, Thrissur district. The Guruvayur Temple is a Hindu temple in Guruvayur, Kerala, India. It is dedicated to Guruvayurappan, a form of Vishnu, also known as Krishna. The presiding deity is depicted in a standing posture with 4 hands holding Shank, Sudarshana Chakra, lotus and mace. It is carved out of a stone named Pitala Anjana. In 1931-32, Satyagraha was launched under Kelappan Kerala Gandhi, to secure the entry of untouchables into the temple. It led to the Travancore Temple Entry Proclamation in 1936. 16. Traditional Buffalo Fight MOHJUJ. Context. The Assam government reinstated the traditional buffalo fight Mojuj after a 9-year hiatus, following a Supreme Court ban on similar events in Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra. The event, held in Ahotguri, Nagaon district, aimed to revive Assam's cultural traditions. The Supreme Court had previously outlawed such events but, in May of the previous year, upheld amendments allowing traditional bullfights in certain states. Current Affairs 30. About Mojuj. It was introduced by the 30th Ahom king Swargadeo Rudra Singha nearly 200 years ago and is celebrated as a sport in Ahotguri during Mar Bihu, a significant harvest festival in Assam held in January-February. The buffalo fight tournaments in Ahotguri have been a tradition since 1972. The event is part of the cultural celebration of Mar Bihu. About the wild buffalo Bubalasani, it primarily inhabits alluvial grasslands, marshes, swamps, and river valleys. It is listed as endangered on the IUCN Red List, under Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972, and included in Appendix 3 of CITES. About Prevention of Cruelty to Animals PCA Act, 1960, an act to prevent the infliction of unnecessary pain or suffering on animals and to amend the law relating to the prevention of cruelty to animals. Animal Welfare Board of India vs. A. Nagaraja, 2014 case, the Supreme Court banned the use of bulls and bullocks in entertainment activities, such as Jallikattu and bullock cart racing, among others. However, later Jallikattu got an exemption from the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. 1960. 17. Soligas and Yeravas. Context. The Soligas and Yeravas, indigenous groups living in the Western Ghats, forage foods from the biodiversity-rich region, forming a significant part of the diets. The recently launched book, Forgotten Trails, Foraging Wild Edibles, chronicles the diverse foods foraged by these tribes, emphasizing the importance of preserving traditional knowledge and addressing the impact of land use changes and shifting policies on their food sources. About Soligas. The Soligas are an indigenous community residing in the Cauvery Basin and surrounding hills of peninsular India. The Soligas speak Shalaga, belong to the Dravidian family, and practice a blend of naturism, animism, and Hinduism, with Madheshwara as the primary deity. Notably, they are the first tribal community within an Indian tiger reserve to have their forest rights formally acknowledged by a court of law. About Yeravas. The Yeravas, another indigenous community in the same region, migrated from Wayanad district in Kerala and settled in Kodagu district. They speak the Ravula language, practice Hinduism, and believe in spirits residing in natural elements. Yeravas, often agricultural laborers in coffee and tea. 65 www.insightsonindia.com. Plantations include a higher quantity of tubers in the diet compared to Soligas. They consume mushrooms during the monsoon season, and their settlements are called Kunju. 18. Madhika language. Context. The Chakaliya community in the remote colony of Kukarnam, near Karivalur Grama Panchayat in Kannur, is facing the imminent extinction of its unique language, Madhika. The language has no script and is a blend of Telugu, Tulu, Kannada, and Malayalam, will be lost soon. Despite its diverse influences, Madhika is losing ground among the younger generation, who prefer mainstream languages like Malayalam. The Chakaliya community, considered untouchables in the past, faced social stigma, contributing to the neglect of their language. 19. Srirangam Temple. Context. The Prime Minister visited Srirangam Sri Ranganathaswamy Temple, marking the first visit by a serving Prime Minister to the temple, according to temple priests. Sri Ranganatha Swami Temple, also known as Srirangam Temple, is a Hindu temple in Srirangam, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu, India. It is dedicated to Ranganatha, a form of Vishnu. The temple is considered the first and most important of the 108 main Vishnu temples. It is constructed in Dravidian style and temple complex has 21 sculpted gopurams, 50 sub-shrines, and 9 sacred pools tanks. Situated on island of Srirangam bounded by Kauveri and Kollidam tributary of Kauveri rivers. Current affairs 30. 20. Bharat Ratna Karporithankur. Context. The centre has announced the posthumous award of the Bharat Ratna to Karpuri Thakur, former Chief Minister of Bihar, on his birth centenary. Known as Janayak, leader of the people, Thakur was a prominent backward caste leader in Bihar. Thakur's radical policy decisions, including removing English as a compulsory subject, implementing alcohol prohibition, and introducing a layered reservation system, had a significant impact. About Bharat Ratna. The Bharat Ratna is the highest civilian award in India, awarded by the President of India. It is conferred, in recognition of exceptional service performance of the highest order, without distinction of race, occupation, position, or sex. The award was established on January 2, 1954, by the first President of India, Rajendra Prasad. Initially, the Bharat Ratna was only awarded for exceptional services in the fields of science, arts, literature, and public services, but the criteria were later expanded to include any field of human endeavor. The recipients receive a certificate signed by the President and a medallion. The number of annual awards is restricted to a maximum of 3 in a particular year. It does not carry any monetary grant. It is not a title under Article 18. 21. SAPINDA, marriages. Context. The Delhi High Court has affirmed the constitutional validity of a provision in the Hindu Marriage Act that prohibits sapinda marriages, those between individuals related through ancestors unless their custom permits. What is sapinda marriage? Sapinda marriages refer to unions between individuals who are closely related through the common lineal ancestors. According to the Hindu Marriage Act, individuals are considered sapindas if one is a direct ancestor of the other within specified limits or if they share a common lineal ascendant within the sapinda relationship boundaries. The Act aims to regulate such unions to prevent potential issues and ensure adherence to recognized customs. Sapanda. Relationship extends up to the third generation through the mother's line and the fifth generation through the father's line. 66 www.insightsindia.com. 22. Stone inscriptions of Grantham. Context. A research team from Tamil Nadu has discovered 2 stone inscriptions near Kangayam in Tamil Nadu. The inscriptions include an 11th century Grantham and a 16th century Tamil inscription. About Grantham inscriptions. The Grantham inscriptions, created by Tamils for writing the North Indian language, were found near the Aman shrine inside the Shiva temple. The stone bears graffiti marks and writings on all 4 sides, depicting symbols such as standing lamps, trishul, conch, and moon symbols. About Tamil inscription found. The 16th century Tamil inscription, found inside the Vishnu temple, provides historical details about pottery making and a donation for lighting the perpetual lamp in the temple. 23. Gallantry Awards. Context. The President has approved gallantry awards for 80 armed forces personnel, including 12 posthumous honors, on the eve of the 75th Republic Day. These awards comprise 6 Kirti Chakras, 3 posthumous, 16 Shaurya Chakras, 2 posthumous, 53 Senar medals, 7 posthumous, 1 Nau Senar medal, Gallantry, and 4 Vayu Senar medals, Gal Lantry. About gallantry awards, they are announced twice a year, on Republic Day and Independence Day. Gallantry awards are honors conferred upon individuals, particularly members of the military or security forces, for acts of exceptional bravery, courage, and valor displayed in the face of danger or during active combat. Current Affairs 30. 24. Kutia Kondh tribe. Context. 2 individuals from the Kutia Kondh community, considered one of the particularly vulnerable tribal groups PVTGs in Odisha, have been invited as special guests to attend the Republic Day parade in New Delhi. Every year, representatives from PVTGs are invited by the Union Ministry of Tribal Affairs for Republic Day events. About Kutia Kondh. The Kutia Kondh community is located in the Belagara area of Kandhamal district in Odisha. The Kutia Kanda are a major section of the Kanda tribe who speak Kui, a Dravidian language. They are known for their buffalo sacrifice ritual, called Kedu, to worship their earth goddess. 25. Padma Awards 2024. Context. The President approved 132 Padma Awards, including 5 Padma Vibhushan, 17 Padma Bhushan, and 110 Padma Shri Awards. The list features 30 women, 9 from the category of foreigners NRIPO, OCI, and 9 posthumous awardees. About Padma Awards. It is among India's highest civilian honours, announced annually with brief interruptions in 1978, 1979 and 1993-1997. Instituted in 1954 with 3 classes, renamed in 1955 as Padma Vibhushan, Padma Bhushan, and Padma Shri. They recognize exceptional service in various fields like art, social work, science, sports, civil service, etc., and are conferred without being a title under Article 18. The announcement is made on Republic Day each year. 26. Maratha military landscapes. Context. India has proposed the Maratha military landscapes as its nomination for inclusion in the UNESCO World Heritage List for the 2024-25 cycle. Aspect details. About the Maratha military landscape was conceived by Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj in 1670 CE. Crafted between the 17th and 19th centuries, the Maratha military landscapes represent an exceptional fortification and military system envisioned by the Maratha rulers. There are 3 categories of nomination: cultural, natural and mixed. Maratha military landscapes developed between the 17th and 19th centuries are nominated in the cultural category. 67 www.insightsindia.com. Components: Hill Forts, Salar, Shivneri, Lohgad, Raygad, Rajgad, and Ginji Forts, Hill Forest Fort, Pratapgad, Hill Plateau Fort, Panhala, Coastal Fort, Vijayadurg, Island Forts, Khanderi, Suvarnadurg, and Sindhudurg across diverse regions in Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu. Except for Ginji Fort, all forts are from Maharashtra. Geography Kal distribute and establish. Meant period in 1670 CE during the reign of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, persisted until 1818. Significant strategic utilization of terrain, utilized existing terrain for guerrilla warfare against Mughals and European coastal powers. A terry legacy. The Maratha Empire's warfare strategy is unique mill. A unique example with global significance recognition included in the tentative list of World Heritage Sites in 2021. Major forts: Raigad, coronation site of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj; Shivneri, birthplace of Shivaji; Sindhudurg, built on an island in the Konkan region; Pratapgarh, site of the encounter between Shivaji and Afzal Khan. Nomination Tage list. Category: Cultural property for UNESCO World Heritage. India has 42 World Heritage Sites (WHS) with 34 cultural sites, 7 natural sites, and 1 mixed site. In Maharashtra, cultural WHS include Ajanta Caves, Ellora Caves, Elephanta Caves, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus, formerly Victoria Terminus, and Victorian Gothic and Art Deco ensembles of Mumbai. The natural WHS is the Western Ghats spanning Gujarat, Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala. GS2. 1. International Court of Justice (ICJ). Context: South Africa recently moved to file a case against Israel at the International Court of Justice (ICJ), accusing Israel of genocide. South Africa has expressed strong support for Gaza and criticized Israel's actions on the basis of 1948 Genocide Convention. South Africa's historical solidarity with Palestine is attributed to its own experience of discrimination, alignment with anti-discrimination activism, and opposition to Western influence. 1948 Genocide Convention, which defines genocide as acts. Current Affairs 30. Committed with the intent to destroy a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. 2. National Transit Pass System. Context: the Indian government has introduced the National Transit Pass System (NTPS), a unified platform for the seamless transport of forest goods across the country through a single permit. Union Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, inaugurated the system, emphasizing its role in promoting transparency and simplifying transportation processes for forest and agroforestry businesses. Features: the NTPS operates as a web portal and mobile application, enabling online filing of applications for permission to transport forest products and obtain no objection certificates (NOCs). The system replaces the need for merchants and farmers to obtain permits from multiple states for interstate transportation of forest and agroforestry products. The QR-coded permits issued by NTPS are machine-readable and can be decoded by any state forest department in the country, streamlining the process and reducing the time taken to obtain permits. The initiative aims to facilitate One Nation One Pass transportation for forest products, enhancing the ease of doing business for timber merchants and farmers involved in agroforestry. 3. SUKANYASAMRIDDHIYOJANA scheme. Context: the government has increased the interest rate on the Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana (SSY) scheme by 20 basis. 68 www.insightsonindia.com. Points for the January-March quarter ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha polls. The new interest rate is 8.2%, up from the previous 8%. About the scheme. Objective aims to ensure equitable share to a girl child in resources and savings of a family. Scheme: Small Deposit Scheme for a Girl Child, launched under the Beti Padhao initiative. Offers a higher interest rate than PPF, exclusive to girls below 10 years with a longer lock-in period. Start date 2015. Investment offers income tax benefits under SEC. Type: Small Deposit Account. The scheme. TN80C. Interest earned through the Sukanya Samriddhi account is tax-free. Withdrawals can be made after the AC account holder turns 18, with a maximum annual withdrawal limit of 50% of the balance. Where post office and selected banks max number of children. Accounts 1 account per girl, maximum of 2 girl. Age eligibility from birth to 10 years of the girl's child min. Deposit 250 rupees per year, previously Rs. 1000. Further multiples of Rs. 100 max. Deposit Rs. 1.5 lakh per year, interest rate subject to annual changes, partial with withdrawal 50% allowed at the age of 18 years of the girl. Maturity 21 years from the date of account opening or marriage, whichever is earlier. 4. Bharatiya Nyaysanhita BNS for hit and run cases. Context. Truck, bus, and tanker drivers across India are protesting against the newly implemented Bharatiya Nyaysanhita BNS for hit and run cases. What is a hit and run case? A hit-and-run case refers to a situation where a person involved in a road accident leaves the scene without stopping to identify themselves or render assistance to the injured parties. What are Bharatiya Nyaysanhita BNS provisions for hit-and-run cases? BNS has replaced the colonial-era Indian Penal Code and imposes stringent regulations, including up to 10 years of IM. Current Affairs 30. Imprisonment or a fine of 7 lakh rupees under Section 106 of the Act for drivers causing serious accidents who fail to inform the authorities. The increase in sentence duration to 10 years is based on the Supreme Court's recommendations for stricter actions against reckless drivers who flee accident scenes. Why are truck unions protesting? Truck drivers fear additional criminal liability under Section 106, leading to a call for a strike. Solution. The government held talks with the All India Motor Transport Congress, and plans to implement BNS only after consulting. The issue questions whether the law should increase jail terms for accidents and emphasizes the need for a comprehensive accident prevention policy covering imprisonment, compensation, and safety. 5. Smart 2.0. Context. The Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences (CCRAS) and the National Commission for Indian System of Medicine (NCISM) have jointly launched the Smart 2.0 Scope for Mainstreaming Ayurveda Research Among Teaching Professionals program. This initiative aims to foster collaborative clinical studies in priority areas of Ayurveda with academic institutions and hospitals across India. The goal of Smart 2.0 is to generate tangible evidence demonstrating the efficacy and safety of Ayurvedic interventions through interdisciplinary research methods, translating the findings into public healthcare. The previous version, Smart 1.0, covered around 10 diseases with active participation from teaching professionals. 6. Supreme Court Legal Services Com MITTEE SCLSC. Context. Supreme Court Judge Justice Brij Gavai has been nominated as the chairman of the Supreme Court Legal Services Committee (SCLSC), succeeding Justice Sanjeev Khanna. What is SCLSC? The Supreme Court Legal Services Committee (SCLSC) was established under Section 3A of the Legal Services Authorities Act, 1987, to provide free and competent legal services to the weaker sections of society. The committee is composed of Chairperson Brij Gavai and 9 members nominated by the Chief Justice of India (CJI). It has the authority to appoint officers and employees as 69 www.insightsonindia.com. Prescribed by the Centre, in consultation with the CJI. Constitutional provisions. Free legal aid. Article 39A emphasizes the need for accessible justice, ensuring free legal aid for the poor and weaker sections of society. Articles 14 and 22, 1. Promoting equality and informed rights for all under about the Act. Legal Services Authorities Act, 1987 gives a statutory base to legal aid programs, ensuring free and competent legal services for various eligible groups. NALSA, constituted in 1995, monitors and evaluates the implementation of legal aid programs nationwide. State legal services authorities and district legal services authorities are established to execute NALSA's policies and provide legal services at the state and district levels. 7. Registered Unrecognized Political Parties (RUPs). Context: the Election Commission of India has introduced new rules for the allocation of symbols to registered unrecognized political parties (RUPs). What are RUPs? RUPs, or registered unrecognized political parties, include newly registered parties, those not meeting the vote percentage for state party status, or those never contesting elections post-registration. Only 30% of RUPs participated in the 2019 Lok Sabha election. They are governed by the Representation of the People Act (RPA) of 1951. Common symbols are provided to RUPs based upon an undertaking that they would put up at least 5% of total candidates with regard to said legislative assembly election of a state. What are the new rules? Under new rules effective from January 11, 2024, registered unrecognized political parties (RUPs) must provide audited accounts of the last 3 financial years, expenditure statements of the last 2 elections, and the authorized office bearer's signature for symbol allocation. Once these details are furnished, RUPs become eligible for the concession of common symbol allotment, allocated as per the Election Symbols Reservation and Allotment Order, 1968. 8. PRERANA Program. Context: the Ministry of Education, Government of India, has launched the PRERANA, an experiential learning program, with the aim of providing a meaningful, unique, and inspiring experience to selected students from classes IX to 12. Current Affairs 30. Features of the program. It is a week-long residential initiative held at a vernacular school where students will be guided by mentors from prestigious institutions. The curriculum, rooted in 9 value-based themes, includes activities such as yoga, mindfulness, meditation, experiential learning, thematic sessions, and visits to ancient heritage sites. The program encourages participants to embody the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and contribute to building a developed India. 9. PRITHVIVIGYAN Scheme. Context: the Indian government has launched Prithvi Vigyan scheme for the Ministry of Earth Sciences. The scheme, to be implemented between 2021-26, aims to study the atmosphere, ocean, weather, and Earth system sciences. The objectives include enhancing long-term observations of the Earth system, developing modeling systems for weather prediction, exploring polar and high seas regions, and developing technology for oceanic resource harnessing. It encompasses 5 ongoing sub-schemes, across O-SMART, PACER, SAGE, and REACHOUT. Program description. Atmosphere and climate for research and develop research modeling observing systems and services across. Meant R&D of dynamical models and providing forecast services. For technology development. Ocean services, modeling application, RE. Sources and technology for oceanic applications, SIR. Vices forecast and advisories and R&D activities in the marine and coastal environment. Sphere Research PACER comprising the Antarctic Pro. O-SMART. Polar Science and Cryo. GRAM, Indian Arctic Program, Southern Ocean Program, and Cryosphere and Climate Program. Seismology and Geosci. ENSIS SAGE encompasses 6 activities including seismological monitoring and microzonation, and setting up a facility for geochronology. Research, education, incorporating R&D in Earth Training and Outreach System Science RDESS to REACHOUT. Developing skilled manpower in Earth System Sciences, etc. www.insightsindia.com. 70. 10. Inland Waterways Development Council. Context: the first Inland Waterways Development Council (IWDC) in Kolkata was recently launched for the development of river cruise tourism in India. The IWDC also launched the Haratnauka Guidelines and the River Cruise Tourism Roadmap 2047. The roadmap aims to enable capacity in 26 additional waterways, increase the number of cruise circuits, and enhance infrastructure, with the goal of significantly boosting cruise tourism traffic and locale cruise tourism on national waterways. The IWDC was organized by the Inland Waterways Authority of India (IWAI). The government has undertaken various measures, including the Jal Marg Vikas project, to enhance the role of inland waterways and increase the modal share of inland water transportation (IWT) from 2% to 5%. 11. PRASADAM. Context. India's first healthy and hygienic food street, Prasadam, was inaugurated by the Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare. Prasadam aims to connect citizens across the country with pure and safe local and traditional food, promoting healthy eating habits. The food street includes facilities such as a kids' play area, drinking water, CCTV surveillance, parking, public conveniences, and seating spaces. The event also featured the launch of the Dart Book by the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India (FSSAI), providing consumers with simple tests to check common food adulterations at home. Additionally, a mobile food testing van called Food Safety on Wheels (FSW) was introduced to conduct training and awareness activities in remote areas, addressing adulteration issues. 12. Right to reside. Context. The Delhi High Court has ruled that a foreigner cannot claim the right to reside in India under Article 19(1)(e) of the Constitution, which grants all citizens the right to reside and settle in any part of India. The judgment came during the hearing of a habeas corpus petition filed by the uncle of Azal Chakma, a suspected Bangladeshi national, alleging Chakma's illegal custody. The court emphasized that a foreign national cannot assert the right to reside in India and referred to the Supreme Court's decision, stating that the Indian government's power to expel foreigners is absolute and unlimited. Current Affairs 30. Article 19(1)(e) of the Constitution grants the right to reside and settle in any part of the territory of India as a fundamental right under the right to freedom. However, reasonable restrictions on this right can be imposed by law in the interest of the general public, or for the protection of interest of any scheduled tribe. 13. Guidelines for Coaching Center. Context. The Ministry of Education has sent to states UTs for consideration guidelines for coaching centers. Education comes under concurrent list status, with coaching institutes falling under state UT jurisdiction. Need for guidelines. Regulation is deemed necessary due to recent incidents, including fire-related deaths and suicides, coupled with concerns about methodologies and excessive fees. The aim is to address misleading ads under the Consumer Protection Act, offer career guidance, and psychological counseling, and align with the National Education Policy 2020, emphasizing formative assessment over summative assessment to discourage a coaching culture. Key features of the guidelines. Guidelines details definition of coach. Intuition, instructions, or guidance. In any branch of learning to more than 50 students, excluding care-taking activities. Definition of institute. TN school or any educational institute. TN recognized or controlled by the state UT government. Definition of tutor: the person guiding or training students in any coaching center, including those providing specialized tuition. Definition of Univer. City university established by or under a central act, a provincial act, or a state act. Registration of maintaining a coaching center. X. Coaching center prior registration is required for ISTing centers must apply within 3 months. For states UTs were urged to develop an online registration portal for coaching centers for coaching centers. 71 www.insightsindia.com. Fee and infrastructure. Tour centers can charge fair fees, feed receipts, mention courses, and duration, and maintain basic infrastructure. Fee refund clause: refund the remaining fee within 10 days if a student leaves the course midway after paying the entire fee. Basic infrastructure meter per student, comply with. And study hours: allocate a minimum of 1 square. Fire safety, and limit study hours. ING's class schedules should not over. Timetable of coach. Lap with regular school hours. Rest period: mandatory weekly offs for both students and tutors. Class sizes: maintain sizes for a healthy teach. Student ratio. Qualification of tutor: no coaching center shall engage tutors having less qualification than graduation. Advertisement: no coaching center shall make misleading promises or guarantee of rank or good marks to parents, students for enrolling them in the coaching center. Penalty for violations: first offense, 25,000 rupees, second offense, 1 lakh rupees, repeated breach S, revocation of registration. Dense: establish committees for mental health of plaint redressal, avoid undue pressure, and provide assistance to students in distress. Other remedial steps: remedial classes, spaced out curriculum, weekly offs, no tests, exams after weekly offs, festival leaves, limited daily class hours, appropriate timing, co-curricular activities, counseling sessions, and non-publication of assessment results. 14. Alliance for Global Good, Gender Equity and Equality. Context: India launched the Alliance for Global Good, Gender Equity and Equality at the World Economic Forum (WEF) 2024 in Davos. More about the initiative. Led by the Union Minister of Women and Child Development, the alliance aims to promote women-led development. Current affairs 30. Globally. The alliance focuses on global best practices, knowledge sharing, and investments in women's health, education, and enterprise. Aligned with G20 leaders' declaration, it reflects India's commitment to women-led development. Supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, anchored by the CII Center for Women Leadership, WEF acts as a network partner, and Invest India as an institutional partner. The initiative reinforces India's commitment to global cooperation and the overarching WEF theme, Rebuilding Trust. The launch was complemented by a Women's Leadership Lounge, We Lead Lounge, at WEF, featuring discussions and showcasing products by women entrepreneurs. 15. Digital study material in Indian languages. Context: the Ministry of Education (MO) has instructed schools and higher education institutions, including regulators like UGC, AICTE, NCERT, NIOS, IGNOU, and prominent educational institutions, to provide digital study material for all courses in Indian languages within the next 3 years. The National Education Policy 2020 emphasizes multilingualism at all education levels. Article 350A of the Constitution mandates education in the mother tongue for children from linguistic minority groups at the primary stage. The Right to Education Act 2009 recommends using the mother tongue as the medium of instruction whenever possible. Initiatives in education. Initiative description. PME Vidya, a comprehensive initiative under Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan 2020 for digital, online, on-air education. Offers multi-mode access to education for students across all states at no cost. Anuvardini, AIUG, PG, and skill books through an AI based app, translation of engineering, medical, law based app. EKUMBH to technical education books in various portal launched by AICTE to provide free access. Dian Languages. DIKSHA POR. TAL offers study material for school education in over 30 Indian languages. Bhasha Sagar application and a web-based platform for project aimed at developing a mobile learning Indian languages. Natural language translation. A mission facilitating access to teaching and research material across all regional languages. 72 www.insightsindia.com Savvy portal developed in collaboration with IIT Kanpur. This portal assists students preparing for competitive exams nationwide, including in the native language. Q. Which of the following provisions of the Constitution does India have a bearing on education? UPSC 2012-1. Directive Principles of State Policy 2. Rural and Urban Local Bodies 3. 5th Schedule 4. 6th Schedule 5. 7th Schedule. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 1 and 2 only. B. 3, 4 and 5 only. C. 1, 2 and 5 only. D. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 ands. D. Mains links. Q. How have digital initiatives in India contributed to the functioning of the education system in the country? Elaborate on your answer. UPSC 2020. 16. Pradhan Mantrisuryodaye Yojana. Context. The Pradhan Mantri Suryodaya Yojana, launched recently, aims to provide rooftop solar panels for consumers. The scheme intends to supply power to households through solar rooftop installations and offers additional compensation for excess electricity output. Key features. The goal is to install rooftop solar on 1 crore houses, providing 1 crore families access to rooftop solar energy. The scheme is designed to benefit poor and mid-DLE income households, helping them reduce electricity bills. This initiative follows the government's 2014 rooftop solar program. About solar rooftop system. A solar rooftop system consists of solar modules, solar inverters and other electrical components such as meters, cables, etc. Solar photovoltaic modules and allied electrical equipment are installed on residential and commercial rooftops and connected to the power grid. These are known as grid-connected rooftop photovoltaic systems (GRPV). Current Affairs 30. 17. Surrogacy ACT, 2021. Context. The Union Health Ministry has requested data from all states and union territories regarding the number of couples and single and unmarried women who have successfully availed surrogacy under the Surrogacy Act, 2021, and the number of couples and single women who have opted for assisted reproductive technology (ART) under the ART Act, 2021. The Surrogacy Regulation Act, 2021 is a law that regulates and promotes surrogacy in India. The law also prohibits commercial surrogacy and regulates in vitro fertilization (IVF) clinics. The purpose of the ART Act is to regulate and supervise assisted reproductive technology (ART) clinics and banks in India. The Act also aims to ensure that ART practices are safe and ethical. 18. Standards Machine Applicable Readable and Transferable Smart. Context. The Director General of the Bureau of Indian Standards BIS advocates for the implementation of the Smart Standards Machine Applicable Readable and Transferable approach to make Indian standards easily readable and understandable for all stakeholders. A smart standard initiative by the International Electrotechnical Commission (IEC) and the International Organization for Standardization (ISO) emphasizes machine interpretability and readability as key factors. There is a need for accessible standards, especially for sectors dominated by small enterprises, which constitute more than 80% of the licenses granted by BIS. 19. South Asian University. Context. The Delhi High Court has observed that the South Asian University (SAU) has the status of an international organization and is entitled to privilege and immunity from the writ jurisdiction under Article 226 of the Constitution of India. The university is characterized as an international institution, deriving its powers from a 2007 intergovernmental agreement. Background. This came during a hearing on pleas by SAU's associate professors, who faced show cause notices for their alleged involvement in a student protest. The court stated that SAU enjoys international organization privileges and immunities, and the dispute. 73 www.insightsonindia.com should be addressed through the arbitral tribunal as agreed upon in the employment contracts, dismissing the maintainability of the pleas. Article 226 of the Constitution of India gives High Courts the power to issue writs, orders, and directions to enforce fundamental rights and other purposes. This includes the power to issue writs to any person or authority, including the government. Article 226 gives High Courts extraordinary jurisdiction to address legal injury. This allows the High Court to consider public interest and equity when making decisions. 20. AMU minority status dispute. Context. The legal dispute over Aligarh Muslim University's AMU minority status is currently under consideration by a 7-judge Supreme Court bench led by Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud. Background to the issue. The dispute over AMU's minority character originated in legal challenges to the AMU Act of 1920, with significant amendments in 1951 and 1965. Changes included replacing the Lord Rector with a Visitor, President of India, and allowing non-Muslims in the university court. The SC's 1967 ruling held that AMU, being a central university, couldn't be considered a minority institution. This raised questions about AMU's minority character, challenging the notion that its establishment solely relied on the efforts of the Muslim minority. In 1981, AMU was recognized as an institution of national importance by the Union government. Following the SC's 1967 ruling, protests erupted and it led to an amendment affirming AMU's minority status in 1981. However, the Allahabad High Court nullified the 1981 Act in 2005, rejecting the reservation. In 2019, a 3-judge bench referred the dispute to a 7-judge bench. Observations by SC in the case. Observations. Supreme Court stance on minority statute doesn't diminish minority status. Status. The court emphasized that regulation by Article 30 doesn't mandate exclusive administration by the minority community. Article 31 of the Constitution grants religious and linguistic minorities the right to establish and administer educational institutions of their choice. Current affairs. 30. Can have secular administration. A minority institution can have a secular administration and admit students from diverse communities. It need not exclusively offer religious courses. Majority community in administration. The presence of majority community members in administrative roles doesn't necessarily dilute the minority character of educational institutions. Constitutional and statutory provisions regarding minorities in India. Provisions. Details. Article 29 grants the right to conserve distinct language, script, or culture for any section of citizens in India. Protects both religious and linguistic minorities. The term section of citizens includes both minorities and the majority. Article 31 empower religious and linguistic minorities to establish and administer educational institutions. Ensures non-discriminatory aid from the Union government. Article 25 protects freedom of conscience and the practice, profession, and propagation of religion. Article 26 grants religious denominations the right to establish and maintain institutions for religious and charitable purposes. Article 27 provides freedom from compulsory payment of taxes for promoting any particular religion. Article 28 allows freedom regarding attendance at religious instruction or worship in certain educational institutions. Established in 1992 under the NCM Act. Advises central and state governments on the welfare and development of minority communities. Initially covered Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, Buddhists, and Parsis. Jains were included in 2014. SC. TMA linguistic minorities should be considered. National Commission for Minorities NCM. Case for Article 30 rights, religious and LIN. State-wise. SC. A Namdar policy on minority and non-minority. Case the state cannot impose reservation. Unaided private colleges. Reservation in private, unaided educational institutions was declared unconstitutional. About Amu. Amu traces its origins to the Mohammedan Anglo-Aryan. 74 www.insightsonindia.com. Talmoa College established by Sir Syed Ahmad Khan in 1875 to address educational backwardness among Muslims. In 1920, an act of the Indian Legislative Council granted the university status, transforming it into Aligarh Muslim University, AMU. 21. Initiatives for courts in India. Context. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the Diamond Jubilee celebration of the Supreme Court and launched multi-plea technology initiatives. Initiatives include: Initiative description. Digital Supreme provides free and electronic access court reports Digi to Supreme Court judgments for SIT SCR. Eisens. Digital Courts 2.0. The e-Courts project aims to provide district court judges with electronic court records and utilizes artificial intelligence (AI) for real-time speech-to-text transcription. The e-Court project is a pan-India initiative led by the Department of Justice, Ministry of Law and Justice, to digitally transform and enable district courts nationwide through information and communication technology (ICT). For Supreme Court, new website of Supreme Court. Redesigned website available in English and Hindi, featuring a user-friendly interface. Approved 800 Cr fund for the expansion of the Supreme Court building complex. Other initiatives. 1. National Judicial Data Grid (NJDG) online database for orders, judgments, and cases created under the e-Courts project. 2. National Service and Tracking of Electronic Process S, technology-enabled platform for process serving and issuing summons. 3. AI-powered portals, A. SUPACE, Supreme Court Portal for ASIS. Tansin Court's efficiency. B. SUVAS, Supreme Court Vidic Anuvard software, AI-trained machine-assisted translation tool. About the Supreme Court of India, the Indian High Courts Act of 1861 established high courts, replacing Supreme Courts in Calcutta, Madras, and Bombay. Current Affairs 30. Bay, along with Sadar Adalats in Presidency towns. The Federal Court of India, created under the Government of India Act 1935, became the highest court until the establishment of the Supreme Court on January 28, 1950. The Supreme Court replaced both the Federal Court and the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. Initially seated in the Chamber of Princes, it moved to its present premises in 1958. The emblem features the lion capital of Ashoka at Sarnath with a wheel having 32 spokes. 22. ECOWAS. Context. Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger have abruptly withdrawn from the Economic Community of West African States (ECOWAS), citing it as a sovereign decision. The military regimes in these Sahel nations, grappling with jihadist violence and economic challenges, have strained relations with ECOWAS since recent coups. Facing suspensions and sanctions, the three nations have solidified their stance and formed an alliance of Sahel states. Previously, ECOWAS had suspended members like Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso following coups in those countries, refusing to recognize their new governments. The Economic Community of West African States (ECOWAS) is a regional bloc established in 1975 with the goal of promoting economic integration among its 15 member countries in West Africa. 1. Members. These countries include Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, all three now left at Cape Verde, Benin, Côte d'Ivoire, the Gambia, Ghana, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Senegal, and Togo. 2. Aim. ECOWAS aims to achieve a single common currency and create a large trading bloc in various sectors like industry, transport, telecommunications, energy, finance, and culture. 23. Default bail. Context. The Supreme Court of India ruled that an accused cannot seek default bail based on the grounds that the investigation is pending against other accused or that the charge sheet filed by the probe agency is incomplete. The court stated that the benefit of the proviso appended to subsection 2 of section 167 of the Code of Criminal Procedure (CRPC) is available to the offender only when no charge sheet is filed and the investigation is pending against them. Once a charge sheet is filed, this right cease, and the accused cannot claim default bail on the grounds of an incomplete charge sheet or 75 www.insightsonindia.com. Pending investigation against other accused. Default bail, also known as statutory bail, is a right to bail that arises when the police fail to complete an investigation within a specified period. This right is enshrined in Section 167(2) of the Code of Criminal Procedure (CRPC). GS3. 1. Radiocarbon dating. Context. Radiocarbon dating is a scientific method that utilizes the isotope carbon-14 to determine the age of organic materials. Carbon-14 is created in the Earth's atmosphere when cosmic rays interact with nitrogen-14 atoms, producing carbon-14. This isotope enters the food chain through plants, animals, and other biomass. How radiocarbon dating works. The process involves measuring the remaining amount of carbon-14 in an organic sample. While the organism is alive, it constantly exchanges carbon with its surroundings. When it dies, this exchange stops, and the concentration of carbon-14 in the body decreases over time due to radioactive decay. By measuring the remaining carbon-14, scientists can estimate the time since the organism's death. The advent of radiocarbon dating is considered a revolution in archaeology and geology, providing an objective and numerical dating method for organic remains. 2. Chameleon Trojan. Context. A new version of the chameleon Trojan malware has been discovered by security researchers, capable of disabling biometric authentication methods such as fingerprint and face unlock to steal a phone's PIN. The malware attaches itself to legitimate Android apps like Google Chrome to evade detection, running code in the background. It uses the accessibility service to gain unauthorized access, showing an HTML page with instructions on enabling the service in newer Android versions. Chameleon Trojan collects sensitive information, such as pins and passwords, and tracks user app usage habits to launch attacks when the device is least likely to be in use. To protect against this malware, users are advised to avoid unofficial app sources, refrain from enabling the accessible ITY service for unknown apps, run regular security scans, and keep Google Play Protect enabled. Current Affairs 30. 3. Virtual Digital Asset Service Pro VIDERS VDASPS. Context. The Financial Intelligence Unit India (FIUIND) issued show cause notices to 9 offshore virtual digital asset service providers VDASPs, including Binance and Huobi, for operating illegally without complying with anti-money laundering regulations under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act (PMLA) 2002. What are VDASPs? VDASPs virtual digital asset service providers are entities operating within or outside India that offer digital asset services, such as cryptocurrency exchanges. Regulations in place for VDASPs. In March 2023, India mandated VDASPs to adhere to the Prevention of Money Laundering Act under the Anti-Money Laundering, Counter-Financing of Terrorism (AML-CFT) framework. They also have to verify client identities and record financial transactions. Non-compliance led to notices and a request to block URLs. They are required to be registered with FIUIND as reporting entity. Currently, 31 VDASPs have registered with FIUIND. Concerns of money laundering due to VDAs. 1. Predicate crime, raising funds through illegal activities by selling illegal goods or services in return for virtual assets. 2. Placement, converting ill-gotten virtual assets into fiat currencies within a traditional financial system. 3. Layering, converting fiat assets into virtual assets. Exchanging virtual assets, and vice versa. 4. Integration. Forming an online company that accepts crypto payments to legitimize income and clean dirty crypto. 5. Hiding. Using anonymizing services like mixers and tumblers to break the links between crypto transactions. Global regulations. Global regulations vary, with Dubai's VARA having a licensing framework, the EU's MiCA focusing on market rules, and the US lacking a comprehensive framework. The Bureau for International Settlements (BIS) suggests considering an outright ban, containment, or regulation, emphasizing the need to balance benefits and costs, especially for emerging market economies. About Financial Intelligence Unit, India. It is an organization HQ, New Delhi, formed, 2004, under the Department of Revenue, Government of India, which collects financial intelligence about offences under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, 2002. It is an independent body reporting directly to the Economic Intelligence Council (EIC), headed by Finance Minister. 76 www.insightsonindia.com. 4. Green funds deposit. Context. The Reserve Bank of India clarified that banks and NBFCs are not obligated to raise green funds. What are green funds deposits? Green funds refer to financial resources interest-bearing deposit specifically earmarked for environmentally sustainable projects and activities. These funds are designed to support initiatives that contribute to ecological well-being, such as renewable energy, green transport, and eco-friendly construction. What are RES? Regulated entities. RES are financial institutions and organizations operating in the financial sector that fall under the regulatory purview of a central authority, such as the Reserve Bank of India (RBI). RES under the framework for acceptance of green deposits include 1. Scheduled commercial banks including small finance banks, excluding regional rural banks, local area banks, and payments banks. 2. All deposit-taking NBFCs registered with the RBI. 3. Housing finance companies (HFCs). Other aspects of green deposits are: green deposits in India must be in Indian rupees. The framework aims to encourage green financing and address concerns, supporting the flow of credit to eco-friendly projects. Sectors included are renewable energy, energy efficiency, clean transportation, climate change adaptation, sustainable water and waste management, green buildings, etc. Exclusions don't come under green deposit framework. Projects involving new or existing extraction, production and distribution of fossil fuels, nuclear power generation, direct waste incineration, landfill projects, hydropower plants larger than 25 megawatts, etc. Monitoring. Green deposit funds are subject to independent third-party verification on an annual basis. 5. Marine Energy Conversion Systems Sectional Committee (MECSSC). Context. The Bureau of Indian Standards (BIS) has taken a significant step in promoting standardization in the field of marine energy conversion systems by establishing the Marine Energy Conversion Systems Sectional Committee under ETD 54. Current Affairs 30. It will establish comprehensive standards and guidelines for various aspects of marine energy conversion systems (MECS). Promote collaboration, innovation, and knowledge exchange within the MECS domain. What a marine energy conservation system? Marine energy conversion systems refer to technologies that harness energy from the ocean, converting it into electricity or other usable forms. Examples include tidal energy, utilizing the rise and fall of tides to generate electricity through tidal turbines or barrages. Wave energy, capturing the kinetic energy of ocean waves to generate power through devices like wave energy converters. Ocean thermal energy conversion (OTEC), leveraging temperature differences between the warm surface water and cold deep water to produce electricity. Salinity gradient power, generating energy from the difference in salt concentration between freshwater and seawater. About BIS. The Bureau of Indian Standards (BIS) HQ, New Delhi, is the national standards body of India under the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. Established by the Bureau of Indian Standards Act, 2016, effective from October 12, 2017, it replaced the Indian Standards Institution (ISI). The BIS Act, 2016, designates the minister in charge of the relevant ministry as the ex officio president. It also serves as India's WTO-TBT agreement on technical barriers to trade inquiry point. 6. United Liberation Front of Assam, ULFA. 77 www.insightsonindia.com. 7. Reverse flip. Context. Several well-funded startups, including Pine Labs and Adani, are considering relocating their holding companies to India, a trend known as reverse flipping, ahead of potential IPOs. This shift is attributed to a tightening regulatory environment, potential IPO plans, and the desire to operate from the home market. Reverse flipping is a term used to describe the trend of overseas startups shifting the domicile to India and listing on Indian stock exchanges. Reverse flipping can be done through share swaps and inbound mergers. Some reasons for reverse flipping include access to venture capital, favorable tax regimes, better intellectual property protection, favorable government policies. 8. 20–30% health tax on food high in sugar. Context. A study commissioned by Niti Aayog recommends imposing a health tax of 20–30% in addition to GST on foods high in sugar, salt, and fat, as well as sugar-sweetened beverages (SSBs). The study, funded by UNICEF, aims to influence policies that promote healthy eating practices. The research suggests that such taxes could lead to a 13–18% decrease in demand for sugar in bulk purchases. India, being the largest consumer of sugar globally, faces health challenges, and the study suggests that taxing unhealthy foods may help reduce obesity and related health issues. The study draws parallels with other countries that have successfully implemented health taxes on similar products, such as Mexico, Chile, Saudi Arabia, Argentina, and South Africa. 9. Square Kilometre Array (SCAR) Project ECT. Context. Union Cabinet has approved the Square Kilometre Array (SCAR) project, the world's largest radio telescope, involving international collaboration, including India's participation with a financial commitment. Major aspects of the project. Nature of project. ECT development of the world's largest radio telescope. Giant Meter Wave Radio Telescope (GMRT) is playing a role in SKAO. Current affairs. 30. Participating New Zealand, South Africa, Sweden, the countries Australia, Canada, China, India, Italy. Netherlands, UK, hosting headquarters. India's role. India joined SKAO in 2012 as an associate member and has actively participated in the pre-construction phase of the SCAR telescopes. Project Object. Type study galaxies in the universe, map VISI. Play galaxies with unprecedented detail, provide data on the evolution of our galaxy, and search for signs of extraterrestrial life, detect gravitational waves. Observatory, SKAO, an intergovernmental organ. Structure. Square Kilometre Array Observatory. Station headquartered in the UK. SKAO will consist of one global observatory, operating 2 telescopes, across 3 sites. 2 SCAR telescopes will be at radio-quiet sites in South Africa and Australia. They will operate as one large unit. Construction in December 2022, with operations X. Phases. 2 phases. SKA-1 construction started. Expected to begin by 2029. Key activities: rapid scanning of the skies, detailed mapping of visible galaxies, collection of survey data for insights into the early evolution of our galaxy, and the search for extraterrestrial life. 10. Desert cyclone. Context. The India-UAE joint military exercise, named Desert Cyclone, has commenced in Magzine, Rajasthan, and is scheduled from 2nd to 15 January 2024. India has also been a regular participant at the biennial International Defence Exhibition (IDEX) in Abu Dhabi. Exercise name objectives Desert Sci. Clone enhance interoperability in sub-conven. Tional operations Desert Flag Joint Air exercises and training Zaid Talwar. The bilateral naval exercise, Zaid Talwar, aims to enhance the interoperability and synergy between the Indian Navy and UAE Navy. Focus on counterterrorism and strategic cooperation. India-UAE bilateral EXERCISE. 11. CO2 levels in planet atmosphere. 78 www.insightsonindia.com. Context. New research suggests that lower levels of carbon dioxide (CO2) in a planet's atmosphere compared to its neighbors could indicate the presence of liquid water on that planet. The drop in CO2 levels relative to neighboring planets may suggest the absorption of the gas by an ocean or isolation by biomass on a planetary scale. The study introduces a new habitability signature, offering a practical method for detecting habitability in planets. Significance. The researchers propose that examining CO2 levels and habitability could provide insights into Earth's environmental tipping points and carbon levels that could render a planet uninhabitable. The habitability signature may also serve as a biosignature, as living organisms capture CO2, with the emission of oxygen as a telltale sign. 12. Polymer electrolyte membrane fuel cell. Context. The Indian Space Research Organisation (ISRO) has successfully tested a 100W class polymer electrolyte membrane fuel cell-based power system (FCPS) on its orbital platform (POEM-3). The experiment aimed to assess the operation of polymer electrolyte membrane fuel cells in space and gather data for designing systems for future missions. Hydrogen fuel cells produce electricity directly and are efficient, emission-free, and ideal for space missions. The test was part of the POEM-3 experiment executed during the PSLV-C-58 X-ray polarimeter satellite (EXPOSAT) mission. Polymer electrolyte membrane (PEM) fuel cells, also known as proton exchange membrane fuel cells, are electrochemical devices that convert chemical energy into electrical energy. They use a proton-conducting polymer membrane as the electrolyte and typically use hydrogen as the fuel. Current Affairs 30. 13. Direct-to-mobile D2M technology services. Context. Indian telecom operators have urged the government to auction spectrum for direct-to-mobile D2M technology services. What is D2M technology? D2M direct-to-mobile technology is a new-age communication approach that combines broadband and broadcast. D2M allows mobile phones to capture territorial digital TV signals, enabling the direct streaming of multimedia content, including live TV matches, without the need for internet connectivity. It is similar to that of an FM radio, where a receiver within the device can tap into different radio frequencies. Benefits. It proves beneficial for delivering emergency alerts, disaster management audio content, and citizen-centric information directly to mobile devices, reducing reliance on internet data consumption. Difference between broadband and broadcast. Broadband involves high-speed internet access, transmitting data in both directions. Broadcast is a one-way transmission of content, such as TV or radio signals, to a wide audience. Broadband is interactive, while broadcast is typically unidirectional. 14. Room temperature SUPERCONDUCTIVITY. Context. A recent study by scientists in China and Japan has reported signs of superconductivity in a material called LK99, which had been controversially claimed to be a room temperature and pressure (RTP) superconductor. The researchers observed the Meissner effect in copper-substituted lead apatite, indicating superconductivity. The Meissner effect is crucial in identifying materials that conduct electricity without resistance. Previously, in August 2023, red matter, a new superconductor material, was developed. 79 www.insightsonindia.com. What is the Meissner effect? It is a phenomenon observed in superconductors, where these materials expel magnetic fields from their interior when cooled below a critical temperature. This expulsion occurs as the material transitions to a superconducting state, displaying the ability to conduct electric currents without any resistance. 15. Biocredits. Context. There is growing momentum behind the concept of biodiversity credits or biocredits, proposed as a financial mechanism to support the targets outlined in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework (KMGBF) adopted in 2022. What is biocredits? Biocredits are financial instruments proposed to support the targets outlined in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Similar to carbon credits, biocredits aim to generate funds for biodiversity protection and restoration by selling credits, with proceeds directed toward conservation projects. Organizations involved. The Biodiversity Credit Alliance was launched in COP15 of CBD, 2022, to promote biocredits. Other initiatives, such as the Ocean Conservation Commitments, have emerged to encourage the use of biocredits. About KMGBF. Event details. Current Affairs 30. Conference, the UN Convention on Biological Diversity. Name 15th Conference of Parties COP15-2. CBD 2022 adopted Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework GBF goals of GBF restore 30% of degraded ecosystems globally, on land and sea, by 2030 conserve and manage 30% of areas terrestrial, inland water, coastal, and marine, by 2030 prevent the extinction of known species reduce various environmental risks and footprints. Targets of GBF 23 targets for achievement by 2030, including the 30x30 deal, reduction of pesticide and nutrient risks, pollution control, sustainable consumption, climate change mitigation, invasive species control, and wildlife trade management. Need for through innovative schemes like BioCred. BioCredit. The KMGBF targets private investment. With an estimated annual need of at least $200 billion for biodiversity protection. Examples of biocredits. Biocredit. Examples details. Ocean launched in September 2023 by the Gov Conservation Com. Earnment of Niue and the nonprofit Tofia. Mitments Niue offers OCCs based on the size of Ni. OCCs. Use Marine Protected Area, available for purchase to fund conservation projects. Wallacization based in the UK. Has Financial Com. Trust a Biodiversity and Climate Research Organi. Commitments for 5 million biodiversity credits, with 60% of the issuance price directed to local stakeholders. A forest cooperative in Sweden. Swedbank has invested an undisclosed amount to protect 13 hectares of forested area over 20 years, using biocredits. Besparingses Kog, Sweden. GlaxoSmith. Klein, GSK purchased biocredits from Replanet 2. Protect Cusco National Park in Honduras. Valua Nature, a company facilitating the development of biodiversity credits. Plans to bring biodiversity credits to the market in 2024, aiming to generate funds for biodiversity protection. 16. Green Cover Index. Context. The National Highways Authority of India (NHAI) has signed a 3-year Memorandum of Understanding (MOU) with the National Remote Sensing Centre (NRSC). www.insightsindia.com. Part of the Indian Space Research Organisation (ISRO). The collaboration aims to develop and report a Green Cover Index for India's extensive national highways network. The Green Highways Policy, initiated in 2015, prioritizes greening highway corridors, and currently, monitoring relies on field visits. This innovative approach promises a reliable, time-saving, and cost-effective solution, allowing for a macro-level assessment of greenness along highways. The project's primary goal is to capture the Green Cover Index region-wise for national highways in the first assessment cycle, followed by annual cycles focusing on estimating growth patterns. 17. Cyber kidnapping. Context. Recently, a Chinese student in Utah was cyber kidnapped. Cyber kidnapping refers to a crime where perpetrators convince victims to hide, then contact their loved ones for ransom. The victim may send pictures that suggest they are held captive, creating a false impression of danger. The perpetrators, not physically present, monitor the victim online through video call platforms. Experts warn that with the rise of artificial intelligence, scammers can use technology to enhance deception. 18. AADHAAR-enabled payment system, AEPS. Context. In 2023, Aadhaar-enabled payment system (AEPS) frauds accounted for 11% of cyber financial scams originating in India, according to an analysis by the Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center (I4C). Most of these frauds occurred in Bihar and Jharkhand. The central government's portal and the 1930 helpline received over 13 lakh complaints related to cyber-enabled financial frauds. AEPS fraud included instances of biometric cloning. What is AEPS? It is a payment service that allows users to access their Aadhaar-enabled bank accounts for transactions. The analysis also highlighted other categories of cyber financial frauds, both locally and internationally, including sextortion, investment scams, illegal loan apps, and romance scams. Social media-related cybercrimes totaled 41,056 reported cases in 2023. Details. Current Affairs 30. What is online interoperable financial transactions? AEPS. The AEPS is a bank-led model facilitating through Aadhaar authentication. It is managed by the National Payments Corporation of India (NPCI), a joint initiative of the RBI and EBA. Aimed at providing secure access to banking services, especially for rural and marginalized communities. Working eliminates the need for OTPs, bank details, and other financial information. Transactions require only the bank name, Aadhaar number, and captured fingerprint during Aadhaar enrollment. Benefits. Facilitates cash transfers for government schemes directly into beneficiaries' accounts. Allows access to bank accounts through any banking correspondent or micro ATM of any bank. How is leaked biometric details? Cybercriminals use AEPS exploited. Stolen biometric information for unauthorized transactions. Silicone thumbs. Scammers use silicone thumbs to deceive biometric devices and perform fraudulent transactions. Lack of transaction notifications. Victims may not receive immediate alerts for unauthorized transactions. Systemic issues. Biometric mismatches, poor connectivity, and weaker systems affect performance and reliability. Preventive measures. Amendments to Aadhaar Regulations 2016. Proposed changes restrict the sharing of Aadhaar details without redaction. Aadhaar lock. Users are advised to lock and unlock the Aadhaar as needed to prevent unauthorized biometric use. About I4C. Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center (I4C) deals with all types of cybercrimes in India. It will be set up under the newly created Cyber and Information Security (CIS) Division of the MHA. The I4C aims to centralize cyber security investigations, develop response tools, and foster collaboration among private companies to combat cybercrime. 19. Wetland City Accreditation (WCA). Context. The Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Climate Change (MoF and CC) has nominated Indore, Bhopal, and 81 www.insightsonindia.com. Udaipur for Wetland City Accreditation (WCA) under the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands. It is the first nomination of its kind by the Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Climate Change (MoFCC). Ramsar site in Indore, Sirpur Wetland, Yashwant Sagar, Ramsar site closer to Indore. Ramsar site in Bhopal, Boy Wetland. Ramsar site in and around Udaipur, 5 major wetlands, Pachola, Fateh Sagar, Rang Sagar, Swaroop Sagar, and Dood Talai. About WCA and Ramsar sites. About Wetland City AC. It is a voluntary accreditation system too. Accreditation recognize the importance of wetlands in WCA. Urban and peri-urban environments. Origin. Outcome of Ramsar Convention during COP12 in 2015. Objective. Promote the conservation and wise use of wetlands, as well as sustainable socio-economic benefits for local populations. Significance. Provides international recognition and branding for wetland conservation efforts. It will also help in the implementation of the Amrit Dharohar initiative to conserve Ramsar sites in India. Validity. Once granted, it is valid for 6 years. What are wet lands? Definition. Areas of marsh, fen, peatland, or water, natural or artificial, static or flowing, with fresh, brackish, or saltwater. Convention. It is an intergovernmental treaty in 1971. Ramsar Con. At Ramsar, Iran. It provides the framework for conservation and wise use of wetlands and resources. 172 contracting parties to the Ramsar Convention as of January 2024, with India having declared 75 wetland sites. Mantra Record, Register of Ramsar Sites Needing Urgent Attention, launched in 1990. India's largest, around 11,000 square kilometers, of I. Ramsar site, Sundarbans in West Bengal, covering tal habitat for Bengal tigers. The state with Tamil Nadu has the highest number of the highest Ramsar sites in India with 14 Ramsar number sites. Current affairs 30/20. Direct to cell. Context. SpaceX successfully launched the first set of Starlink satellites equipped with direct-to-cell capabilities. Top of form. About direct-to-cell. Direct-to-cell refers to a technology that enables communication signals, such as text messages, voice, and data, to be transmitted directly from space-based satellites to mobile devices, cell phones, without the need for traditional ground-based infrastructure. In the context of SpaceX's Starlink project, direct-to-cell capabilities allow the delivery of wireless services, including network access and communication services, to mobile users in specific geographical areas using satellite connectivity. This technology is particularly useful in remote or underserved regions where establishing traditional terrestrial networks may be challenging or economically unfeasible. 21. ZOSURABALPIN. Context. Researchers have identified a new class of antibiotics, specifically zosurobalpin, with the potential to combat drug-resistant bacterium Acinetobacter baumannii. This antibiotic was found to be effective against crab carbapenem-resistant Acinetobacter baumannii-induced pneumonia and sepsis in mouse models. Zosurobalpin, a drug candidate, was developed through the optimization of a tethered macrocyclic peptide (MCP) that selectively kills A. baumannii. The antibiotic's unique mode of action involves inhibiting the transport of lipopolysaccharide (LPS), an essential process for creating the outer membrane structure of gram-negative bacteria. Zosurobalpin blocks LPS transport, leading to the abnormal buildup of LPS in the cell and the subsequent death of the bacterium. 22. Anti-cancer drug CAMPTOTHECIN. Context. Researchers at the Indian Institutes of Technology Madras and Mandi have successfully metabolically engineered plant cells to increase the production of the anti-cancer drug camptothecin (CPT). Traditionally extracted from Nathapodites pneumoniana, an endangered plant native to India, the process involves a large quantity of plant material. The decline in the plant's population has led researchers to explore alternative sources. In a previous study, a microbe was identified as a 82 www.insightsindia.com. High-yielding alternative. Now, the researchers have developed a genome-scale metabolic model for N. pneumoniana plant cells, paving the way for sustainable and efficient commercial production of the drug and reducing the need to harvest endangered plants. 23. Marcos. Context. Indian Navy Marine Commandos Marcos successfully thwarted a pirate hijacking attempt on a Liberian-flagged vessel in the North Arabian Sea. About Marcos. Marcos, formerly the Marine Commando Force (MCF), is the Indian Navy's elite special forces unit formed in 1987. It is modeled on the U.S. Navy SEALs and has its motto, "The few, the fearless." Marcos operates by sea, air, and land, collaborating with the Indian Army, especially in Kashmir. Notable operations include Cactus, Leech, Pawan, and Cyclone, with a significant role in the 26/11 Mumbai attacks. 24. Bioimaging Bank. Context. Mumbai's Tata Memorial Hospital TMH, India's largest cancer treatment facility, is leveraging artificial intelligence (AI) to address the increasing challenge of cancer cases. TMH has established a bioimaging bank, using deep learning to create a cancer-specific algorithm for early-stage cancer detection. The project involves a comprehensive repository of radiology and pathology images, linked with clinical information, for training and testing AI algorithms. The initiative, funded by the Department of Biotechnology in collaboration with other institutions, has already reduced radiation exposure for pediatric patients by 40% using AI. The hospital envisions AI playing a transformative role in cancer treatment, enhancing precision, and enabling timely diagnoses, particularly in rural India. 25. Clean and Green Villages Program. Context. The Panchayati Raj Ministry is prioritizing clean and green villages for the expansion of solar power capacities on a commercial basis. Current Affairs 30. What is the Clean and Green Villages Program? 26. TRICHOLIME. Context. The Indian Institute of Spices Research (IISR) in Kozhikode has successfully developed a new granular lime-based trichoderma formulation called Tricolime. What is Trichoderma? Trichoderma is a fungal biocontrol agent effective against soil-borne pathogens in crop production. What is Tricolime? It is a lime-based formulation, developed by integrating trichoderma and lime into a single product. Lime helps in controlling soil acidity. Benefits. Tricolime neutralizes soil acidity, promotes plant growth, protects against pathogens, and simplifies application for farmers. It serves as a biopesticide and biofertilizer, benefiting soil health and supporting sustainable organic farming. 27. E-fuels. Context. The International Energy Agency (IEA) report on the role of e-fuels in decarbonizing transport anticipates that biofuels will constitute 6% of road transport energy demand by 2030. Key highlights of the report. In 2022, road transport accounted for nearly all liquid biofuel use, but this is projected to marginally 83 www.insightsonindia.com. Decreased to 98% by 2030. Biofuels represented 5% of road transport demand in 2022, amounting to 2.2 million BD of oil demand. Global biodiesel demand is expected to exceed. While biofuels will play a crucial role in the future of transport, the report acknowledges the contributions of electric vehicles (EVs) in displacing oil demand. About e-fuels. E-fuels, also known as electrofuels, are a type of synthetic fuel that can be used to power vehicles, ships, and aeroplanes. They are a sustainable alternative to fossil fuels and can be used in existing infrastructure. E-fuels are made from captured carbon dioxide or carbon monoxide, and hydrogen obtained from water split by sustainable electricity sources. The process uses hydrogen to bind with the CO2 under high pressure using a catalyst. E-fuels are climate neutral and can be used to reduce CO2 emissions in the transport and heating market. 28. Plasma waves in the Martian atmosphere. Context. Scientists, including researchers from the Indian Institute of Geomagnetism (IIG), have detected high-frequency plasma waves in the Martian upper atmosphere using data from the Mars Atmosphere and Volatile Evolution Mission (MAVEN) spacecraft. What are plasma waves? Plasma waves are short time-scale fluctuations in the electric and magnetic fields observed in plasmas, which are ionized gases consisting of positively charged ions and free electrons. How does it help understand planetary phenomena? In the context of planetary atmospheres, such as Mars, understanding the presence and characteristics of plasma waves helps scientists gain insights into the interactions between the solar wind and the planet's atmosphere, especially in the absence of an intrinsic magnetic field. Unlike Earth, Mars lacks an intrinsic magnetic field, causing direct interaction between high-speed solar wind from the Sun and the Martian atmosphere. About MAVEN Orbiter, NASA's Mars Atmosphere and Volatile Evolution (MAVEN) spacecraft, launched in 2013 by NASA, is dedicated to studying Mars' upper atmosphere, ionosphere, and interactions with the Sun and solar wind. The mission aims to uncover the history of Mars' atmosphere, climate, liquid water, and planetary habitability by examining the role of volatiles lost to space over time. Current Affairs 30. 29. KRISHNARAJASAGARKRS Dam. Context. The High Court of Karnataka has issued a ban on all mining and quarrying activities within a 20-kilometer radius of the Krishnarajasagar (KRS) Dam in Mandya district due to concerns about the potential danger posed to the dam by these activities. The ban applies to activities already permitted or in operation, and it will remain in force until a comprehensive study by experts is completed. The decision on lifting the ban will be made by the State Committee on Dam Safety, established under the Dam Safety Act, 2021. About Krishnaraja Sagar Dam, built 1932. Location: River Kaveri, Mysore, and Mandya districts. Karnataka. Named after Krishnaraja Wodeyar IV, then ruler of Mysore Kingdom. Engineer Sir M. Vishweshwaraya Bharat Ratna, birthday celebrated as Engineers Day on the 15th of September. Purpose: water supply for Mysore city, Bangalore. And irrigation in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. About river: rain-fed river. It rises at Talakaveri, Bra. Kaveri. The Kaveri River is a perennial, monsoon. Majori Hill, located in the Kodagu district in Karnataka. Drainage basin: Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, Bay of Bengal, south of Cuddalore. Tributaries: Arkavathi, Hemavathi, Lakshmana Tirtha, Shimsa, Kabani, Harangi. About dam in the world, after the US and China. India. In India, India is the third largest dam-owning nation. Has over 6,000 dams with 143 under construction. Initiatives for dam safety. Dam Safety Act, 2021. National Committee on Dam Safety, NCDS. Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Project DRIP Phases 2, co-financed by World Bank and Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank. 30. Income inequality. Context. According to a recent SBI research report, income inequality in India has decreased, indicating a positive trend of upward mobility and the growth of the middle class. What does the report say? The decrease in Gini coefficient, a measure of income inequality, has decreased from 0.472 in a. www.insightsonindia.com. 84. 2014-15 to 0.402 in a 2022-23. Increasing tax base. The study, referencing CBDT data, reveals a widening income tax base, with the number of individuals filing income tax returns increasing from 70 million in a 2021-22 to 74 million in a 2022-23. Improving upward mobility. The report attributes the decline in income inequality to significant upward mobility, with over 36% of individuals in the lowest income bracket in FY14 moving to higher income levels, resulting in over 21% increase in their income during FY14-FY21. Rising female labor force participation. Micro firms moving towards becoming bigger firms. There is a positive trend in MSME income, and changing consumption patterns post-COVID, challenging the notion of K-shaped growth. Share of top earners declined. The share of top earners with income over 10 crore rupees and 100 crore rupees has declined from 2013-14 to 2020-21. About the Gini coefficient. The Gini coefficient is a statistical measure of the economic inequality across the population in a country or between countries. It measures the dispersion of income or wealth distribution among the members of a population. The Gini coefficient ranges from 0 perfect equality to 1 perfect inequality. Theoretically, values over 1 are possible due to negative income or wealth. A Gini coefficient larger than 0.40 is considered high inequality. About K-shaped recovery. Post-COVID, India is witnessing a K-shaped recovery, signifying disparate economic rebounds for different segments. Experts note that the affluent are thriving, while the less privileged encounter challenges, exemplifying a divided recovery pattern. Current Affairs 30. 31. PROBA 3 mission. 32. ANEEL. Context. Clean Core Thorium Energy, a Chicago-based company, has developed ANEEL, Advanced Nuclear Energy for Enriched Life, named after India's scientist, Dr. Anil Kakodkar, a fuel that combines thorium and high-assay low-enriched uranium, HALEU. ANEEL can be used in India's existing pressurized heavy water reactors PHWRs, offering a potential game-changer for the country's nuclear energy sector. 85 www.insightsonindia.com. India has the world's largest reserves of thorium, estimated at 1.07 million tons, and ANEEL could facilitate the efficient utilization of thorium in nuclear reactors. The fuel's benefits include reduced nuclear waste volume, lower operating costs, and longer-lasting efficiency. 33. NASA's Lunar Gateway Station. Context. The United Arab Emirates (UAE) has announced its participation in developing a module on NASA's Lunar Gateway Station, joining the USA, Japan, Canada, and the European Union in the project. The UAE's contribution includes developing the Crew and Science Airlock module, serving as the entry and exit point for missions and astronauts traveling to the Moon's surface from the Lunar Gateway Station. The UAE will also manage and operate the airlock, and the first Emirati astronaut will be sent into lunar orbit as part of the project. The Lunar Space Station will function as a space laboratory, supporting various scientific and technical experiments, with a minimum lifespan of 15 years. 34. DRDO Anti-Drone Tech. Drone, Detect, Deter and Destroy D4 System. Context. The Defense Research and Development Organization (DRDO) has developed a comprehensive integrated anti-drone system, focusing on the detection, identification, and neutralization of drones. The anti-drone technology is designed to counter various types of drones, including micro-drones, and is suitable for land borders. D4 system can instantly detect and jam micro-drones, soft kill, and use a laser-based kill mechanism to terminate targets, hard kill. Utilizing the Global Navigation Satellite System (GNSS), it identifies the frequency employed by the controller and subsequently disrupts the signals. 35. India Club. Context. India plans to establish its own protection and indemnity P&I entity, named the India Club, to provide insurance for ships operating along its coasts and waterways. What are P&I clubs? They are mutual insurance associations that offer risk pooling and coverage for third-party risks like cargo damage, war, and environmental hazards. Aim. The initiative aims to reduce vulnerability to international current affairs. 30. Pressures, particularly in conflicts like the Russia-Ukraine situation. The India Club will initially focus on ensuring ships involved in domestic movements, led by the Ministry of Ports, Shipping, and Waterways. Global P&I Club, international group of P&I clubs, headquartered in London. This group comprises 13 clubs covering about 90% of the world's ocean-going vessels. 36. ICAR Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute (CMFRI). Context. ICAR Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute (CMFRI) has proposed key policy suggestions, including the introduction of the Marine Fishery Act, to enhance India's marine fisheries sector. Recommendations of CMFRI. 1. Introduce the Marine Fishery Act. It aims to regulate fishing in areas beyond territorial waters, addressing a policy and legislative vacuum. 2. Institutionalize regular stock assessments, establishing a national guideline for eco-labeling of marine fishery resources. 3. Streamline open sea mariculture with a focus on sustainability. 4. Implement AI-mediated automated mechanisms for landing estimation and tracking fishing vessels. 5. Focused research on deep sea and non-convention fishery resources. 6. Establish an institutional mechanism for overseeing deep sea fishing. 7. Strengthening insurance for fishers. India's status in marine fisheries. India, the third largest fish-producing country and second in aquaculture, lacks comprehensive legislation for managing marine fisheries beyond 12 nautical miles. To address this, the government has proposed the Indian Marine Fisheries Bill for Sustainable Development in the Exclusive Economic Zone (EEZ). Initiatives include the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana (PMMSY 2020), the National Policy on Marine Fisheries (NPMF 2017), and the Fisheries and Aquaculture Infrastructure Development Fund (FIDF 2015). About ICAR Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute (CMFRI). It was established in 1947 under the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare in India. In 1967, it joined the Indian Council of Agricultural Research (ICAR) family and became a leading tropical marine fisheries research institute globally. Headquartered in Kochi, Kerala. 86 www.insightsonindia.com. 37. The Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights PPVFR. Context. The Delhi High Court has ruled in favor of PepsiCo, allowing the company to claim a patent for the potato variety used in its potato chips. Pepsi had filed an appeal under the Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act, 2001, the act challenging the order of the Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Authority, the authority, in the Delhi High Court. The decision overturns a previous order that revoked Pepsi's patent-protected potato variety, FL 2027, used in chip production. The Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act, 2001 PPVFR Act was enacted by the Parliament of India. The Act's objectives include establishing a system to protect plant varieties and the rights of farmers and plant breeders, recognizing and protecting farmers' rights for their contributions to conserving, improving, and making available plant genetic resources, safeguarding researchers' rights and the larger public interest. 38. Peregrine Lunar Lander. Context. A private U.S. spacecraft, part of NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services (CLPS) initiative, took off with the Peregrine Lander module and Vulcan rocket built by private space companies. This mission aims to be the first U.S. spacecraft to land on the Moon in over 50 years and would have marked the first landing of a private spacecraft on the Moon. The Peregrine Mission 1, a private lunar lander, encountered an anomaly, and will be unable to make its planned soft landing on the Moon due to a propellant leak. Current Affairs 30. 39. Sisal leaves. Context. Scientists at Stanford University are researching the use of sisal leaves to create a highly absorbent material that could replace cotton, wood pulp, and chemical absorbents in sanitary napkins. The absorption capacity of the sisal-based material is reported to be higher than that in commercial menstrual pads. The method developed by the researchers involves using a decorticator to mechanically separate the fibers from sisal leaves and employing a process inspired by termite guts to delignify the fibers. The study claims that the process uses no polluting or toxic chemicals and can be conducted on a small scale, making it environmentally sustainable. 40. The oldest evidence of photosynthesis. Context. A study published in the journal Nature reveals the oldest evidence of photosynthetic structures found in a collection of 1.75 billion-year-old microfossils known as Navaphusa margensis. The microstructures identified as thylakoids, membrane-bound structures inside chloroplasts, provide direct evidence for oxygenic photosynthesis. This process, unique to cyanobacteria and related organelles in eukaryotes, involves converting water and carbon dioxide into glucose and oxygen with sunlight. 41. Bharat Text 2024. Context. Union Minister for Textiles, Shri Piyush Goyal, reviewed the progress of the upcoming mega textiles event, Bharat Text 2024, during a meeting with Textile Export Promotion Councils and ministry officials. What is Bharat Text 2024? It is a global textile mega event organized by 11 textile export promotion councils in collaboration with the Ministry of Textiles. It showcases India's entire textile value chain, emphasizing fashion, traditional crafts, and sustainability. The discovery suggests that photosynthesis may have aligned with India's 5F vision. It covers the journey from evolved before 1.75 billion years ago, shedding light on the evolution of oxygenic photosynthesis, a process that played a crucial role in the Great Oxidation event around 2.4 billion years ago. 87 www.insightsindia.com. Farm to fiber to factory to fashion to foreign, representing the textile production process from raw resources to global markets. 42. Cannabis plant. Context. Scientists at CSIR Indian Institute of Integrative Medicine IIIM, Jammu, have discovered that phytocannabinoids, compounds found in the cannabis plant, exhibit previously unexplored antibiotic properties. Current Affairs 30. The study specifically focused on tetrahydrocannabidiol (THCBD), a phytocannabinoid, and its efficacy against Staphylococcus aureus, a bacteria contributing to antibiotic resistance. THCBD demonstrated strong antibacterial effects against various resistant strains of S. aureus, including clayspeing, the methicillin-resistant strain. Source: Livemint Acumentis Healthcare Limited has introduced Clayspe, a cannabis-based medicine designed to treat seizures in toddlers. The drug, approved by the Drug Controller General of India, targets seizures associated with Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, Dravet syndrome, or tuberous sclerosis complex. Clayspe contains tetrahydrocannabinol (THC) with content below 0.1%, and clinical studies have demonstrated its efficacy in reducing seizures, particularly in cases where conventional anti-seizure medications have proven ineffective. 43. Amaterasu. Context. Japanese scientists discovered a high-energy cosmic ray event named Amaterasu, making it the second highest energy cosmic ray ever detected. The energy level of Amaterasu is about 40 million times higher than that produced by the Large Hadron Collider. The discovery of such ultra-high-energy cosmic rays (UHECRs) could contribute to understanding cosmic phenomena and subatomic particles better, as well as potentially challenging existing theories in high-energy particle physics. Amaterasu's unique characteristic is that it appears to have originated from an empty region of the universe, presenting intriguing possibilities for unknown astronomical phenomena. The study of these cosmic rays may offer insights into the sources of cosmic rays and enhance our understanding of high-energy physics beyond the standard model. 44. International Classification of Diseases ICD-11. Context. The World Health Organization (WHO) has launched the ICD-11 Traditional Medicine Module 2, incorporating data and terminology related to Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani medicine. The Ministry of Ayush collaborated with WHO in preparing this classification, aiming to strengthen India's healthcare system, research, development, and policy making in the traditional medicine sector. 88 www.insightsindia.com. The inclusion of traditional medical terminologies in ICD-11 aims to establish a connection between traditional medicine and international standards, fostering a unified global tradition in healthcare. About ICD. ICD is the international standard for systematic recording, reporting, analysis, interpretation, and comparison of mortality and morbidity data. Previously, ICD-11 included Module 1, which covers traditional medicine conditions originating in ancient China, which is now commonly used in Japan, Korea, etc. 45. thylakoid membranes. Context. Thylakoid membranes are small pouches located in the chloroplasts of plants, storing chlorophyll and playing a crucial role in photosynthesis. Originally found in ancient cyanobacteria, these light-sensitive bacteria are believed to have contributed to the oxygen levels in Earth's atmosphere billions of years ago. Recent discoveries, particularly 1.75 billion-year-old fossilized thylakoid membranes in microfossils off the coasts of Australia, suggest that thylakoids played a key role in the Great Oxygenation event around 2.4 billion years ago. This event involved the release of oxygen by cyanobacteria, initially filling the oceans and eventually escaping into the atmosphere, leading to the transformation of Earth's atmospheric composition. The findings open avenues for further exploration of older cyanobacterial microfossils and testing hypotheses related to the emergence of thylakoids and their impact on Earth's early oxygenation. 46. DRISHTI-10STARLINER. Context. The Indian Navy has received its first indigenous medium-altitude long-endurance mail drone, the Drishti-10 Starliner, developed by Adani Defense and Aerospace. Features. The Drishti-10 Starliner, a variant of Elbit Systems' Hermes 900 Starliner, is equipped with state-of-the-art sensors, automatic takeoff and landing capabilities, and a 36-hour endurance. It can carry a payload of 450 kilograms and has the potential for weaponization if required. The drone is 70% indigenous and will enhance the Navy's intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities. Current Affairs 30. 47. Recent reports in news. Report details Global Risk IC Forum. Report 2024 released annually by the World Econom. Based on the Global Risks Perception Survey. India's top 5 risks: misinformation and disinformation, infectious diseases, illicit economic activity, inequality, wealth and income, and labor shortage. Port Index released by Henley & Partners. Henley Pass. 2024 HPI. Ranks passports based on allowing destinations without a prior visa. India ranks 80th with visa-free access to 62 nations. France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Japan, and Singapore share the top spot. Released by the World Bank Group. Global Economic Pros. PEC's report global trade growth in 2024 is expected to be half the pre-pandemic average. Global growth is projected to slow from 2.6% in 2023 to 2.4% in 2024. Developing countries need to increase investments, about $2.4 trillion per year, to tackle climate change and achieve global development goals by 2030. Employment and released by the International Labour Organization. 2024. World Social Outlook Organization ILO. Trends 2024. Despite a slowdown, global growth in 2023 was modestly higher than anticipated. The macroeconomic environment deteriorated significantly in 2023. Real wages declined in the majority of G20 countries due to inflation. Digital Trade Joint Publication by IMF, World Bank, for Development report. WTO, OECD, and UNCTAD. The value of digitally delivered services increased nearly 4 times since 2005, growing at an average annual rate of 8.1% from 2005 to 2022. Developing economies require increased international financial and technical support for digital trade-related areas. Initiatives like WTO-led Aid for Trade, UNCTAD-led Trade for All, and World Bank-led Digital Advisory and Trade Assistance Data Fund can help. www.insightsindia.com. 89. 48. Green Fuels Alliance India GFAI. Context. Denmark has introduced the Green Fuels Alliance India (GFAI) to enhance collaboration with India in the sustainable energy sector, aligning with both nations' goals of achieving carbon neutrality. Aim: It aims to advance the green fuels sector, including green hydrogen, through innovation and partnerships. GFAI's objective is to foster an ecosystem promoting sustainable energy growth in India, involving businesses, government entities, and research institutions. Background. The initiative is part of the Green Strategic Partnership signed in 2020 between India and Denmark. The announcement coincides with India's push for carbon neutrality by 2070 and Denmark's top ranking in the 2024 Climate Performance Ranking. Other similar partnership initiatives. 1. Global Biofuels Alliance forged by Brazil, India, and the United States. 2. India-US-India Strategic Clean Energy Partnership. 3. Green Clean Hydrogen India and Saudi Arabia. 4. India-Australia Green Hydrogen Task Force. 5. Quad's Climate Working Group for Clean Energy. 49. Tea industry in India. Context. The Tea Association of India (TAI) has issued a warning about challenges reminiscent of the dark phase of 2002-07 in the country's tea industry. Factors contributing to the crisis in the tea industry include 1. Stagnant prices. Assam, responsible for 55% of India's tea production, is particularly impacted. 2. Oversupply. 3. A widening gap between demand and supply. 4. Stiff competition from other countries such as Sri Lanka, Kenya. 5. Costs of vital inputs grew by 9–15% during the last decade, while tea prices rose by 4%. For initiatives by the Tea Board of India, click here. Current Affairs 30. You can write the keyword aroma keyword for tea promotion, aroma. A equals assistance to small growers. R equals re-energize to create infrastructure to augment exports and focus on high-value markets. O equals organic, promote organic and GIT. M equals modernization, strengthen local supply chains. A equals adaptability, make tea plantations meet the challenges of climate change. About Tea Association of India (TAI) Est. 1956. HQ, Kolkata. It is predominantly an association of North Indian tea producers in the organized sector of the Indian tea industry. It promotes and protects trade, commerce and industries associated with tea. Advise and render assistance to members of the association. Represent members before industrial tribunals, tea board etc. 50. Einstein Probe, EP. Context. China has launched a new astronomical satellite named Einstein Probe, EP, with a lotus-shaped design to observe transient and violent celestial phenomena in the universe. The Einstein Probe, EP, satellite features wide-field X-ray telescopes WXT and follow-up X-ray telescopes FXT. Its objectives include capturing initial light from supernova explosions, detecting X-ray signals linked to gravitational wave events, and discovering dormant black holes and celestial objects. The satellite's X-ray detection tech, inspired by, showcases innovative lobster eye telescopes. 90 www.insightsonindia.com. The mission involves international collaboration with the European Space Agency and the Max Planck Institute for Extraterrestrial Physics in Germany. 51. Darjeeling Zoo. Context. Darjeeling Zoo, home to the world's largest number of snow leopards in captivity, boasts 14, including 6 cubs, marking a success story for India's lone conservation breeding program. What is the conservation breeding program? The conservation breeding program is the science of conserving a species by preventing imminent population collapse in the wild due to a large number of eliminative pressures, i.e. habitat loss, habitat fragmentation, industrialization, poaching, illegal trade, climate change, etc. The snow leopard conservation breeding program at Darjeeling Zoo, established in 1985, is the first and only of its kind in India. A key feature of the program is the careful use of a diverse genetic pool for breeding snow leopards. About snow leopard. More on snow leopard. Recently, Kyrgyzstan has officially chosen the snow leopard as its national symbol. Topic details. Range count. Tries: Afghanistan, Bhutan, China, India, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Mongolia, Nepal, Pakistan, Russia, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan. Current affairs. 30. Global snow estimated between 4K and 6.5K. World leopard population. Wide. China has the highest population. India has around 700 to 800 individuals. Hemas National Park, Ladakh, snow leopard capital of the world, state animal of Ladakh and Himachal Pradesh. Conserver. TNF. Its Snow Leopard Trust, focus on community. Worldwide. Thai-based conservation programs. Global Snow Leopard and Ecosystem Protection Program (GSLEP) aims to secure 20 landscapes across the snow leopard range by 2020. Conservation project. Snow leopard government of efforts in India. India, 2009. Focus on conservation in high-altitude ecosystems. Community involvement. Initiatives like Himal Sanrakshak recognize local communities' role in protection and conflict reduction. Snow leopard population count, introduced first national protocol for popularity and monitoring in 2019. Ministry's recovery program. Snow leopard is on the list of 21 critically endangered species for recovery. Snow leopard conservation breeding program, conducted at Padmaja Naidu Himalayan Zoological Park, West Bengal. 52. HYDROXYCHLOROQUINE. Context. A new study published in the journal Biomedicine and Pharmacotherapy links hydroxychloroquine, an anti-malarial drug, to an increased mortality rate of up to 11%, suggesting a possible link to 17,000 deaths. Hydroxychloroquine was briefly promoted by former U.S. President Donald Trump and others as a treatment for COVID-19 during the early stages of the pandemic. While hydroxychloroquine is generally safe, the study underscores the importance of evaluating risks differently when administering it preventively to a large number of healthy people. Hydroxychloroquine is in a class of drugs called antimalarials and is also an antiemetic drug. It works by killing the organisms that cause malaria. Hydroxychloroquine may work to treat rheumatoid arthritis and systemic lupus erythematosus by decreasing the activity of the immune system. 91 www.insightsindia.com. 53. Operation AMRITH, and TIMICROBIAL resistance intervention for total health. Context. The Kerala Drug Control Department has initiated Operation Amrith, antimicrobial resistance intervention for total health to curb the overuse of antibiotics in the state. Pharmacies are required to maintain accurate records of antibiotic sales, display posters stating, antibiotics not sold without doctor's prescription, and comply with prescription regulations. Operation Amrith aligns with Kerala's Antimicrobial Resistance Strategic Action Plan (KARSAP), reflecting a multi-sectoral approach to combat antimicrobial resistance (AMRA). The state has implemented various initiatives, including the Antibiotic Literate Kerala campaign, block-level AMRA committees, and the Kerala Antimicrobial Resistance Surveillance Network (KARSNet) for surveillance. The move aims to raise awareness about AMRA, ensure responsible antibiotic use, and prevent the spread of drug-resistant infections. 54. PENCH Tiger Reserve (PTR). Context. Pench Tiger Reserve (PTR) in Maharashtra has been designated as India's first dark sky park, the fifth in Asia, aimed at preserving the night sky and combating light pollution. Recognized by the International Union for Conservation of Nature (IUCN), this status emphasizes the importance of natural darkness for ecological integrity and community well-being. The Dark Sky Place certification involves lighting policy, retrofits, education, and night sky monitoring. About the Pench Tiger Reserve, key points details. Current affairs. 30. About located in Nagpur district, Maharashtra, named after Pench River. The river divides the park into equal eastern and western parts. Declared National Park in 1975, became a tiger reserve in 1998-1999. Major protected area in Satpura-Michael Ranges. Designated Important Bird Area (EBIR) by BirdLife International. The reserve, spanning Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra, is known for its tiger conservation efforts and inspired Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book. Flora dense green cover with southern dry broadleaf teak forests and tropical mixed deciduous forests. Presence of shrubs, climbers, and unique medicinal plants. Bamboo plantations near water banks. Mal's sloth bear, jackal, nilgai, wild dog, among. Fauna mam. Others. Fauna birds peafowl, magpie robin, pintail, drongo, unia, myna, and various other bird species. 55. SAMAVESHA project. Context: the Indian Science, Technology, and Engineering Facilities Map (iSTEM) is launching the Samavesha project at IISc, Bengaluru. The project aims to enhance research collaboration in India by improving accessibility to facilities and labs. The platform allows researchers and industries to connect with institutions that have the required equipment, enabling them to rent it for experiments. The initiative aims to save capital expenditure for researchers, industries, and startups and prevent duplication of resources at the national level. The Indian Science, Technology, and Engineering Facilities Map (iSTEM) is a national web portal that helps researchers find the facilities they need for their R&D work. The portal also aims to connect resources to researchers. 56. Humboldt's Enigma. Context. The article discusses Humboldt's enigma, a concept proposed by Alexander von Humboldt in the 19th century that suggests a relationship between temperature, altitude, humidity, and biodiversity. Humboldt's enigma is the idea that the Earth's tropical areas are not the only biodiverse regions. According to this idea, many areas outside the tropics, such as mountains, are also highly biodiverse. 92 www.insightsonindia.com. The eastern Himalayas are cited as an example where climate dissimilarity and diverse geological composition contribute to high biodiversity. 57. Himalayan wolf. Context. The Himalayan wolf Canis lupus chanco has been assessed for the first time on the International Union for Conservation of Nature (IUCN) Red List. The assessment estimates a population size of 2,275-3,792 mature individuals across the Himalayan range of Nepal, India, and the Tibetan Plateau. Conservation status. IUCN's Red List, vulnerable. Wildlife Protection Act, 1972, Schedule 1. Sites. Appendix I. Threats. Depredation conflicts, habitat modification, encroachment, depletion of prey populations, hybridization with dogs, and illegal hunting for trade. Measures recommended. Securing healthy prey populations, improving livestock guarding methods, managing feral dog populations, transboundary conservation efforts, and incorporating the Himalayan wolf into conservation programs to enhance protection. 58. New Generation Akash Missile. Context. The Defense Research and Development Organization (DRDO) has successfully conducted a flight test of the New Generation Akash-NG missile from the Integrated Test Range (ITR) Chandipur off the coast of Odisha. The test involved intercepting a high-speed unmanned aerial target at a very low altitude. About Akash-NG missile. The Akash-NG is a medium-range, mobile surface-to-air missile defense system. It's a state-of-the-art missile system that can intercept high-speed, agile aerial threats with a current affairs 30. Range of around 80 kilometers. The Akash-NG has advanced technologies and features, such as improved missiles, seekers, and radars. It also includes an indigenously developed radio frequency seeker, launcher, and multifunction radar. 59. Lithium exploration. Context. India has reached a historic milestone by signing an agreement between Carney Bidesh India Limited Kabul and Argentina's state-owned enterprise, Catamarca Minera y Energética Sociedad del Estado, CAMYEN, marking the first-ever lithium exploration and mining project by an Indian government company. The agreement allows Kabul to explore and develop 5 lithium brine blocks in Argentina's Catamarca province, covering approximately 15,703 hectares. Top of form Argentina, as part of the lithium triangle, along with Chile and Bolivia, is a significant producer of lithium, holding the world's third-largest lithium reserve. Kabul is a joint venture, involving NALCO, MECL, and HCL, and is focused on identifying and acquiring strategic minerals overseas for India's use. It is also exploring opportunities for lithium partnerships and acquisitions in other Latin American nations like Chile and Brazil, as well as in Australia for lithium and cobalt exploration. Argentina is a country in the southern half of South America. Argentina is the second largest country in South America after Brazil. The Andes Mountains, which run through both Argentina and Chile, are known for hosting lithium-rich brine deposits. The region's unique geological conditions make it conducive to the formation and concentration of lithium resources. 93 www.insightsonindia.com 60. Multidimensional Poverty Index MPI. Context. A recent discussion paper by Niti Aayog reveals that in the last 9 years, over 24 crore Indians have escaped multidimensional poverty, showcasing a steep decline in the poverty headcount ratio from over 29% in 2013-14 to about 11% in 2022-23. What is MPI? The National Multidimensional Poverty Index (MPI) is a metric assessing poverty in a country by considering health, education, and standard of living, represented by 12 indicators. It employs the Alka-Foster methodology. The National Multidimensional Poverty Index (MPI), a first of its kind, estimates multiple deprivations at a household level using NFHS data. Published by Niti Aayog, it includes 3 dimensions and 12 indicators. Sub-indices measure the headcount ratio, how many are poor, and the intensity of poverty, how poor are the poor. The Global MPI, published by OPHI in collaboration with UNDP, is a similar index addressing worldwide multidimensional poverty. Current Affairs 30. Key findings of Niti Aayog. 1. Steep decline in poverty headcount ratio (HCR). HCR represents the percentage of the population below the poverty line. 2. Positive improvement in all 12 MPI indicators. 3. Faster decline in poorer states. Poorer states like Uttar Pradesh and Bihar show a rapid decline in poverty, suggesting a reduction in disparities. 4. SDG Target 1.2. India is expected to achieve Sustainable Development Goal (SDG) Target 1.2, aiming to reduce multidimensional poverty by at least half, well before 2030. 5. Successful government initiatives. Programs like Poshan Abhiyan and Anemia Mukt Bharat have improved healthcare access, while the targeted public distribution system under the National Food Security Act ensures food grains for over 81 crore beneficiaries, extending free food grain distribution under Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana. 61. PUNGANUR cows. Context. Prime Minister Narendra Modi fed Punganur cows at his residence on Makar Sankranti. Punganur is a unique dwarf breed native to Andhra Pradesh, considered the shortest humped cattle globally. About the cow. The Punganur cow is native to Punganur village in Andhra Pradesh's Chittor district. It is known for its small size, standing at 70 to 90 cm tall and weighing approximately 115 to 200 kg. The breed is adapted to hot and dry climates. Recognizing the importance of preserving this indigenous breed, the Andhra Pradesh government has initiated Mission Punganur to revive and conserve the Punganur cow. Punganur cows are now found not only in Andhra Pradesh but also in Telangana, Karnataka, Kerala, Maharashtra, and Tamil Nadu. www.insightsindia.com. 94. 62. Fixed dose combination. Context. India's Central Drugs Standard Control Organization (CDSCO) has given conditional approval for the continued manufacture and sale of 5 fixed-dose combination (FDC) medicines. The FDC drugs in question are part of the 344 drug combinations banned by the government in 2016. Fixed-dose combination (FDC) refers to a pharmaceutical formulation that contains 2 or more active ingredients combined in a fixed ratio in a single dosage form. Each of the active ingredients in the combination maintains a constant dose. FDCs are commonly used in various medical fields, including the treatment of infectious diseases, chronic conditions, and other health issues. 63. Coastal Zone Management Plans. Context. The National Green Tribunal (NGT) has directed the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change to ensure that coastal states and union territories promptly prepare Coastal Zone Management Plans (CZMP) or Island Coastal Regulation Zone Plans (ICRZP) as per the Coastal Regulation Zone Notification, 2019. A report submitted to the NGT revealed that only Odisha, Karnataka, and Maharashtra, along with Great Nicobar and Little Andaman Islands, have formulated the CZMP-ICRZP as per the 2019 notification. Current Affairs 30. 64. Vulture Restaurant in Jharkhand. Context. In Jharkhand, a vulture restaurant has been established in Koderma district as part of a conservation effort to address the declining vulture population. The initiative aims to combat the impact of livestock drugs, particularly diclofenac, on vultures. The restaurant serves as a designated feeding site for vultures, awaiting the completion of protocols for diclofenac-free carcasses. About vultures, it is one of the 22 species of large carrion-eating birds that live predominantly in the tropics and subtropics. They act an important function as nature's garbage collectors and help to keep the environment clean of waste. India is home to 9 species of vulture, namely the Oriental white-backed, long-billed, slender-billed, Himalayan, red-headed, Egyptian, bearded, cinereous and the Eurasian griffon. Bearded, long-billed, slender-billed, Oriental white-backed are protected in the Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Rest are protected under Schedule 4. 65. Kashmir without snow. Context. This winter, Kashmir and Ladakh, including the popular tourist destination Gulmarg, have experienced a lack of snowfall, impacting winter tourism, ski resorts, and overall local livelihoods. 95. www.insightsindia.com. Reasons for dry winter in J&K. Reasons details. Decreasing attributed to a decline in western discharge trend of BANS events and a gradual rise in temperate snowfall. Tours. Indicating the role of climate change. El Niño Pacific Ocean is considered an additional event, the prevailing El Niño event in the eastern factor affecting snowfall in the region this year. El Niño impact. Persistent El Niño event influencing global atmospheric circulation. Rising temperature increase observed, with a higher rate in upper elevation areas compared to plains. Srinagar temperatures are sometimes comparable to or higher than Delhi, contributing to the decline in snowfall. What are large eastward moving rain-bearing wind western disturbances? Systems originating beyond Afghanistan and Iran, near the Mediterranean Sea, the primary source of winter precipitation in the Himalayan region. Pick up moisture from the Mediterranean Sea and even the Atlantic Ocean. About 4 to 6 western disturbance events typically occur every month during winter. The recent decline in the frequency of western disturbance events affects overall winter precipitation in northern regions. Impact of dry winter, generation of less hydroelectricity. Long-term increase in the rate of glacier melting. Implications. Adverse impact on drinking water supply due to scanty snowfall leading to minimal groundwater recharge. Impact of increased risk of forest fires and agricultural dry winter, drought. Short-term drop in crop production. Implications: possibility of an early spring leading to early flowering, potentially reducing crop yield. Winter snow is crucial for providing steady moisture to the soil, and vital for winter crops, especially in horticulture. Adverse effects on yields of key crops like apples and saffron, impacting the local economy. Current Affairs 30. 66. Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution, C4IR. Context: Telangana has signed an agreement with the World Economic Forum (WEF) to establish the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution (C4IR) in the state capital, Hyderabad. What is C4IR? C4IR stands for the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution. It is an initiative by the World Economic Forum (WEF) to establish centers that focus on harnessing the potential of the Fourth Industrial Revolution (4IR) technologies and driving collaboration between governments, businesses, and academia to address global challenges and opportunities. The collaboration aims to leverage technology for advancements in the life sciences and healthcare sector, with a focus on reaching healthcare targets for the state's population. Telangana envisions becoming a health tech hub and a global destination for healthcare services. About 4IR, the Fourth Industrial Revolution, 4IR, also known as the Digital Revolution, is characterized by the integration of technologies that blend the physical, digital, and biological realms. Coined by Klaus Schwab, founder and executive chairman of the WEF, 4IR includes technologies such as IoT, robotics, VR, AI, quantum computing, and 3D printing. It brings about advancements in technology, boosts productivity and efficiency, contributes to economic growth, and facilitates good governance. About WEF, the World Economic Forum is an international non-governmental organization for public-private sector collaboration based in Coligny, Canton of Geneva, Switzerland. It was founded on 24 January 1971 by German engineer Klaus Schwab. 67. States, Startup Ranking for 2022. Context: Karnataka, Gujarat, and Kerala have been recognized as the best performing states in developing startup ecosystems, according to the Startup Rankings for 2022 released by the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade (DPIIT). Key findings: Tamil Nadu and Himachal Pradesh are also highlighted as best performers, while Maharashtra, Odisha, and Telangana are categorized as top performers. The rankings are based on the state's initiatives to foster a conducive environment for startups, with a total of 33 states and union territories participating in the assessment under 96 www.insightsonindia.com. 5 categories: Best Performers, Top Performers, Leaders, Aspiring Leaders, and Emerging Startup Ecosystems. The state's startup ranking is a yearly capacity-building exercise created and released by DPIIT that evaluates all of India's states and union territories on their efforts to build an ecosystem conducive to startup growth. State's startup ranking was launched in February 2018 to achieve the vision of building a robust startup ecosystem in the country. 68. PAKKE Paga Hornbill Festival. Context: the Pakka Paga Hornbill Festival (PPHF) has begun in Arunachal Pradesh, emphasizing the conservation of hornbills. The festival highlights the decline in hornbill numbers and urges collective efforts to protect these critically endangered birds. The festival, declared a state festival in 2019, is held near the Pakka Tiger Reserve, home to 4 hornbill species. The Great Indian Hornbill is a bird family found in tropical and subtropical Africa, Asia, and Melanesia. It is the state bird of Kerala and Arunachal Pradesh in India. The Great Indian Hornbill is now considered vulnerable due to high hunting pressure, habitat loss, and deforestation. 69. E-Sakshi mobile application. Context: The Ministry of Statistics and Programme Implementation (MOSPI) launched the MPLADSE Sakshi mobile application for the revised fund flow procedure under the MPLAD scheme. The mobile application aims to revolutionize how members of Parliament (MPs) engage with and manage development projects in their constituencies. Features: it provides convenience, accessibility, and real-time access for MPs to propose, track, and oversee projects, enhancing decision-making processes and enabling swift responses to emerging needs or issues. The application promotes transparency by providing instant updates on the status and progress of proposed projects, fostering accountability and public trust in MPLADS fund allocation and utilization. The mobile app also includes features for budget management, allowing MPs to monitor expenditures. Current Affairs 30:70. Soil-powered fuel cell. Context: a team from Northwestern University has developed a soil-powered fuel cell that harvests energy from microbes in the soil. This small fuel cell, about the size of a book, could be used to power underground sensors in applications like green infrastructure and precision agriculture. The researchers tested the fuel cell by using it to power sensors detecting touch and measuring soil moisture. The new fuel cell's design, with a perpendicular configuration of anode and cathode, performs better in dry conditions, making it more suitable for low moisture environments. The researchers claim it can generate power indefinitely as long as there are microbes and carbon in the soil. 71. Artificial reefs in Kerala. Context: the deployment of artificial reefs off the coast of 42 fishing villages in Thiruvananthapuram district, Kerala, commenced as part of a project aimed at enhancing fish resources and promoting sustainable fisheries management. A total of 6,300 artificial reef units, with 150 designated for each village, will be deployed. It intends to boost sustainable fishing practices, improve the marine landscape, and enhance the livelihoods of the fishing community. The initiative is implemented under the central government's Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, with technical support. 97 www.insightsonindia.com. From the Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute. What are artificial reefs? They are man-made structures intentionally placed on the ocean floor to mimic the characteristics of natural reefs. These structures, often made of materials like concrete, rocks, or sunken ships, serve as habitats for marine life. The primary purpose of artificial reefs is to enhance local marine ecosystems, promote biodiversity, and provide breeding and feeding grounds for fish, ultimately supporting sustainable fisheries and conservation efforts. 72. Yellow rust. Context: the Indian Institute of Wheat and Barley Research (IIWBR) has urged wheat farmers to remain vigilant against yellow rust, a pest that historically appeared in some districts of Haryana during this period. Yellow rust, a fungal disease, adversely impacts wheat crops by creating yellow stripes on leaves, hindering photosynthesis and causing grain size reduction. Typically prevalent in cool weather, especially in the northern hills and northwestern plains zone, the recent combination of rain, temperature rise, and humidity creates favorable conditions for yellow rust development. If yellow rust is observed, recommended measures include spraying fungicides such as propiconazole or tebuconazole to prevent further spread. The advisory emphasizes using an alternate fungicide if applied last year, especially during dry conditions. Current Affairs 30:73. Use of INSAT satellites to anal YSE fog. Context: large parts of North India, including Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Haryana, Delhi, and Punjab, have been experiencing heavy fog since December 2023. The India Meteorological Department (IMD) utilizes satellite data, particularly from INSAT-3D and INSAT-3DR, to track and analyze the fog. How Indian National Satellite (INSAT) system help in weather analysis. Key aspects description advanced IM. Aging INSAT satellites like 3D and 3DR use RGB Images for solar reflectance and brightness temperature analysis. Strategic orbits geostationary orbits of satellites like in SAT-3D and 3DR ensure continuous monitoring over India for real-time analysis. Day and night microphysics, these satellites. Monitoring equipped with day microphysics, and track weather changes around the clock. Snow and the satellites distinguish between snow cloud differentiation enhanced pre and clouds based on reflectance in different spectral bands. Dictions combining day and night data facilitates tracking cyclone formation and predicting thunderstorms, improving early warnings. Advanced Ra diometers upgraded radiometers in satellites like 3DR offer superior spatial resolution and functionality. Atmospheric humidity and water vapor, providing sounders instruments measure temperature, tailed atmospheric profiles for analysis. Improvement each new satellite in the INSAT series in continual corporates improved. The INSAT 3DS meteorological satellite, expected to launch in February 2024, will further enhance India's weather monitoring capabilities. 98 www.insightsonindia.com. How satellites analysis color and snow. Satellites, such as INSAT 3D, use RGB red, green, blue imaging for color determination based on solar reflectance and brightness temperature. This involves analyzing visible, shortwave infrared, and thermal infrared signals to represent green, red, and blue colors. The unique signature of snow, which reflects similarly to clouds in the visible spectrum but strongly absorbs shortwave infrared radiation, enables satellites to distinguish snow from clouds. India has several weather satellites. 1. Kalpana 1 2002-2017 geostationary orbit, equipped with early VHRR and data relay transponder, deactivated in 2017 after 15 years. 2. INSAT 3A 2003 carried a 3-channel VHRR for meteorological observations with different resolutions for visible, thermal infrared, and water vapor bands. 3. INSAT 3D and 3DR, geostationary orbits at 82 and 74 degrees east longitudes, featuring upgraded VHRRs for improved spatial resolution and functionality. They also carry atmospheric sounders for measuring temperature, humidity, and water vapor. 4. Upcoming INSAT 3DS scheduled for February 2024 to be launched by the Indian Space Research Organisation using the GSLV Mk2 launch vehicle. The 3DS indicates it's a subsequent iteration following the INSAT 3D and 3DR series. 74. Nuclear battery. Context: Chinese startup Betavolt has developed a nuclear battery that can produce power for 50 years without charge. The battery, which is smaller than a coin, contains 63 nuclear isotopes and converts radioisotope energy into electrical energy. Betavolt claims it is the world's first battery to achieve miniaturization of atomic energy production, challenging traditional notions of nuclear technology. Such batteries use energy from the decay of a radioactive isotope, like nickel-63, to generate electricity. Unlike nuclear reactors, they do not rely upon nuclear fission for power generation. Application: the company plans to produce batteries with 1 watt of power by 2025 and sees applications in aerospace, AI equipment, medical devices, microprocessors, sensors, drones, and micro-robots. The nuclear battery is fire-resistant, jerk-proof, and operational in temperatures from -60 degrees Celsius to 120 degrees Celsius. Current Affairs 30. 75. FAO's Committee on Fisheries (COFI). Context: India has been appointed as the first vice chair of the UN Food and Agriculture Organization (FAO) Committee on Fisheries (COFI) Sub-Committee on Fisheries Management, marking the first time in 59 years. Significance: This appointment comes as various countries raise concerns about China's illegal fishing practices in international waters. China has faced criticism for its illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing practices, fishing in the exclusive economic zones of over 80 countries. India's inclusion in this committee is seen as bringing balance and perspective to global narratives on fisheries governance and management. About COFI, the UN Food and Agriculture Organization Committee on Fisheries (COFI) is the primary global intergovernmental forum addressing major international fisheries and aquaculture issues. Established in 1965, COFI reviews the FAO Work Programme on Fisheries, conducts periodic reviews of global fishery problems, and proposes solutions. It has two sub. 99 www.insightsonindia.com. Subsidiary bodies, the Subcommittee on Aquaculture and the Subcommittee on Fish Trade. COFI played a key role in negotiating the Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries and the agreement to promote compliance with international conservation and management measures by fishing vessels on the high seas. About the Food and Agriculture Organization (FAO), it is a specialized UN agency established on October 16, 1945, headquartered in Rome, Italy. It aims to lead global efforts to eliminate hunger and ensure food security for all. With 195 members, including 194 countries in the European Union, FAO's goal is to provide regular access to high-quality food for active, healthy lives. World Food Day is celebrated annually on October 16. FAO's sister bodies include the World Food Programme and the International Fund for Agricultural Development (IFAD). 76. HAVISURE. Context: Indian Immunologicals Limited (IIL), a subsidiary of the National Dairy Development Board (NDDB) and a leading biopharmaceutical company in India, has launched India's first indigenously developed hepatitis A vaccine called Havija. This vaccine is expected to play a crucial role in preventing hepatitis A, a highly contagious liver infection transmitted through contaminated food or water. Hepatitis is an inflammation of the liver that can cause a range of health problems and can be fatal. It's caused by swelling that occurs when tissues of the body are injured or infected. Current Affairs 30. 77. Coral reef. Context: Scientists have mapped the largest known deep-sea coral reef off the U.S. Atlantic coast, stretching about 310 miles from Florida to South Carolina. Unlike tropical coral reefs, deep-sea coral must filter food particles from the water for energy. The newly discovered reef, which provides habitat for various marine species, has been called breathtaking in scale, and covers nearly 3 times the size of Yellowstone National Park. A coral reef is a complex underwater ecosystem made up of colonies of coral polyps held together by calcium carbonate. Coral reefs are often called the rainforests of the sea, and support about 25% of all known marine species. About deep-sea corals are also called cold-water corals. They don't rely on photosynthesis because they're living in the dark. Instead, they use the tentacles on their polyps to filter food out of the surrounding waters. 78. Laser communication with CHANDRAYAAN-3 lander. Context: NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter (LRO) has successfully pinged India's CHANDRAYAAN-3 mission's Vikram lander on the Moon using a laser instrument. The laser beam was transmitted and reflected between the LRO and a retroreflector on the Vikram lander, located near the Moon's south pole. The laser retroreflector array on CHANDRAYAAN-3's lander, developed in partnership between NASA and ISRO, has started serving as a marker or reference point on the Moon. Significance: this achievement opens up new possibilities for precisely locating targets on the lunar surface. The technique holds potential for future lunar missions utilizing retroreflectors. About laser communication, also known as optical communication. It is a method of transmitting information using laser beams. Instead of traditional radio frequency signals, laser communication relies on light waves to carry data. It involves modulating the intensity of a laser beam to encode digital data, which is then transmitted and received by specialized equipment. Laser communication offers advantages such as higher data transfer rates, greater bandwidth, and potentially more secure communication channels. 100 www.insightsonindia.com 79. End-to-end encryption. Context. End-to-end encryption (E2E) is a method of protecting digital information by transforming it into an unreadable format, and it has significant implications for privacy and security. Encryption fundamentally involves changing consumable information into an unconsumable form based on specific rules. There are two main types of encryptions: symmetric and asymmetric. Symmetric encryption. In symmetric encryption, the key used to encrypt information is the same key needed for decryption. Notable examples include the data encryption standard DES and the advanced encryption standard AES. Asymmetric encryption. Asymmetric encryption uses different keys for encryption and decryption. A public key encrypts the information, and a corresponding private key decrypts it. The length of the key influences the level of protection. Asymmetric encryption is useful when the sender and recipient are different, providing a higher level of security. Issues with E2E encryption. E2E encryption is not foolproof. It can be vulnerable to man-in-the-middle (MITM) attacks, where an attacker intercepts the key and decrypts the message. E2E encryption may induce user complacency, and other vulnerabilities like malware or backdoors installed by service providers could compromise security. End-to-end encryption (E2EE) is a secure communication method that prevents third parties from accessing data while it's transferred from one device to another. 80. MPEMBA effect. Context. The Mpemba effect, named after Tanzanian student Erasto Mpemba, describes the counterintuitive phenomenon where hot water can freeze faster than cold water in similar conditions. Although noticed by historical figures like Aristo. Current Affairs 30. TLE, Francis Bacon, and René Descartes, the effect gained attention after Mpemba highlighted it in 1969. Despite various experiments, scientists have not reached a consensus on the exact causes of the Mpemba effect. Several factors are considered, such as microbubbles promoting convection and heat transfer in heated water, increased evaporation in warmer water, and the insulating effect of frost in cold water. Compounds like calcium carbonate in water may also play a role. 81. Elusive binturong and the small-clawed otter. Context. Two new mammalian species, the elusive binturong bear cat and the small-clawed otter, have been added to Assam's Kaziranga National Park and Tiger Reserve. The binturong, the largest civet in India, was photographed during a migratory bird count, while the small-clawed otter was spotted after a training program. Both species are listed under Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. Species binturong bear. Cat small-clawed otter. Asian small-clawed otter. Description: largest civet in water habitats. India. Primarily found in fresh. 82. Hydrocarbon exploration. Context. Waj Bank is under threat due to the Indian government's proposal to offer 3 oil and gas blocks for exploration and development. The blocks identified for exploration overlap with Waj Bank, an ideal place for nutrient-rich marine life. About hydrocarbons. Hydrocarbons are organic compounds made up of hydrogen and carbon. They are found in crude oil, natural gas, and coal. Hydrocarbon exploration is the search for deposits of hydrocarbons, such as petroleum and natural gas, in the Earth's crust. It's also known as oil and gas exploration. Waj Bank is a 10,000 square kilometer area of the sea south of Kanyakumari. It is a shallow zone with a nearly flat bottom topography and a continental shelf. The bank is rich in biodiversity and is a fertile fishing ground. Native Southeast Asia. India, West Bengal, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala, Southeast Asia, and southern China. Distribution: India, Meghalaya, Sikkim, Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, etc. Conserver. TN Vulnerable IUCN app. IUCN Appendix I sites. 3 sites. 101 www.insightsindia.com. 83. Plants talking to each other. Context. Scientists from Japan have captured real-time footage of plants communicating with each other for the first time. The research revealed that plants release airborne compounds, similar to smells, to warn nearby plants of danger. Current Affairs 30. About the study observed how undamaged plants responded to volatile organic compounds (VOCs) released by plants damaged by insects or other factors. Using an air pump connected to containers with leaves, caterpillars, and Arabidopsis thaliana, a mustard family weed, the researchers observed bursts of calcium signaling in undamaged plants, indicating their response to the warning messages. Volatile organic compounds (VOCs) are organic chemicals that have a high vapor pressure at room temperature. This high vapor pressure results from a low boiling point, which allows their molecules to evaporate from the liquid to the gas phase. VOCs are in thousands of daily use products, including paint, varnish, wax, and various cleaning, degreasing, and cosmetic products. Many VOCs are human-made chemicals that are used and produced in the manufacture of paints, pharmaceuticals, and refrigerants. 84. Cameroon launched MOSQUIRIX. Context. It launched the world's first malaria vaccine program for children, Mosquirix, aiming to vaccinate about 250,000 children this year and next. The vaccine, Mosquirix, endorsed by the World Health Organization, is around 30% effective, requires 4 doses, and has been approved for use despite its imperfections. The campaign is considered a milestone in the fight against malaria in Africa, where the disease accounts for 95% of global malaria deaths. The vaccination effort is part of a broader initiative by Gavi, involving 20 other African countries, with hopes to immunize over 6 million children by 2025. The R21, otherwise referred to as Matrix M malaria vaccine, is the second vaccine ever developed for a disease. AF-TER-RTS, S or Mosquirix was approved by the WHO in 2021. Since 2015, 9 countries have been certified by the WHO Director General as malaria-free, including Maldives, Sri Lanka, Kyrgyzstan, Paraguay, Uzbekistan, Argentina, Algeria, China. 2021 and El Salvador 2021. Initiatives to curb malaria. Initiatives details. Global initiatives. The WHO's E2025 Initia. TIVE identifies 25 countries with the potential to eradicate malaria by 2025. 102 www.insightsindia.com. WHO's Global Technical Guidance and Mortality Rates by Strategy 2016-2030 aim to reduce malaria case in at least 40% by 2020, 75% by 2025, and 90% by 2030 against a 2015 baseline. PACT HBHI initiative initiated in 11 high malaria high burden to high den countries, including India. Implementation of HBHI initiative started in 4 states: West Bengal, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and Madhya Pradesh. Indian initiatives. Government of India's EAR in India by 2027. Target. Set a target to eliminate malaria. National framework developed to shift focus from malaria elimination control to elimination. 2016-2030. National Strategic Plan Roadmap to End Malaria in 571. For malaria elimination launched in 2017, providing a districts out of India's 678 districts by 2022. Malaria Elimination Research Alliance India established by the Indian MERA India. Council of Medical Research (ICMR), a partnership working on malaria control. 85. KUMKI elephants. Context. To address the increasing human-elephant conflict in Odisha, the state government has requested 4 Kumki elephants and their mahouts from Tamil Nadu. Kumki elephants are trained captive elephants used for operations such as trapping, rescuing, and tranquilizing wild elephants. The move aims to strategically deploy Kumki elephants in conflict-prone areas to reduce damage to crops, human habitation, and potential loss of lives. Current Affairs 30. 86. Exercise. Cyclone. Context. The second edition of the India-Egypt Joint Special Forces Exercise Cyclone has begun. The exercise aims to familiarize both sides with operating procedures related to special operations in desert, semi-desert terrain under Chapter 7 of the United Nations Charter. The exercise involves military cooperation, discus science, tactical military drills, and 3 phases covering areas like improvised explosive device (IED) training, combat first aid, and joint tactical exercises in built-up areas and hostage rescue scenarios. The goal is to enhance bilateral military cooperation and strengthen the bond between the Indian and Egyptian armies. Here is the list of all military exercises of India. 87. VAIBHAV Fellowship. Context. The Department of Science and Technology (DST) announced the first recipients of the VVAV Fellowship, a scheme designed to attract Indian-origin scientists based abroad for short-term collaboration. 22 scientists will spend 1 to 2 months annually, for a maximum of 3 years, at Indian institutes such as the Indian Institute of Science and the Indian Institutes of Technology. The fellows will receive a stipend, accommodation, and research grants for their host institutions. The scheme aims to encourage collaborative projects, technology startups, and the establishment of long-term research connections between diaspora scientists and Indian institutions. 88. Indian stock market. Context. India has surpassed Hong Kong to become the 4th largest equity market globally, with the combined value of shares listed on Indian exchanges reaching $4.33 trillion compared to Hong Kong's $4.29 trillion. The top 3 stock markets are currently the US, China, and Japan. This achievement marks India's ascent in the global financial landscape, following the crossing of the $4 trillion mark. India's stock market growth has been attributed to factors such as strong GDP, political stability, foreign portfolio investment, and becoming an alternative to China for global investors and companies. In contrast, Hong Kong has faced challenges, including COVID-19 restrictions, regulatory crackdowns, a property sector crisis, and geopolitical tensions, impacting its appeal to investors. 103 www.insightsonindia.com. The stock market is a collection of exchanges where investors can buy and sell company shares and other securities. It also includes over-the-counter (OTC) marketplaces where investors can trade securities directly with each other. Types of markets. Purpose. Primary market issuance of new securities by companies to raise capital. This includes processes like IPOs, initial public offerings, and rights issues. Secondary tours without the involvement of the issuing market trading of existing securities among investors. Company through exchanges such as NSE, BSE, etc. Provides liquidity to investors and allows for price discovery based on market demand and supply. 89. Dynamic wireless charging technology. Context. The Union Ministry of Road Transport and Highways is considering the electrification of the Golden Quadrilateral, connecting Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, and Kolkata, as part of Vision 2030, PM Public Transport Sewer. The plan, expected to be implemented over the next 7 years, aims to boost e-mobility and deploy e-buses. The proposal includes dynamic wireless charging technology, enabling EVs to charge while on the move. This approach could potentially reduce the battery size, making EVs more affordable. About dynamic wireless charging technology. Dynamic wireless charging technology refers to a system that enables electric vehicles, EVs, to charge while on the move by using base pads embedded under the surface of the road. Unlike traditional stationary wireless charging, dynamic wireless charging allows EVs to receive power continuously as they travel, eliminating the need to stop charging. This technology relies on inductive transfer of energy, similar to stationary wireless charging. The base pads installed beneath the road's surface generate a magnetic field, and a corresponding pad on the vehicle receives this energy, facilitating charging without physical connections. Current affairs 30. Evolution of universe. Context. As the universe ages, its future is shaped by fundamental laws of physics. Utilizing a logarithmic clock, cosmologists can trace the evolution of the universe from the Big Bang to the present. Various stages in the evolution of the universe. Stage description. Initial: the universe begins as an extremely hot and singular ity dense point called a singularity. This marks the starting point of the Big Bang theory, where all matter and energy are concentrated in a tiny, infinitely dense space. A brief period of exponential expansion, known as cosmic inflation, occurs within the first fractions of a second after the Big Bang. This rapid expansion helps explain the uniformity and large-scale structure observed in the present universe. Inflationary epoch. Quarkons combine to form protons and neutrons. Epoch: as the universe cools further, quarks and glue. This transition occurs in a matter of microseconds. Hadron combine, creating a soup of particles called epoch. Protons and neutrons continue to form and hadrons. This epoch lasts for a few minutes and is crucial for the formation of light elements like helium and deuterium. Lepton, allowing photons to move freely. Electrons and epoch: the universe becomes transparent as it cools. Positrons annihilate, leaving behind a small excess of electrons, which form the basis for the cosmic microwave background radiation. Photon with charged particles. As the universe epoch, photons dominate the universe, interacting. Pans and cools, it enters a phase where photons no longer interact frequently, marking the transition to the era of cosmic microwave background radiation. 104 www.insightsindia.com. Former. Tian of over millions of years, gravitational instabilities. Structure lead to the formation of cosmic structures. Gas clouds collapse to form galaxies, stars, and other celestial structures, shaping the large-scale structure observed in the universe today. Stellar go fusion, and eventually exhaust their nuclear. Evolution: stars form from collapsing gas clouds, under fuel. Depending on their mass, stars may end their lives as supernovae, neutron stars, black holes, or white dwarfs. Stellar evolution contributes heavy elements to the cosmos. Galactic and the continuous formation of new stars. Evolution: galaxies evolve through interactions, mergers. Over billions of years, galaxies take on various forms, influencing the distribution of matter and shaping the cosmic landscape. Dark: in late cosmic history, dark energy, a mystery energy force driving the accelerated expansion dominance of the universe, becomes more dominant. It counteracts the gravitational pull, leading to an ever faster expansion. Begin. Ning of over time, stars will exhaust fuel, galaxies end. Collide, and new stars will form from merging brown dwarfs. Eventually, stars will be ejected from galaxies, and black holes will dominate, consuming rogue stars until their evaporation. 91. Direct tax to GDP ratio. Context. During the fiscal year 2022-23, the share of direct taxes in India's gross domestic product (GDP) reached a 15-year high of 6.11%. Current affairs 30. What is the direct tax to GDP ratio? The direct tax to GDP ratio is a financial metric that represents the percentage of a country's gross domestic product (GDP) contributed by direct taxes. A higher ratio implies a larger share of tax revenue relative to the overall economic activity. It gives an estimate of a country's ability to mobilize resources to fuel its development. Direct taxes contributed over 54% to the overall tax collection during FY23. Other facts: the tax buoyancy decreased from 2.52 to 1.18 compared to the previous year. Tax buoyancy measures the efficiency of tax collection in response to GDP growth. It signifies buoyancy when tax revenues increase more than proportionately with GDP growth, even if tax rates remain constant. In India, central-level direct taxes include personal and corporate income taxes under the Income Tax Act of 1961. However, India's tax to GDP ratio is notably low, ranking much below countries like OECD members with an average tax to GDP ratio exceeding 30%. This is attributed to factors such as the dominance of the informal sector, tax evasion, and various exemptions and incentives. 92. Scrap steel. Context: the Indian government aims to raise the share of scrap in steel production to 50% by 2047. 105 www.insightsonindia.com. What is scrap steel? Scrap steel refers to recycled steel derived from discarded or unused metal products, industrial waste, or end-of-life vehicles. It is processed and reused in steel production, contributing to sustainability by reducing the need for raw materials and minimizing environmental impact. Currently, scrap contributes around 30–35% of India's overall steel production. Using scrap in steel production is considered less polluting, and it is expected to contribute to environmental sustainability. India's steel sector accounts for 12% of India's CO2 emissions. India currently ranks as the world's second largest producer of crude steel. Other initiatives for scrap steel. National Steel Policy, 2017 aims for 300 mt steel capacity by 2030, with 35–40% from the EAF route, utilizing mostly recycled scrap. EAF electric arc furnaces and BF-BOF blast furnace basic oxygen furnace are steelmaking methods. Steel Scrap Recycling Policy, 2019 aims to enhance domestic scrap availability to reduce coal consumption in steel production. 93. Execution using nitrogen gas. Context: a federal appeals court in Alabama has ruled that the state can carry out its first execution using nitrogen gas. The process. Execution by nitrogen gas involves the administration of pure nitrogen to the condemned person. The method typically includes placing a respirator-type face mask over the nose and mouth to replace breathable air with nitrogen, causing death from lack of oxygen. The state predicts that the gas will cause the inmate to lose consciousness within seconds and death within minutes. Critics argue that the untested method raises unknowns and potential risks, violating constitutional prohibitions against cruel and unusual punishment. About nitrogen gas: it is a colorless, odorless gas that makes up a significant portion of Earth's atmosphere. It is inert and non-flammable, commonly used in various industrial applications, including food packaging and electronics manufacturing. 94. Hermit crabs. Context: hermit crabs worldwide, known for using scavenged shells as armor, are increasingly turning to plastic waste instead, according to an ecological study using social media photos. The research, published in the journal Science of the Total Environment, revealed that 2/3 of hermit crab species were pictured using artificial shells, mainly discarded. Current Affairs 30. Plastic caps. About hermit crabs: the hermit crab, IUCN, least concern, is a unique crustacean that lacks a hard shell and utilizes old shells, particularly whelk shells, for protection. Unlike other crustaceans with a complete exoskeleton, the hermit crab has a soft and squishy back part where its abdomen is located. 95. Foreign portfolio investors (FPIS). Context: The Securities and Exchange Board of India (SEBI) has extended the deadline for foreign portfolio investors (FPIs) to disclose granular details of entities holding ownership, economic interest, or control in the FPI. What are FPIs and how are they different from FDIs? FPIs, foreign portfolio investors, and FDIs, foreign direct investments, are both types of investments made by foreign entities, but they differ in their nature and purpose. Aspect: FPIs, foreign portfolio investors, FDIs, foreign direct investments. Definition: foreign entities, e.g., foreign entities, mutual funds, hedge-making along funds, pension funds. Term: investment, invest in financial assets like stocks, bonds, in a business and securities in a physical assets in another country, often acquire a substantial ownership stake. Investment: term, long term, country, horizon typically short to me. Investment as stocks and bonds, business or phys. Focus: financial assets, cyclical assets of a 106 www.insightsonindia.com. Company. Returns: seek returns through aim for lasting in capital appreciation, terraced, influence, and dividends. And control over the company's operations. Control and do not seek to actively involve management control or manage the manage involvement. Companies in which meant and do they invest. Decision-making processes of the invested entity. Why does SEBI want FPIs to disclose their details? SEBI's move aims to prevent possible round-tripping and misuse of the FPI route. SEBI is seeking additional information from FPIs holding more than 50% of their Indian equity assets under management (AUM) in a single corporate group or with over 25,000 crore rupees in Indian equity markets. The requirement is part of efforts to address concerns that certain FPIs may be used to circumvent regulatory requirements. Sovereign wealth funds, listed companies on certain global exchanges, public retail funds, and other regulated pooled investment vehicles are exempted from enhanced disclosures. What is round-tripping? Round-tripping refers to a process where funds are sent out of a country and then brought back into the same country through a circuitous route. This can involve complex financial transactions and may be done for various reasons, such as disguising the origin of funds, taking advantage of tax loopholes, or circumventing regulatory restrictions. 96. Pandemic Treaty and Disease X. Context. The World Health Organization (WHO) Director General, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, emphasizes the need for a pandemic treaty to prepare for potential future outbreaks, particularly Disease X, representing an unknown disease with pandemic potential. What is the Pandemic Treaty? The draft Pandemic Treaty, proposed by the World Health Organization (WHO) and member states, is an international current affairs 30. Agreement aimed at preventing, preparing for, and responding to pandemics and global health emergencies. It focuses on strengthening global cooperation and solidarity, covering aspects such as surveillance, detection, notification, access to health technologies, collaboration, and accountability. The deadline for this agreement is set for the 77th World Health Assembly in May 2024. The treaty, based on principles of human rights and equity, responds to lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic. Its principal components include calls for 1. Increased global cooperation, 2. Strengthening of health systems, 3. Investment in research and development, 4. Transparency and information sharing, 5. Establishment of a pathogen access and benefit sharing system (PABS) under the WHO. 6. Address gender disparities in the healthcare workforce, with emphasis on equal pay and promoting the representation and empowerment of health and care workers. What is Disease X? Disease X is a hypothetical pathogen or threat that could trigger a major future pandemic. Coined by scientists and the World Health Organization (WHO), it refers to a new agent, virus, bacterium, or fungus with no known treatment, belonging to any of the 25 families of viruses capable of causing illness in people. Added to the WHO's blueprint list of diseases in 2018, scientists believe disease X could be 20 times more deadly than the recent SARS-CoV virus, emphasizing its potential as a serious microbial threat to humans in the future. The WHO is undertaking initiatives, including the Financial Intermediary Fund for Pandemic Preparedness and Response, the mRNA Technology Transfer Hub, and the WHO Hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence, to enhance global preparedness and collaboration in the face of potential future outbreaks. 97. Alpine ibexes. Context: climate change is impacting alpine ibexes, IUCN, least concern, a species of mountain goats in the European Alps. Warmer temperatures are forcing these goats to shift from diurnal to nocturnal, from daytime to nighttime, habits to escape excess heat, making them vulnerable to predators like wolves. This shift may have negative consequences on foraging efficiency, anti-predator behaviors, and overall reproduction and survival rates. It also presents challenges for conservation planning and population estimates, as animals become less detectable during nocturnal hours. 100. Across Asia. About ibexes. An ibex is any of several species of wild goat, distinguished by the male's large recurved horns, which are transversely ridged in front. Ibex are found in Europe, alpine ibexes Russia, Siberian ibexes India, Himalayan ibexes, North Africa and East Africa. Across Asia, ibex inhabits elevations from 500 meters to 6,700 meters in countries like India, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Mongolia, Pakistan, southern Siberia, and China, with the least concern about IUCN status. The Himalayan ibex, a distinct species and not part of Siberian ibex, is primarily found in the trans-Himalayan ranges of the Union territories of Ladakh and Jammu and Kashmir, as well as Himachal Pradesh. 98. Military exercises in news. Recent military operations exercises details operation increased terrorist activities in Jammu and Savashakti purpose, counter Pakistan's attempts to Kashmir. Target, terrorists operating on both sides of the Pir Panjal mountain Rang S. Previous operation, Operation Sarp v Nash 2003-2017 18th, aimed at flushing out terrorists who had infiltrated from across the border. Exercise conducted by the Indian Air Force, along desert with the French Air and Space Force and Night UAE Air Force. Purpose: conduct joint military exercises. NATO's description: NATO's largest exercise since steadfast the Cold War involving around 90,000 defender troops. Objective: rehearse how U.S. troops 2024 exercises could aid European allies in countries bordering Russia and on NATO's eastern flank in a conflict situation. Current Affairs 30. 99. Soda Lake and the origin of life. Context: scientists from the University of Washington discovered a shallow, soda lake, Lake Chance, in Canada, resembling Darwin's warm little ponds that might have initiated life on Earth. These soda lakes, containing high levels of dissolved carbonates, sodium, and phosphates, address the long-standing phosphate problem in the emergence of life. While conventional bodies of water have low phosphate levels, soda lakes, like Last Chance Lake in Canada, show concentrations up to 1 million times higher. The study suggests that such environments, prevalent on early Earth, could also be common on other planets, aiding origin of life research and the search for habitable conditions beyond our solar system. About Darwin's warm little ponds hypothesis, it proposes that life on Earth may have originated in shallow bodies of water with high temperatures, where complex molecules could spontaneously form. These ponds, resembling soda lakes, could provide the ideal conditions for the synthesis of key biomolecules. What is the phosphate problem? It refers to a challenge in theories about the emergence of life on Earth. RNA and DNA, crucial molecules for life, as well as the membranes of living cells, require a backbone of naturally occurring molecules of the element phosphorus, known as phosphates. However, concentrations of phosphates needed to form these biomolecules in laboratory experiments are up to 1 million times higher than the levels normally found in rivers, lakes, or oceans. This disparity between required and naturally occurring phosphate levels poses a hurdle in understanding how life's essential building blocks could have formed under natural conditions on Earth. About Last Chance Lake, it is a shallow, murky soda lake in British Columbia, Canada. It's located on federal land and sits above volcanic rock. 100. Acid rain. Acid rain, or acid deposition, encompasses precipitation with acidic components, like sulfuric or nitric acid, falling to the ground from the atmosphere. Aspect description. What is acid? 1. Acid rain is rain with high levels of rain, and how acidic substances like sulfuric acid or need does it form? Tric acid. 2. It forms when emissions of sulfur dioxide (SO2) and nitrogen oxides (NOx) released from burning fossil fuels, industries, and human activities mix with water vapor and chemicals in the air. 3. These acidic pollutants combine with water droplets in the atmosphere and then fall to the ground as rain, snow, fog, or dry particles. 4. The pH of acid rain is usually between 4.2 and 4.4. 108. www.insightsindia.com. Effects of acid. 1. Damage to vegetation. Acid rain leach rain on the S nutrients, weakens plants, reduces water environment. Ter absorption, and stunts growth. It led to reduced crop yields and plant fatalities. 2. Harm to aquatic ecosystems. Acid rain lowers the pH of water bodies. It harms aquatic life by damaging gills, reducing reproduction, and altering food availability. 3. Soil degradation. Acid rain can disrupt soil chemistry by leaching away essential nutrients like calcium and magnesium, which are crucial for plant growth. It can also release toxic metals such as aluminium from the soil, further damaging plants and aquatic life. Efforts to 1. Coal power plants have reduced the minimize the sulfur dioxide (SO2) content in their effects. Atmospheric emissions by more than 90% using flue gas desulfurization. 2. The Acid Deposition Monitoring Network in East Asia (EANET) operates to address this is SU. About EANET. It is an intergovernmental initiative started in 2001. Secretariat, UN Environment Programme Asia Pacific, among East Asian countries to monitor and collect data on the deposition of acid substances, such as sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides, in the atmosphere and their subsequent impact on the environment. Other program monitoring programs like the National Atmospheric Deposition Program and the Clean Air Status and Trends Network track acid rain's environmental impact, aiding policymakers and researchers. 101. E-ink displays. Context. A new crowdfunded phone, called the Minimal Phone, has featured a white e-ink display. E-ink displays. Current affairs. 30. Used in devices like the Kindle, are based on technology developed in the 1990s at MIT and owned by E-ink Corporation. Functioning of e-ink displays. These displays utilize microcapsules filled with positively charged white particles and negatively charged black ones suspended in fluid. By applying electrical charges, the particles rise to the surface, creating text and images on the display. E-ink reflects light like paper, making it easier on the eyes, consuming little power as it doesn't require backlighting, and offering better readability under bright lighting conditions. E-ink has advantages like low power consumption and reduced eye strain, but has downsides such as a slower refresh rate, color limitations, and higher costs. 102. Solid-state battery. Context. Toyota aims to launch next-generation solid-state batteries within 3 years, with the potential for 2 sets of battery electric vehicles BEVs in its lineup, one using existing lithium-ion batteries and another featuring the new solid-state batteries. The breakthrough technology could revolutionize EVs by doubling range and significantly reducing charging time compared to traditional lithium-ion batteries. Solid-state batteries use solid electrodes and a solid electrolyte, instead of the liquid or polymer gel electrolytes found in lithium-ion or lithium polymer batteries. Solid-state batteries use a variety of materials, including ceramics, solid polymers, and glass. The working principle of a solid-state battery is similar to a conventional lithium-ion battery. During discharge, the cathode is reduced and the anode is oxidized. Lithium ions move from the anode to the cathode through the solid electrolyte. The reverse process occurs during charge. 109 www.insightsonindia.com. 103. Laughing gull. Context. A laughing gull, a migratory bird native to North America, has been sighted for the first time in India. This discovery, verified by birding experts, increases India's total bird species count to the bird is known for its unique laughter-like calls, resembling human laughter. Protection status. IUCN Red List status, least concern. CITES and CMS status, not evaluated range, they are most common on the Atlantic and Gulf coasts of North America, the Caribbean, Central America and Northern South America. Sports Corner. 1. KHELO India Youth Games 2023. Context. PM inaugurated the Khelo India Youth Games 2023 in Chennai, marking the 13th edition. The Khelo India initiative was introduced by the Indian government in 2017 and serves as a dynamic platform to nurture sports talent and revive the sporting culture of India. It encompasses the 1. Khelo India Youth Games KIYG commenced. 2018 annual national competition for youngsters representing states. 2. Khelo India University Games KIUG commence 2020 showcases university students' talent in sports. 3. Khelo India Winter Games commenced. 2020 promotes winter sports in India. Khelo India State Centres of Excellence KISCE scheme, it aims to enhance sports infrastructure by supporting existing training facilities. It provides financial aid, staff, equipment, and resources at the grassroots level. Current Affairs 30. Mapping. 1. CHINNAR Wildlife Sanctuary Kerala LA. Context. A team of researchers in Kerala has identified the presence of the Eurasian otter, Lutra lutra, in the state for the first time, specifically at Chinna Wildlife Sanctuary in Idukki. About otters. Otters, belonging to the Mustelidae family with 13 species, inhabit every continent except Australia and Antarctica. The Eurasian otter is categorized as near threatened on the IUCN Red List. Recognized as a flagship species, it serves as an indicator of high-quality aquatic habitats. The Eurasian otter holds the broadest range in the world, but it faces persecution in countries like India, China, and Nepal, leading to a decline in populations due to hunting, habitat loss, pollution, and climate change. This discovery adds a new member to Kerala's mammal list, making it the third species of otter found in the state, alongside the smooth-coated otter and small-clawed otter. About Chinna WLS. Aspect details. Location situated in the Idukki district of Kerala. Major rivers include Chinnar and Pambar. Climate rainshadow region of Western Ghats with a 6 to 7 month dry season in lower areas. The average rainfall is 500 mm, mostly during the NE monsoon. Biodiversity home to 965 floral species, 29 mammal species including the endangered grizzled giant squirrel, 225 bird species, 52 reptile species, and endemic fish like Deccan mahseer. Cultural significance inhabited by the Mathuvan and Hilpulaya tribes. Contains the largest megalithic sites in Kerala. 110 www.insightsonindia.com. 2. KALPAKKAM Atomic Power Station Tamil Nadu. Context. PM dedicated to the nation's indigenously developed demonstration fast reactor fuel reprocessing plant DFRP at IGCAR, Kalpakkam. The plant will reprocess spent fuel from the fast breeder reactor (FBR) at the Kalpakkam Atomic Power Station. What is FBR? A fast breeder reactor (FBR) is a type of nuclear reactor that uses fast neutrons to cause the fission of uranium-238, unlike conventional nuclear reactors that use slow neutrons. The term breeder refers to the ability of these reactors to produce more fissile material than they consume. FBR is the key to India's three-stage nuclear power program. It is the only of its kind in the world and is capable of reprocessing both carbide and oxide fuels discharged from the fast reactors. Current Affairs 30. 3. Kochi Lakshadweep Islands SUBMARINE Optical Fiber Connection KLISOFC project. Context. PM recently inaugurated the Kochi Lakshadweep Islands Submarine Optical Fiber Connection KLISOFC project during his visit to Kavaratti, Lakshadweep. About details. What is KLISOFC? The Kochi Lakshadweep Islands Sub Marine Optical Fiber Connection KLISOFC project, funded by the Universal Services Obligation Fund Digital Bharat Nidhi, under the Department of Telecommunication, involves extending submarine cable connectivity from the mainland Kochi to 11 Lakshadweep Islands. Location Kavaratti, Lakshadweep. Implementing is the project executing agency. Agency Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited BSNL. Project over. View KLISOFC project is a dedicated submarine optic fiber cable connecting Kochi to Lakshadweep Islands. Aimed at ensuring 100 times faster internet for the people of Lakshadweep. 111 www.insightsonindia.com. Benefits: faster and more reliable internet services. Facilitation of telemedicine, e-governance, educational initiatives, digital banking, and digital literacy. Aligns with Digital India and National Broadband Mission objectives, strengthening services in Lakshadweep through FTTH fiber to the home and 5G, 4G mobile networks. Other projects. The PM also dedicated a low-temperature thermal desalination (LTTD) plant for the conversion of seawater into potable water at Kadmat Island, Lakshadweep. What is LTTD? LTTD is a process under which warm surface seawater is flash evaporated at low pressure and the vapor is condensed with cold deep seawater. The National Institute of Ocean Technology (NIOT), under the Ministry of Earth Sciences, designs, develops, and commissions LTTD plants in coastal low cations. About Lakshadweep, it is a union territory of India, comprising 36 islands situated between the Arabian Sea and the Laccadive Sea. The name means 1 lakh islands in Malayalam and Sanskrit, though there are no more than 100 islands. The total area is around 32 square kilometers, forming the smallest union territory. Kavaratti is the capital, and the region falls under the jurisdiction of the Kerala High Court. The union territory was established in 1956 upon British departure. The majority follow Islam, particularly the Shafi school. The language spoken is Jesseri, with Divhi in Minikoi. The culture is similar to Mappalas in Kerala. Current Affairs 30. 4. REJUPAVE technology at Indo-China border. Context. The Border Roads Organization (BRO) plans to enhance the operational capacity of the defense forces along the Indo-China border in Arunachal Pradesh by using an indigenous technology called REJUPAVE. What is REJUPAVE? Developed by CSIR Central Road Research Institute CSIR-CRRI, REJUPAVE is a bio-oil-based asphalt modifier that reduces the heating requirement of bituminous mixes and preserves their temperature during transit. This technology addresses the challenges of constructing and maintaining bituminous roads in high-altitude areas during low and sub-zero temperatures. The BRO has successfully applied REJUPAVE at the world's highest Seller Road Tunnel and LDY Road section near the China border in Arunachal Pradesh. The technology is developed using a bio-based eco-friendly product with 100% bio-oil. About Sella Road Tunnel. The Sella Tunnel has been excavated below the Sella Pass, a high-altitude mountain pass situated at an elevation of 4,200 meters (13,800 feet) above sea level. This tunnel aims to provide all-weather connectivity to Tawang, a remote and strategically significant district in the region. It will be the world's longest by-lane tunnel at an altitude above 13,000 feet. Indo-China border. India shares a total boundary of around 3,488 kilometers with China, the second largest after Bangladesh. The Sino-Indian border is generally divided into three sectors, namely, Western Sector, Middle Sector, and Eastern Sector. 5 states viz. Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh share a border with China. 112 www.insightsonindia.com. 5. Arunachal Pradesh's Eagle Nest Wildlife Sanctuary. Context. An IISC study conducted in Arunachal Pradesh's Eagle Nest Wildlife Sanctuary reveals the threat posed to montane birds by logging and climate change. Tropical montane forests, crucial biodiversity hotspots, are impacted by rising temperatures, prompting bird species to shift to higher elevations. The study emphasizes the importance of safeguarding primary forests to mitigate climate change effects. About Eagle Nest Wildlife Sanctuary. It is situated in the Himalayan foothills of West Kameng district, Arunachal Pradesh, and is a protected area in India. It borders the Sessa Orchid Sanctuary to the northeast and the Pakui Tiger Reserve across the Kameng River to the east, also being part of the Kameng Elephant Reserve. Named after the Red Eagle Division of the Indian Army, the sanctuary is renowned for its rich birdlife, offering diverse species in significant numbers. Notably, Eagle Nest is where the Bugan Lyocichla IUCN, CR, a passerine bird species, was first discovered in 1995 and further observed and described in 2006. 6. Mauritius. Context. The Union Cabinet has approved a Memorandum of Understanding (MOU) signed between the ISRO and the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council (MRIC) for the development of a joint small satellite. About Mauritius. Mauritius is an island country in the Indian Ocean. It comprises the main island, Rodriguez, Agalega, and Saint Brandon, forming part of the Mascaron Islands. The capital is Port Louis. Explored by Arabs in 975, Portuguese and Dutch sailors visited later. Mauritius is ethnically diverse, with Hinduism being the predominant religion. It follows a Westminster parliamentary system, boasts high economic and political freedom, and is classified as a high-income economy. Known for its biodiversity, Mauritius is home to endemic species and, historically, the dodo. It is consistently ranked. Current Affairs 30. As the most peaceful African country. 7. Krishna Godavari Basin. Context. The Oil and Natural Gas Corporation (ONGC) has successfully initiated crude oil production from its KG-DUN-98 halves deep-sea project in the Krishna Godavari Basin off the east coast of India. This significant development, marked by delays and extensions, aims to bolster ONGC's overall oil production, combating the decline in mature fields. About Krishna Godavari Basin. It is situated in Andhra Pradesh and the Bay of Bengal is a vast deltic plain formed by the Krishna and Godavari rivers. Covering 15,000 square kilometer on land and 25,000 square kilometer offshore, it has 5 kilometers thick sediments deposited from late Carboniferous to Pleistocene. The basin features upland and coastal plains, flood, and delta plains. Notably, the D6 block in this basin holds India's largest natural gas reserves, discovered by ONGC in 1983. Besides its geological significance, the basin is home to the vulnerable olive Ridley sea turtle. 113 www.insightsonindia.com. Mumbai Trans Harbour Link (MTHL). Context. Mumbai Trans Harbour Link (MTHL), also named Atal Bihari Vajpayee Sirayan Hava Shiva Atal Setu, India's longest sea bridge covering 21.8 kilometers, 16.5 kilometers over the sea, has been inaugurated and is open for public commute. Features. 1. The bridge is expected to witness over 70,000 vehicles daily, improving connectivity between Mumbai and Navi Mumbai. 2. It is the longest sea bridge in India, world's 10th longest sea bridge. 3. It is expected to alleviate traffic congestion, promote economic development, and reduce travel time between Sirai and Churl to just 15 to 20-minute utes. 4. Fuel, transportation costs and 1-hour travel time will be saved. 5. First project in India with an open road tolling system. 6. For the first time in India, orthotropic steel deck technology used. About the open road tolling system, it refers to a method of collecting tolls on highways without requiring vehicles to stop or slow down. Instead of traditional toll booths, open road tolling uses electronic sensors, current affairs 30, and cameras to detect vehicles as they pass through designated tolling points. About orthotropic steel deck technology. It is a construction method used in building bridges and OTHR structures. It involves using steel plates that are specifically designed to be strong and stiff in one direction while being flexible in other directions. This allows the steel deck to support heavy loads, such as vehicles, while remaining lightweight. 8. Animali Tiger Reserve. Context. The Forest Department is removing invasive species in the Animali Tiger Reserve's core areas, focusing on the Ulan-dy range. Native tree saplings are being planted on 90 hectares, part of the Restoration of Degraded Forests landscape project supported by NABARD. Tribal communities from ATR are involved in removing invasive plants and planting native trees, including Aegial marmelis, Syzygium cumini, and Pterocarpus marsupium. About Animali Tiger Reserve. About ATR details about carved out of the Tamil Nadu portion of the Animalis and lies south of the Palakkad Gap in the Western Ghats, surrounded by various wildlife reserves and forests. Parambakulam Tiger Reserve on the east, Chinna Wildlife Sanctuary and Aravakulam National Park on the southwestern side. Ranges within the reserve include Amara Vathi, Udumalpat, Polaki, Ulan-dy, Valpa Rai, and Manamboli. 114 www. Anthropologue. Ical diversity home to over 4,600 Adivasi people from 6 indigenous tribes living in 34 settlements, including Kadars, Malasars, Malai Malasar, Pulayas, Muduvars, and Eravalan, Aravela. Flora encompasses a variety of ecosystems, including wet evergreen forests, semi-evergreen forests, montane shola grassland, moist deciduous, dry deciduous, thorn forests, and marshes. The Korean shola, grass hills and Manjampati of ATR are part of the UNESCO World Heritage Site. Fauna. Notable mammal species include the Asiatic elephant, sambar, spotted deer, barking deer, mouse deer, gaur, Nilgiri tahr, and tigers. Other protected areas. Mudumalai Tiger Reserve, Calicut. In Tamil Nadu, Mundantharai Tiger Reserve, Satyamangalam Tiger Reserve, Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, Makerthi National Park, Gulf of Mannar Marine National Park, Gindi National Park. 9. Sagar Island. Context. The Ganga Sagar Mela on Sagar Island, West Bengal, attracted a record 10 million pilgrims, facing environmental challenges due to its vulnerability to cyclones and rising sea levels. West Bengal has urged for national fair status and financial support from the central government. The pilgrimage saw over 6 million people taking a dip in the sea, making it the second largest Hindu gathering after the Kumbh Mela. About Gangasagar Mela. The Gangasagar Mela is the world's second largest human congregation, occurring annually during Makar Sankranti on Sagar Island, West Bengal. With roots dating back to 400 BCE and mentioned in Indian epics, pilgrims take a dip in the Ganga and visit the Kapil Muni temple. The Mela is historically significant and draws mill lions, making it a major Hindu gathering. Who is Kapil? Original proponent of the Samkhya system. Muni. Kapil Muni, a Vedic sage, is considered the of Indian philosophy. Living around the 6th or 7th century CE, he is believed to be an incarnation of Vishnu. Kapil Muni is known for teaching Bhakti Yoga and is recognized not only in Hinduism but also in Buddhism. Current affairs 30. Vedic sage. His teachings emphasize meditation, critique of Vedic gods and rituals, and a dislike for Brahmanic doctrines. Students associated with him are said to have built the city of Kapilavastu. Where is Sagar Island? The westernmost island of Sagar Island, the Ganges-Brahmaputra Delta, is located in West Bengal. It lies at the mouth of the Hooghly River, with an arm of the river separating it from the mainland to the east. 10. Taiwan. Context. Lai Ching-te, from Taiwan's ruling Democratic Progressive Party (DPP), won the presidential election, marking the DPP's third consecutive victory with a pro-independence stance. Major powers' reactions include China asserting Taiwan as part of China, the USA welcoming the democratic process but not supporting independence, and Japan congratulating Taiwan. Taiwan's global geopolitical importance lies in its economic weight, being the 16th largest economy, a major source of semiconductors, and a critical point on maritime trade routes. Taiwan produces 92% of the world's most advanced logic chips and 70% of smartphone chipsets, among other 100 critical components. India's evolving stance toward Taiwan involves expanding economic relations, direct criticism of China's actions in the Taiwan Strait in 2022, and a departure from reaffirming the One China principle, aligning more with its Quad partners. Taiwan, officially the Republic of China, is a country in East Asia. It is located at the junction of the East and South China Seas in the northwestern Pacific Ocean, with the People's Republic of China to the northwest, Japan to the northeast, and the Philippines to the south. 11. Impul River. Context. The Manipur government has formed a 3-member committee to conduct a thorough investigation into a fuel leak from a power plant, Limekong Power Station, in Impul Valley, which subsequently spilt into a nearby stream that converges with the Impul River. The heavy fuel oil, a byproduct of crude oil distillation, poses environmental concerns. About HFO, heavy fuel oil (HFO) is a residual fuel that's a byproduct of the distillation of crude oil. It's also known as bunker fuel or residual fuel oil. HFO is a tar-like substance that's used to generate heat and motion. It's primarily used as a marine fuel. HFO is toxic and has a boiling temperature of 350–500 degrees Celsius. It. Current affairs 30. Has a higher viscosity than diesel. The quality of HFO depends on the quality of the crude oil used in the refinery. HFO is widely used because it's about 30% cheaper than alternatives. About Impul River, it originates from the northern hills of Karong in Senapati district and is joined by the Iral River at Lilong, which is a significant watercourse draining the central plain. The river, along with others, contributes to the formation of swamps and lakes, including the renowned Loktak Lake. 12. Chancay, Peru. Context. China is expanding its trade influence in South America with a new mega port project in the Peruvian town of Chancay. The over $3 billion deep-water port, majority owned by Chinese state-owned firm COSCO Shipping, is set to start operations late this year. This port, part of China's Belt and Road initiative, aims to enhance trade ties with South America by providing a direct gateway to the resource-rich region. About Peru. It is a country in South America that's home to a section of the Amazon rainforest and Machu Picchu, an ancient Incan city high in the Andes Mountains. The region around Machu Picchu, including the Sacred Valley, Inca Trail and the colonial city of Cusco, is rich in archaeological sites. On Peru's arid Pacific coast is Lima, the capital. 116 www.insightsonindia.com. 13. Chandakadampara Wildlife Sanctuary. Context. The Odisha government plans to introduce sambar deer and gaur bison in the Chandakadampara Wildlife Sanctuary, following the relocation of deer from Cuttack. Also, the Forest Department is launching a nocturnal trail for wildlife enthusiasts, particularly students and researchers. About the sanctuary: Chandakadampara Wildlife Sanctuary, located in Hurda district, Odisha, marks the northeastern limits of the Eastern Ghats. Designated in 1982, it houses threatened wildlife and birds. The tropical climate exhibits distinct seasons: summer, rainy, and winter. The flora, a mix of evergreen and deciduous elements, has been influenced by biotic factors. Notable species include daman, Bankapacia, Jammu, Gandhana, Cancer, Kusum, Marua, Cedar, Karanja, and thorny bamboo. The sanctuary's fauna includes elephants, cheetal, barking deer, wild boar, rhesus monkey, pangolin, sloth bear, Indian wolf, hyena, and various mammals. 14. Aravali range. Context. The Supreme Court expressed a preliminary opinion that if the state of Rajasthan believes mining activities in the Aravali range are environmentally harmful, it has the authority to prevent such activities. The Aravali range is regarded as the lungs for the highly polluted air in Delhi National Capital Region (NCR). More than 25% and 31 hill ranges of the Aravalis in Rajasthan had vanished due to illegal quarrying. Current affairs. 30. SC judgment on the mining in the Aravali region. 1. 1992, central government approval mandated for all mining and industrial activities in the Aravali region. 2. 1996, mining lease renewal restricted within a 2 km to 5 km radius of Badkal Lake without permission from central and state pollution control boards. 3. 2009, complete ban on mining throughout the Ara Vallis reinstated to safeguard the environment. 4. 2018, ordered the total demolition of Kant Enclave, a residential complex in the Aravali forest range. About Aravali Hills: it is among the world's oldest fold mountains and is situated in northwest India across states like Gujarat, Rajasthan, and Haryana, as well as the Union Territory of Delhi. Extending from southwest to northeast, the highest peak is Guru Shikhar near Mount Abu in Rajasthan. Rivers like Banas and Sa-Hibi, Yamuna tributaries, and Luni River originate from the Aravali region, serving as a water divide between the Indus and Ganga basins. Known for rich mineral deposits including zinc, gold, silver, copper, dolomite, and marble, the Aravali Hills hold significance in geological and ecological contexts. 15. Uganda. Context. The 19th Non-Aligned Movement (NAM) Summit was recently held in the Ugandan capital city Kampala. Theme: deepening cooperation for shared global affluence. Key discussions: Israel-Hamas war, India's Vishwamitra initiative, call for a multipolar world. 100. Ranking as the second. About NAM. The Non-Aligned Movement (NAM) stands as an alliance of developing nations established in 1961 during the Cold War, with roots traced back to the Bandung Conference held in Indonesia in 1955. Currently, NAM boasts a membership of 120 countries, including India, one of its founding members. Ranking as the second largest grouping of nations globally, NAM operates without a permanent secretariat or a formal founding charter, act, or treaty. The movement convenes its summit approximately every 3 years. Uganda is a landlocked country in East Africa whose diverse landscape encompasses the snow-capped Wenzori mountains and immense Lake Victoria. Its abundant wildlife includes chimpanzees as well as rare birds. Remote Bwindi Impenetrable National Park is a renowned mountain gorilla sanctuary. 16. Free Movement Regime (FMR) with Myanmar. Context: the Indian government is considering re-evaluating the Free Movement Regime (FMR) agreement with Myanmar, which allows residents along the India-Myanmar border to travel up to 16 kilometers inside each other's country without a visa. What is FMR? FMR, implemented in 2018, the free movement regime FMR permits residents on both sides of the 1,643 kilometers India-Myanmar border to travel up to 16 kilometers into each other's territory without a visa. This requires a border pass with 1-year validity, allowing a 2-week stay. The border spans 4 states: Mizoram, Manipur, Nagaland, and Arunachal Pradesh. Current affairs 30. The India-Myanmar border is a 1,643-kilometer international boundary running from the tripoint with China in the north to the tripoint with Bangladesh in the south. The trajunction between India, China, and Myanmar is yet to be agreed upon, with the de facto tripoint located just north of the Diffu Pass. The border traverses various geographical features, including the Mishmi Hills, Patkai, Kassam Ranges, Ti River, and Chin Hills, before reaching the Bangladeshi tripoint through irregular lines. 17. Lake Victoria. Context: efforts are being made to restore Lake Victoria. The lake faces environmental challenges that threaten the livelihoods of approximately 45 million people dependent on its resources. Lake Victoria, Africa's largest lake and the world's second largest freshwater lake, spans approximately 59,947 square kilometers and is shared by Kenya 6%, Uganda 43%, and Tanzania 51%. Fed by rivers like Kagera, Katonga, Sio, Yala, Nyando, Sondu Miriu, and Mara, it contributes to the River Nile's water. As one of the African Great Lakes, Lake Victoria holds significance as Africa's largest lake by area, the world's largest tropical lake, and the second largest freshwater lake globally after Lake Superior in North America. 18. Dominican Republic, India, JETCO. Context: the Union Cabinet, led by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, has approved the signing of a protocol for the establishment of a Joint Economic and Trade Committee (JETCO) between the Department of Commerce and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dominican Republic. What is the Joint Economic and Trade Committee (JETCO)? The Joint Economic and Trade Committee (JETCO) is a bilateral mechanism established between two countries to facilitate economic collaboration and trade relations. It serves as a platform for discussions, information exchange, and cooperation between the participating nations, aiming to 118 www.insightsonindia.com. Strengthen economic ties, enhance trade and industry, and address challenges in the export and import of goods and services. Significance of the agreement: the protocol can also serve as a gateway to the larger Latin American and Caribbean markets. Currently, there is no bilateral institutional mechanism for trade and commerce between the two countries. India imports gold from the Dominican Republic and exports pharmaceuticals, marine products, motor vehicles, 2- and 3-wheelers, etc. The agreement will give a boost to India's exports. India has Joint Economic and Trade Committee (JETCO) agreements with various countries, including the United Kingdom, Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, South Korea, Canada, Mauritius, and Oman. About the Dominican Republic: it is a Caribbean nation that shares the island of Hispaniola with Haiti to the west. Its terrain comprises rainforest, savanna and highlands, including Pico Duarte, the Caribbean's tallest mountain. Its capital city is Santo Domingo. 19. Modified PARBATIKALISINDHCHAMBALERCP Link Project. Context: Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh have signed an MoU with the Union Ministry of Jal Shakti for the modified Parbati Karlis and Chambal Eastern Rajasthan Canal Project (ERCP) link project, integrating the PKC River Link and ERCP under the National Interlinking of Rivers Programme. Current affairs 30. About modified PKC-ERCP, it was approved in 2022 and aims to integrate the PKC Link project with the Eastern Rajasthan Canal Project (ERCP) as part of the National Perspective Plan.